Welcome to Day 2D of the World Series of Poker main event. Welcome back to the Horseshoe. Still lots of action inside Paris as well. Thousands of dreams still alive on the Las Vegas Strip, vying for the first prize, somewhere in the $10 million range. My name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me in the booth. Poker expert and bracelet winner Tristan Wade in the booth as well for some expert analysis. And we have Jeff Platt out on the floor to find the best stories from the greatest poker tournament in the world. As we look at our secondary feature table, 2 tables in play all day long. A few names we recognize. Vitaly Lunkin, Lunkin Vibes, 2009, 40K. Epic stuff. Martins Adeniya there as well, has made plenty of runs in the main. A guy who knows how to battle through big fields. And then the main feature starting off with Barstool, Mintz, the man, the myth, the legend, the destroyer, along with Ralph Massey, and we have Neilson here as well. So should be a good little bit of feature table action. As you know, we try to circulate these tables and show you a little bit of everything, and we will make sure to try and capture the beauty of the main event by showing off some of these storylines of players that you might not know right now, but they might become household names by the end of the day. Donnie, it's a massive field. We have thousands of dreams still alive,
delay again?
but somehow it feels a little bit as though we're lacking a little bit of star power that you would usually assume to have still on day 2D.
Well, they all played the earlier day ones.
Yes.
Right? So here it's more about the dreamers. You know, the biggest returning field from day 2. You know, star power was yesterday and on the other day ones. But here, you know, I think the chips are going to be flying. I think that's the focus.
Yeah, we're looking for those big stacks. We're looking for those people to run it up. Someone like the Blesnik Killer, our French friend who already had a really hot start today. We'll check in on him, I'm sure. But Donnie Mintz playing his 10th main event. Has made deep runs in the past. Someone who's also been on the feature table before, squaring off against none other than Phil Ivey. To me, primed for a run.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I want Mintz to play like his personality. I feel like he's a little bit subdued, actually, on the felt. I want him to be loud. I want him to be in your face, right? Basically, like when he's talking to you sometimes and maybe a little bit of spit particles fly out and hit you in the face, I want his play to be like that, okay? So let's go, Mintz, bring it. That's what the stoolies want to see, right? Come on.
They do. They want to see a massive stack in front of Mintz. Ralph Massey, by the way, long-time regular at the World Series of Poker. Daniel Neilson in the 2-seat.
It is a trip.
Has had a wide range of looks, but I'm glad he's back to the full beard. A little bit of the castaway vibes by the New Zealander.
He used to work for Barstool, but he doesn't have a job right now. He just like watches his uncle's dog in Connecticut. He posted on Twitter, "I've won 5 straight home games sitting goes," and Big Cat's like, "We're gonna put you in the main." He never been to Vegas. Never. He busted day 2. He made day 2.
He got fired from Barstool, but they still love him.
I guess so. So they sent him out of here. And he made day 2 starting stack. He had I think he ran into the.
Tristan Wade,
what's up? What's up?
You're deep in the notes.
I'm quiet right now. I'm just getting situated. I know Ralph Massey. He's one of the funniest characters on the circuit, and we'll see what kind of personality he shows tonight. Really good guy, hilarious guy, by the way.
Big Cat put him in.
It's a shame that 90% of your Ralph Massey stories are not fit for air.
I cannot talk about them. No, this is. That's for the adult-only version, which we are going to bring to OnlyFans at another time.
Meanwhile, Mintz raising pre-flop with Ace-King. Neilson flopping trips, making quads on the river. Trying to induce a little bit here, but Mintz not falling for it.
I feel like having Mintz and Massey next to each other will bring some good conversation. And Mintz with a pure bluff catcher here.
I have here, and he probably thinks I gotta pay it off on the double board pair.
Not even the double board pair. I think Mintz might think that's a 9 out there instead of 3/8.
It's totally face up.
Well done. Nice bit of discipline and Neilson is not even showing. He's not even going to go through it, showing off the quads. By the way, welcome everyone in the chat. It's going to be a long day. The reason we started later is because we're doing 8 hours of main event coverage, taking no breaks at all. We got pee bottles ready. We're going to eat snacks in the booth here. It's going to be an enormous mess, but we will have some fun with it.
What is this?
Speaking of a mess, what the heck is going on here, Donnie?
We got Ryan Garcia with Randall Emmett.
Who allowed this?
Well, I'll tell you that it's already better than Phil Hellmuth.
By the way, yes. Phil, take notes, please. Randall Emmett, love him or hate him, he's definitely doing this better. A little bit of Hollywood flair. We got the belt. This is like as Vegas as it gets.
This is what you do. Randall Emmett wanted to come as a boxer, so you know what? He went and got a world-class boxer. That's what he did.
Yeah,
you want to be a rock star, Hellmuth? Get some rock stars.
Where are the 20 ring girls parading behind? I guess there's no 17 bracelets here, so we don't see that. But
see, that's the thing. Hellmuth brings the 17 women to represent the bracelets. Randall Emmett doesn't need that. You know, he's got the flair, the look going for him. What an absolute disaster this is in a good kind of way. I love it when people don't take themselves too seriously.
now, if Garcia just knocks out Randall Emmett right now, that would make this perfect. He's got a mean left, so watch out.
Oh my God.
I mean, the energy surrounding that compared to the Hellmuth entrance, this should have got a little more love. Oh my God.
Okay, this was shorter, faster, better, stronger than the Hellmuth entrance. My only question is, how is he going to shuffle chips with those gloves on?
Yeah, how do you peel your hand with those on? You might need your trainer to pick up your cards for you.
I mean, this is some day 5 energy right here.
This is tremendous.
Let's go, world champion. It's mine. You ready? Come on, give it to me. Let's go, give it to me. Give it to me all around.
All right, hey, I'm all for engaging your table like this. This is really good.
Oh, C3 is about to really knock him out.
Let's go, right here, right here. Okay, in the hand. You gotta get the wizard in the hand. Woo! Where's my guy? Where's my opponent?
Remco, I know what you got to do. Better or worse than Hellmuth? Pull.
Yeah,
pull
100%.
it
chat,
up. Let's go.
Chat, you got it. One if you liked Hellmuth's entrance better. 2 if you liked Ryan Garcia and Randall Emmett there.
You what? 8 at the Eiffel Tower? Yeah.
What's up, chat? We see you guys in there. La La W. No La La there.
Okay. Actually, that was
There's a
pretty
restaurant at
funny.
the train station that's really iconic.
I will admit that.
But that's short and sweet.
It was less of a distraction
Short
than
and
normally
sweet.
what Helmuth does, where he plays his music, he
Flying
parades
into
around,
Dublin,
he pauses
2 days
the
in
whole
Dublin,
action sometimes.
Dublin,
That's the thing too.
Amsterdam,
Sean even
Danish,
tweeted like they held the
Amsterdam,
action.
Paris,
There was lots of loud
Paris,
music over the
Paris,
speakers.
Barcelona,
He was distracted in the middle of a
and
massive
then
spot.
he's gonna hang out
Randall
there
Emmett at
till,
least
the main event is
did a
over.
show, got it over with like 90
EPT
seconds,
Barcelona?
and we're back to playing.
When are you going?
I've been to Barcelona, but I've never played poker there.
Sounds awesome.
But
When
yeah,
are you going?
August 13th, I fly from Fort Lauderdale to Dublin.
I think they,
Get into Dublin the morning of the 14th.
when you're in Barcelona, I think they have their new stadium for the
For
football
FC?
team. Yeah, so that's right around that time.
Oh, cool.
You,
Definitely check a game out.
yeah, it would be worth it.
W chat. We see you guys. We're just getting going here.
The early votes have it
Never been to
60-40
Dublin.
in Emmett's
Heard
favor.
that's a really good time, though.
I went there a lot.
Look, Emmett definitely had more star
Irish are- the
power
Irish
with
are
Ryan
fun.
Garcia compared to
anything,
who
but I
did
liked it.
Helmuth
Good
bring.
time.
He had Jungle Man playing the banjo and his son
yeah.
playing whatever.
Well, Helmuth's biggest mistake was he was trying to be a
Everybody
rock
says that's
sar,
like
and he
the
brought
biggest
2
party.
acoustic
No,
guitars.
tournament
one or
is-
two.
Yeah.
They
Big
should have
problem.
at least been electric.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to get that.
And
set up if you
electric,
forget.
it wasn't his intro.
Everyone says
Has
it's
Chris
the
Angel
best
given
time.
that bracelet back, by the way?
The Irish Poker
I
Open.
mean, he's gone. He left. No one knows where he went. I guess we'll find out on the final table day, huh?
I'm a quarter
I
right.
guess
Yeah,
so.
maybe they're gonna do something where he
said
just
no
pops
set
up
top
in a cloud of smoke at the main event, and Ryan Garcia's already got a 5K chip in front of him. Is he going for a knockout in round number 1?
if poker was like a boxing match, this could definitely be considered round 2. You know, they were on day 2, round 2.
True, but did he play day 1?
Oh, good question.
Or did he just register? I mean, he does have more chips than starting stack. Starting stack was 60K, and we see him well over 100K in front of him. So he must have already been in action prior. His opponent, not as many chips, only 45-ish. Around 40 there. But he's right into the smoke.
Yeah, Garcia on the button in a big pot here, but 22,000 in the middle. We got 4 spades out there?
Yeah, it looks like that. Check 2. Ryan looks a little uncomfortable here. Oh, there's 3 ways. We got this other guy in the pot too. Okay, but maybe that uncomfortability was excitement. No, it wasn't. Let's see who's got what.
Seeing a spade over there in the 9th seat, and is that? No, okay, yeah, so the 1 seat's gonna take, or sorry, the 9th seat's gonna take this one. Ryan Garcia taking a little hit, but he's sitting real comfortable there, up over 100,000 chips.
Garcia, 566th in 2023 in this tournament.
It's pretty good.
That's pretty good, yeah.
Checking in on our secondary table. Donnie, give us the lowdown on the empty chair.
Where's the empty chair? Sorry.
Well, it's this 5 seat, I think.
Lunkin?
No, the Ronnie Barda.
Oh, Ronnie Barda. Sorry. Sorry.
He was supposed to be there.
Yeah, he lost. I mean, he lost to Zhang, the woman there next to Martins Adeniya, who plays in the studio quite a bit. Also has played on Hustler Casino Live. Ronnie got it all in with top pair on King 4-3, 2 hearts. He had King Queen. She just had the Ace King.
Hey.
So that's that 3-bet pot.
Well, speaking of 3-bet pots, Zhang 2,500, Linster 7K, and Oku now in the big blinds with pocket jacks. Tristan, this scenario is probably a common one in the main event where stacks are still fairly deep. You find a hand like this with a 3-bet in front of you.
Hey, you have 40 bigs, and the positions are late, right? We got hijack. Excuse me. Zhang is low jack. The cutoff is a 3-better. So yeah, if there's bluffs in the range, even if there's hands like ace queen, you know, ace 10 off, whatever, jacks is just probably the worst hand you want to consider jamming here. But we do see a tight fold there, and I think that's okay as well too. These are two, you know, a big stack and a kind of a middling 70 big blind stack 3-betting them. So
Thanks for letting me win one.
I do know Linster. I have played with Linster before.
Yeah, Linster no stranger, World Poker Tour champ, Jacksonville 2013, finished 3rd that same year in Montreal. So this man has racked up some cashes, 2.3 million in total from Island Park, New York.
And I would say if jacks jam there, ace queen probably hits the muck because you just know your opponent's really not going to have that many bluffs.
Right.
And you might not ever dominate them. Like if they don't jam ace jack or ace 10 there, or king queen.
So,
but all good.
So one thing that is important to keep reminding the viewers of is how much more valuable having 40 big blinds is in this tournament versus any other tournament.
Yeah. Look, this is a slow structure, but I was having a very detailed argument with one of my buddies and mentors, Mr. Nick Wright over in Sydney, Australia. And we always have a crux debate about when to push the action and when to dial it back. And sure, this is one of the best structures that you can have in an MTT, but if you don't take these profitable spots, and let's say your 40 big blinds dwindles down to 25 big blinds, and then you take a flip with like jacks versus ace queen,
right.
Well then you're only doubling up to 50 when you could have been getting to 60 or 70 or 80. So yes, you do need to be careful and maneuver, but you can't be scared to die. You have to be prepared to risk your chips at some point to get chips.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the main things, and Negreanu talked about this in his vlog from his play on yesterday's day 2 flight, is that the small ball approach, if you know what you're doing post-flop, very much preferred over blowing up the pots pre-flop and increasing variance. So Negreanu, who survived, by the way, on a short stack going into day 3, basically saying that he's trying to avoid spots like that. And yeah, I think in the main, more than any other event, that's going to be the truth.
Yeah, look, I mean, that's the dream. The dream is to just play small ball and have easy decisions and not have to play huge pots where you decide 50-50 stuff for your tournament life. But hey, this is not an easy game we're playing. If you start to play fierce competition, they're gonna put you in difficult spots. And yeah, I mean, there just comes a time where you don't want to play small ball. If you have big hands, you want to build the pot, you want to get value. So I'm all for a small ball strategy. I like to play a small ball strategy too. But if I have the range advantage, if I have the betting lead, if I'm building the pot and I can connect or I can bluff someone, then yeah, you need to tell those stories or you need to get that value. So look, it's a long day for sure, but you need to take profitable spots. That's what this game is about, taking profitable spots over the long run. The short term is hard to determine, but that's how you need to think about this game.
One thing I like to point out here is that Takuya Oku, who just folded jacks, is playing his very first ever WSOP event today here in the main event from Kyoto, Japan. Japan, by the way, and I've said this before, amidst a massive poker boom, shout out Masato Okasawa and shout out to Shina Okamoto, two of the front runners in Japan growing the game. And Donnie, it seems as though every table has a Japanese player.
Yeah, and I have noticed a heavy influx of Japanese players, not only across the entire WSOP, but specifically in my time playing this event. Every table I've been at has had 2 or 3 of them, at least, and they're pretty good. So I don't know what's there over in the water in Japan, but can you guys please stay out of my tournaments over here, because it's not fun to deal with you guys.
It's awesome what's happening in Japan with the boom, with the YouTuber influence, with the female poker influence there. I mean, yeah, I had 2 Japanese players, a male and a female, at my table on day 1. And it's just awesome. It's phenomenal that the game is spreading. This is really a worldwide game. And just to get more people involved is so cool.
And think about that. Poker isn't fully yet legal in Japan. So, you know, once that happens, then it should really boom. We should really see a big, you know, influx of all the players coming into the game. It's starting to get that way, but it hasn't fully, you know, blossomed just yet. It's right there.
Okay, so here we got a hand.
954.
Shout out Fort Lauderdale, baby, South Florida. Donnie can't help himself when it comes to this.
There was a 954 flop at my table the other day. I almost took a picture and sent it to you.
You should have. So Ison with a really, you know, hey, he's kind of trapping when he checks this flop, maybe in some intention to check raise. But when you double check here, I think you start to miss out on value when you're up against this short of a stack from Massey. And let's see how Massey wants to navigate. He does just continue to take his ace-high showdown value to the river. And at this point, if you've checked 2 streets with jacks, okay, it's time to try to get something out of your opponent. And I don't really like checking twice with jacks there because you need to protect your pair and get value from those overcards, as we did see a queen hit the river, but okay. We're going to learn about these players.
How long have you been in Mexico City?
Like 3 years.
I've just heard it's awesome. Like, we had a bunch of our people just went for the NASCAR race
CJ
down
Hand
there.
says, why check the
They
turn
just,
with
like, loved
jacks?
it.
Yeah.
You said
Maybe
the
you're
food's
just
amazing?
ultimately trying to go for a double
Mexico
trap.
City.
Some of the best
Possibly.
food in the world.
Yeah, it's like ranked like a top 3 or 4 food city in the world.
I heard the subway system's incredible. I love trains.
It's good. I mean, it's always packed, so I kind of hate it, but it's like it's very efficient.
Appreciate
it's
everyone in the
very
chat
good.
joining
It's
us.
always packed. Well, depending on the time.
I got Donnie
I guess.
Peters here.
Little chat there from Neilson about living in Mexico City, and Mintz picking up ace-9. By the way, for those in the chat asking about the feature table, the hardest job that we have right now is picking a feature table because our options are very limited. We can only pick tables from the Horseshoe room. All the tables in Paris are off limits. It's about a 10-minute hike to get out there. You can't have players missing out on action, and if their table breaks, they would have to go all the way back into the Paris section. And on top of that, we have to
sounds
deal
like a
with
hell
the
of a
breaking
trip
order
y'all got.
of the horseshoe
Yeah,
room
it's gonna be,
tables.
it's the first time
So
we're
tables close to the
traveling
breaking order.
internationally as siblings.
We
It's my
also
brother and I
cannot
obviously
use.
traveled a ton
So
together.
I would say of all the
I'm down
days,
Not with our little
today
sister.
the toughest one for us to be
Yeah.
flexible with table
her
draws. But
birthday is
we're
the
going to try and
19th,
switch the
so
tables up
let's
every
do
2
her
hours,
birthday in
every new
Paris,
level, a
so
new table. Unless, of
fucking
course, we
Paris.
strike
Hell
gold
yeah,
and we get something really amazing, either
It's gonna be
stack-wise or
Especially
perhaps
after like grinding all summer
bit of
long.
Yeah.
banter and
All this work I've
table
been
talk.
doing
But
with
for
my
now,
company, like, I
Mintz
need
and
fucking
Massey
vacay.
here on the feature tables. Hope Mintz can run it up and
We are gonna
build a
be
big
drinking
stack.
heavily.
I want Luque.
Massey's
Yes.
hit Dublin.
That's who I
Sounds
want.
like a mini
Who do I
series.
need to talk
My
to?
s-
The French
and
blaster.
Just the Massey's v Dublin. Just,
Our sister,
that
our
could
sister's
be.
like us too. She likes to get after
Pretty
it.
elite beard Daniel Neilson's working with. Very castaway-ish.
We're gonna be
Yes.
like fucking hammered, singing songs with a bunch of Irish dudes at like 6
I
a.m.
can't wait to see. I hope there's content.
Yeah.
Thank you, Daddy Matty, for the $5 donation. He's not a fan of the Mintz in the
We're
booth.
gonna do
Well,
Jameson
Mintz is
Brewery
now
tour
in the main,
and
and
the
you're
Guinness
not,
Brewery
so
tour.
I guess he's winning.
In the same day, so we'll probably be fucking hammered that day. Jameson Distillery, excuse me, not
Okay,
brewery.
interesting flop here. We got second pair versus an open into straight draw. Both players with a backdoor
And
flush
then
draw.
the second day, we're gonna go to the cliffs of Moher and
And we
Just
see a
the longest
raising coming
stone.
from second pair.
do all the touristy
And Daniel
shit.
Nielsen
Go
has
to
a hand that
Temple
he's
Bar.
definitely not folding. It's more about how he wants to navigate. Usually we call in
That's one of the
position,
places I'm
peel
really
one
looking
off,
forward
and
to.
see what happens.
Yeah. I was in. I've been to
And that's not a
this
turn
year,
card
I
you
went
want to
to,
see.
Spain.
This
I went
is
to
definitely a
Barcelona
turn
and
card
Madrid,
Mr.
and then I
Firestone
went
wanted to see.
Lisbon a couple of
Trips here
months
for
ago.
Firestone in the small.
Wouldn't recommend Lisbon. It was like, it's cool, it's a pretty city, and there's some good restaurants.
And this is kind of
Too many
annoying.
fucking
You just
dudes.
have 10 high here.
There's dudes everywhere.
Your pot odds are almost good enough to call again,
good.
right? You put in 6K,
agree.
there's going to be 30K in the middle.
Lock the ladies up.
We see he doesn't actually have enough equity because he's only
It's like
9%
6
to
to 1
win.
guy to girl. Tables
A
full of
jack
men
is
every
no
year.
good for him. It's going to give a full house to
I was with my
Firestone, so
girlfriend, like,
that's
it didn't really matter
the
for
magic
me, but-
card here that will stack Nielsen
No, no.
probably.
I'm talking about in general. Like
Can
you go
only
to
hit a
bar or
6.
restaurant, there's like a table of 10, 12 dudes.
Deuce of
Never
clubs
seen
on the
anything
river. Complete whiff there for Nielsen. Down to just 30K here. And quick action again here from Firestone. 5,700.
And now Nielsen might be considering, hey, he check raised me on the flop. He probably shouldn't have a whole lot of 9x. He should maybe have an ace more so than a 9 in his hand. So he's going to go for a bluff here.
Wow. Leaving one chip behind, Nielsen pulls the trigger for 29,300.
And this
And-
is kind of insane, Remco. Sorry to step on your foot there, but the backdoor clubs get there, and he's just bluffing with 10 high. And Firestone's in the spinner. Maybe in the furnace, we could say.
Now let's go over Firestone's range here. What does Nielsen think Firestone should be able to fold here?
An ace. He's targeting an ace. You know, he got check raised on the flop, a very small bet on the turn, a very small bet on the river. This is Firestone maybe not recognizing how range constructs in these spots. And then Firestone needs to call here sometimes to have some bluff catches.
No, I mean, my partner, she was a really good guide.
Firestone
no,
has
it
to
was,
ask himself, if you're not
it was
calling here with trip
intimidating,
nines,
right?
obviously you would call here if you had a flush. What do
learning
your
something
flushes look like?
completely new.
Maybe you have 10-8 of clubs,
So
maybe you have
there's
jack
that.
10
I
of
had a lot of
clubs that
anxiety,
you
like,
bluff the
daily.
flop with and
Now
you
I'm starting
backdoor
to
in the
get the
flush.
hang
Those
of
are
it.
easy calls. But what is your next rung to be a bluff catcher? And it has to
Yeah,
come
I
from
wanted to
trips.
I needed to get out of poker, like,
But hey, this is a sick
you
spot
know, I
because
just needed to pivot, and
Firestone
I
might
don't
just
have
think,
a
who
degree,
bluffs
so,
here?
like, I couldn't, and I don't want to work for other people.
What do you do?
Hard to hear
My-
Firestone here
my
from our
girlfriend and I started a company.
vantage point.
We do AI consulting. We teach companies how to properly implement and use AI. So we'll do a readiness assessment for the company where we get access to their data. We figure out
Huge
how can
spot.
we
Nielsen
improve
risking
your
his tournament
ROI,
life.
How ready is your data?
And this is just a prime example of
what kind of
a
problems can
seasoned
AI
poker
solve for you?
professional
do the
pouncing
assessment
and taking
then
like,
if
oh,
we
my
Oh,
God, and
baby.
it hits the
help them, then
mug.
we'll
He
do
gets
an
the
AI
laydown,
roadmap.
and Nielsen,
Totally separate.
all in for his tournament life on a bluff, gets it through, and that's also the main event.
Seriously.
Absolutely.
Pulling a trigger.
Good luck with all that.
Thank you very much.
I mean,
It's,
Nielsen never would have
new
expected his
frontier,
opponent to have a
right?
9 there
So
in
you
a
stole
million
from me right
years. I'm
there?
going to tell you that.
Minute
now.
one
Say
shirt.
Well, put yourself in Firestone's shoes. Would you pull the trigger there with a 9 when the clubs comes in? Well, anyway, if you want to practice spots like that and you want to beat the best and crush the rest, head on over to gtowizard.com/PokerGo. Try it out for free and save 10% on your first purchase. The best way to evolve your game. gtowizard.com/PokerGo. Again, a shout out to the chat who is absolutely baffled by the fold of the trip 9s. Definitely a bit of a tight fold, but just imagine being in the spot there. It is just pretty sickening.
Neilson did just admit that he bluffed there in Firestone.
Financial
Said,
stability.
really? Wow. Great bluff.
It's the best.
It's the best.
Yep.
If you're loving it on YouTube here, please don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. In 5 minutes, our first free roll will start. It is the 1 million gold free roll on PlayPokerGo.com, just for a bit of fun.
Got a good life.
Do I want to get COVID?
Exactly.
Happy and healthy. Trying to get wealthy.
hair?
So PlayPokerGo.com, go sign up right now. Free roll starting in 4 minutes. Just for a bit of fun. Donnie, can we do the last longer again? You already owe me 20 bucks.
Yeah, just tell me. And tell me what I owe.
Well,
Actually,
we did 20, so we'll do double or nothing.
I'm gonna be Sub-Zero.
Okay, I'm in.
All right.
Is it? It's like the best finish all
Best
day.
finish. Best finish all day.
Okay, I'm in.
Better?
Show us those baby blues.
By the way, I finished 38th yesterday when I was in the booth with
Hazel,
Chuck.
all right.
I almost got there.
Good for you.
All right, we got some pairs here, 9s, 4s, and 7s. Graham comes along with Queen 10 from the big blinds.
No.
Here comes Jack, Jack 6. Nothing for no one. Let's see who wants to get aggressive here.
Check. Check. Check.
2 9s ahead when it checks you here. Do like to see a small bet.
4,000.
That is 4,000.
So Firestone is going to try and pick this one up right here. Should get through, most likely.
I mean, I think you're getting called. Yeah, I think you're going to get called by one of these pairs at least. And kind of natural, I guess, for 7s. 7s can beat value, let's say.
I like working with your girlfriend.
If Firestone's betting a hand like
She's
5-6
really-
suited or
You
something,
would think
or
it would
just
be
an
like a
ace
pain in
high.
the ass. It's not.
My wife and I, for a while, worked kind of in
Did it cause problems in the relationship?
we just decided not to do it anymore, but
Got
it's
it.
not
Check,
really.
check.
We didn't
And
let
if
it get there,
9s
but-
gets checked
Yeah,
to
we
on
don't-
the
it's
river
fine.
here, nope,
And
we're
I-
going
I
to see
have to learn
7s go
so
for a
much from her
value
right
bet.
now, 'cause I'm
It's
still,
going to
like,
be an
I'm
easy
early in
call
it.
when you have 2
She's
9s.
been
You just got bluffed.
in
You're
tech
definitely not
for-
folding now.
She's been in tech for a decade. She's a lawyer.
Yeah, he is going to make the call. And Firestone
She's been on the board
wins
for
a
tech
nice little
companies.
pot here off Ison.
So
Ison, by
for
the
me,
way,
it's like every day I'm working.
over
I'm also
200K,
learning.
so he definitely
So I need it. I need her there.
in a
I'm
good
not
spot
ready.
right here.
In about a year, I think I'll be able to do everything on my own. But for now, like, it's good to have her there.
Hardcore Slayer says, scared money don't
You
make
handle
money.
your
It's
division,
definitely
let her
true.
handle hers and break it up. Sales.
See, I have no
I'm-
reason to not tell
I'm
you
not
that
the
now,
tech guy.
right?
I'll
You're
do
gonna see it
that.
afterwards.
I'm biz dev,
I'll leave that in
sales,
mind.
running point, dealing with personalities.
Did you really?
She's compliance, and then we have
Pivoting over to our secondary table. Keeping track of both these tables here, and like I said, switching them out every 2 hours until we hit the jackpot.
3.
Both Negreanu and Helmuth bagged up chips yesterday. For those wondering where they are, someone else who bagged chips, Mr. Donnie Peters.
I did. Shortish.
Give us the rundown of your day 2.
Came in with 35.8. Ran it up to 167. Ran it back down to 47.5. So 19 bigs coming in, but I very much believe in a lot of the stuff Patrick Leonard says all the time, and it's just really about how many big blinds you have and focus on the next hand. So I have 19 bigs, which is plenty to work with in the large majority of tournaments, including this one, and especially in this one with how good the structure is. So 19 bigs, I'll just try and make it happen on the next card dealt, and then the next hand after that, and hopefully it just compounds to me winning $10 million.
Yeah, just bag 19 bigs every day.
That's the plan. If I bag 19 bigs every day, I'm going to be at the final table.
Exactly. So how many times have you been all in for your tournament life so far?
Like all in and call?
Yeah.
Never.
Wow, look at that.
I jammed with somebody else in the hand, 2 other people actually, that covered me once. And other than that, I jammed once, but I had the guy covered. He didn't call, but yeah. So that was the only time.
All right, so Donnie's still in the main. Tristan, I hate that you're here because it means that you have nothing left to focus on?
Well, I was going to be here either way.
Okay. I wasn't sure.
I did play day 2 yesterday, and yes, unfortunately, it was a disaster. But it wasn't my wrongdoing.
Right.
I played great in my mind, and my last hand was a brutal, unfortunate 2-outer to triple up. But, you know, that's how it goes. I'm so blessed to be able to play this tournament. And, you know, Donnie's complaining about bagging 20 big blinds. I'm about to elbow him in the face.
I'm not complaining.
I know, I'm just kidding. But
I'm not complaining. It's funny how you see, like, after I got up and then got back down, I pretty much nursed, like, around 20 big blinds for, like, a level and a half. But it's just funny how, for whatever reason, I wasn't in a position to, like, get my chips in. But, like, around me, there's people with, like, 40, 50, 60 big blinds, like, going bust all the time. And I'm like, in my head, I'm just like, man, I'm just kind of grateful just to be here. Because, like, I could be bust too. Like, you're seeing these big stacks just, like, you know, for coolers and whatever. It happens. I get it. But it's like, well, at least I'm not in that position.
yeah, look, as long as you're in the tournament, that's all that matters. That's what I was telling you, Donnie. As long as you're in the tournament, nothing else matters. Nothing. Doesn't matter your stack. It doesn't matter you seen everyone play 200 big blind pots. As long as you're in the tournament, you have a chance.
We got 3 action here. Lunkin making the call from the big blind after Cabrini made it 2K and Haddad called. We got 9-8, King Queen 7-6. Haddad pairing his 8 out in front. Question coming into the chat from Hamad asking about how does the computer know the cards before the players even check them? There are RFID readers in the table. There's little microchips in the cards. The system reads it and sends it over to the computer, and we are doing commentary on a delay. This happened, I think this happened 2 hours ago because we're starting with a longer delay, which allows us to cut out the dinner break, which is why we can offer you 8 straight hours of main event coverage without interruptions.
So we got 8-9 bet in the flop. Getting floated by King Queen, which it was a small C bet. But King Queen of diamonds, no backdoor equity, so you're really trying to turn a jack or an ace to pick up some draw, but good to see that hand kind of get out the way now. Unimproved, of course.
Mintz for the fans is on the secondary, on the main feature table. We are bouncing back and forth, so if you don't see him, that means he's not in a hand, but we will pivot back and forth to cover the action. Mintz currently sitting on 96,000 chips. That is 96 big blinds. That is a very, very good stack at this point in time. Once again, please like the video. If you're seeing us on YouTube, let's get up to 1,000 likes. Record-breaking numbers yesterday when we had both Helmut and Negreanu on the feed. Shout out to all those that were in there yesterday and are back for more today. Tomorrow, by the way, Jeff Platt and Brent Hanks on the call on both PokerGO and YouTube for day 3 coverage. Day 3 also, full day of streaming, no interruptions, and that's also going to be free on both PokerGO and YouTube.
Caprini raises under the gun. Zhang calls under the gun 1. Queen 8 suited. That's a little bit of a loose call in early position because you have so many people that could squeeze behind you and kind of force you out. But she is playing with 250 big blinds, so flex. It did get Martins to just fold ace-jack Adeniya, which is fine. You know, no big deal when under the gun and under the gun 1 tango, they should have tight ranges, but we see kind of everyone at the bottom of their ranges.
A6-10 flop here. Zhang with some backdoor options. 2 small pairs to go around. Whoever stabs first might take this down. And it's Cabrini who will rake this one in. Some questions. Why would you fold ace-jack there? The chat's already wondering what's happening here.
Look, when under the gun opens, under the gun 1 calls, those are very tight ranges. The idea for ace-jack offsuit there is to play it as a 3-bet bluff, more or less, quote unquote. It's one of the weaker hands you could raise.
All right, quick reminder here, the PokerStars NAPT is coming back. It's going to be happening in November. It's going to be a packed house again at Resorts World. Donnie, this is one of those marquee ones in Vegas that you just simply cannot miss out on.
Yeah, November 3rd through 12th, like you said, just down the road at Resorts World. They got a 50K super high roller on the schedule, so if you got enough change, hop on in that. But the biggest one, of course, is the 5K main event. That'll take place the last 6 days of that series. They have something for everyone at NAPT Las Vegas. They have, as I mentioned, that 50K high roller. They also have stuff, I believe, as low as like $300. They got mixed games. They got no limit. They got PLO.
Yeah, it doesn't get
Let's go. I love how you started with the 50K while I'm in a free roll. It really makes it very painfully obvious where I'm not ready for.
Yeah. I love it over there.
All right, back to the Mincy table.
There's a cool punk.
If you're here for Mincy,
but it's like higher end.
let us know in the chat.
Cornish
We want to know if Mincy actually drives the people here.
Yeah, there are a lot of Mincy fans in there. And this is just going to be a walk.
I like rebar. They got a nice courtyard in the back.
As Mr. Massey starts to talk about the local bars here we have in Vegas.
Berlin bar.
Well, if anyone knows about the local bars here, it's the Massey brothers.
I think I go maybe once every 2 years.
Rebar, great spot.
Maybe go to like Encore Beach Club like once in a while.
Dude, I went to the Encore Beach Club 4th of July day party.
That's a fucking party.
It was a scene.
I bet.
A lot of beautiful women showing a lot of skin in one place. I can tell you that.
They show just as much skin as Ralph Massey's showing here too, with his shirt unbuttoned.
Yeah.
I bought a table for my kids at one of those for the 4th of July.
No, my wealthy buddy bought a table, and I just chilled.
Yeah, I'm definitely I've aged out of that.
There's a lot of 40, 50-year-olds at them still. But.
Yeah.
Look, it's all ages in Vegas, guys. If you want to go party with some 20-somethings,
So funny when you're
okay.
playing at Wynn, and you see everybody stumbling out of there at like 4 p.m. So many people are just hammered, dehydrated, falling all over the fucking place.
Yeah, they're on like the lawn.
So new player here,
On the
Graham.
little grass.
Raises with Queen Jack suited, gets 3-bet by the King 9 suited.
Always.
This is some big
Like,
stack
without failure every
pressure
time.
here.
I guess I followed.
I just want a wealthy friend like Mincy has. Get those day club party invites. Who am I kidding? I'm a dad now. I don't go out anymore.
Yeah, you wouldn't even go there.
Yeah, you're
When
you're
everybody
toast,
goes
man.
in,
I'm
it's
sorry.
perfect, so well put together, all the girls look great, and then come 4 p.m.
It was pretty fun.
Chaos.
I think they had a good time.
I wouldn't be surprised.
And
if
Ison
somebody's
completely
doing
whiffs,
that.
but he does have the best hand here, and he has a range advantage, right? He's going to have all the big hands in his 3-betting range. And Graham, you know, with Queen Jack clubs, you have some backdoor equity. You could turn a 9, you could turn a king, you could turn a club, you could hit a queen or a jack, and it looks like he is going to peel one off here, rightfully so. Again, this is pot odds, 7K to win 30K, and you see his equity was 30%. And when the 5 comes, that's a really good card for the in-position player. They have all the pocket jacks and queens
Am I
and
allowed to
kings
sell
and
you
aces
out
in their
about
range.
your
But
story
Graham's going to
from
get a little
yesterday?
gangster here.
About the plans?
And
Oh,
the
yeah.
lead into his opponent with queen high.
I don't care. It's funny
And this
content.
could work, guys, because Ison's
I
at the
guess she
bottom
wouldn't
of
really
his
care,
range.
She'd think it was funny.
I obviously wouldn't, but
She'd think it's funny.
Now, Ison also might say, hey, look, I just know this card's not supposed to favor you. How do you have a 5 here? So Ison could pounce on this by either raising small, making it like 20K, 22K, and it looks like he might just say, I don't really know what to do here. I was kind of handing the cookie jar, and that's a great pickup by Graham.
For the questions in the chat about the free roll, every hour on the half hour, play PokerGo.com.
Yes.
Come join us. You can play from anywhere, play for free. It's just to have a bit of fun, guys. We're just trying to make this long day, this long round of the main event as casual and entertaining as possible.
We're such children.
Oh, what a life. Come a long way.
Good for you, buddy.
We got Chill Pollins says, come to Hard Hat Lounge for Karaoke Wednesday. I'll be bartending. So anyone in the chat,
Wow.
we got a bartender hookup. Let's go. You guys want to start doing some karaoke in the booth? I mean, we're in the soundproof booth.
No.
Well, I've brought the karaoke up before, but you weren't there, Tristan. What's your go-to karaoke song?
So she's probably gonna be bullshit with y'all.
You know me, I'm a rap guy. So, Run This Town
Oh, that's
Jay-Z, Rihanna,
Who's
Kanye.
who's Rihanna? Who's getting the invite?
Donnie, I'll let Donnie do it.
All right, chat. This gets brought up from time to time, but I do want to know what your go-to karaoke song is. I feel like Ralph Massey would be good for karaoke, as would Mintzy. Mintzy and Massey could be actually a show.
That could
like
be a duo, yeah.
On the town.
It's a good idea. Hey, don't give these guys any ideas.
Here, Massey 2K, Dries with the call, and Massey continues for 1,500. Dries again with the call. Let's focus on the action, guys. The chat will hate us for missing out on any hands. Massey here, pairing his king.
Yeah, look, he was semi-bluffing the flop bait, more or less. He could have had the best hand, but now he makes the best hand, and we see a value bet incoming.
Oh,
Massey is dealing with a short stack here. And Dreesy was just kind of floating the flop. Ace high maybe best, which it was.
She said she's going to wear like tits out shirt on the rail.
Did Mintz just say tits out shirt?
I heard something like that. I was going to ignore it, but.
No, I won't ignore anything he says.
No, I just said no good. No, I just said no good. I said no good when you were talking about it.
Mintzy's the type of guy
any spot or
who thinks just because we can't see him,
like
that we can't hear him.
Mintzy is the definition of bull in a china shop. Like, that is how he lives his life.
He talks like it. You know, I like it. I like his voice. He's got a very unique, kind of raspy voice.
Thank you very much.
How did he come to his fame? I know he's with Barstool, but someone give me a little more details.
Well,
how did he become so beloved by everybody?
He was doing sports radio in the South, I believe, college sports.
Well, he was doing poker before that.
Well, it was yes.
And then poker went south,
right,
for lack of a better term.
And then he went south.
And then he joined sports radio in, I believe, NOLA, New Orleans. He was doing sports radio, got some fame in that regard.
Got noticed.
Shouldn't have told you I bluffed.
Yeah, I don't really know how it came together, but next thing you know, he's like going up to New York City for like a Barstool debut. They fall in love with him. Boom, there you go.
And then he gets fired, and then he gets rehired. And
drama over there.
Yeah,
huh?
lots of drama. Kelly with the $5 donation says, "Shout out Mintzy, we love you, we miss you."
Goat wants me to do a freestyle rap. Later, maybe later. I'll have to get approval from PokerGo if I can.
I mean, speaking of karaoke and freestyle raps, I mean, Mintzy's not invited. He's just not allowed to be. That's what got him fired in the first place.
That's true, actually.
Really?
He used some verbiage that was not allowed, not approved.
Okay.
Right there.
Tristan, you better watch out because you get canceled in like 5 seconds.
Yeah, those words don't come out of my mouth.
Yeah. Those.
Okay, Ralph Massey with another nice hand here, ace-jack offsuit. Now he does have Neilson in position, who wakes up with 2 jacks, and this is an incoming 3-bet here. And Massey's in a tough spot because he has a hand that's good enough to call, even though maybe he's just outside the zone of comfortably wanting to continue. So that's a really disciplined fold there. When you expect this guy who's really good on your left to maybe play back at you, it's a really good fold.
Is that mine?
I think so.
I'm guessing.
Yeah, he just threw it to you, right? Yeah.
Janky says 3 bracelets no good for POI. We will see. Currently, it's no good for POI. That's kind of insane, right, Janky?
Yeah, Sean Deep get the runner-up finish in the 1K, adding to his total, now extending his lead with. There's still some events to go, some post limbs.
She loves Barstool.
Okay. I had 300K yesterday.
Really?
But when I was out here,
Barstool and loves Trump.
Oh, not yet.
Yeah, I was out here in Vegas 2 summers ago, and I was at a Golden Knights playoff game. She was at. She was like,
Kelly the Dono says Mintzy kissed my dad at a Fish concert in 2013. Maybe legitimate.
That's oddly specific.
Yeah.
It's so specific that it has to be true. You don't
course.
just make that up.
Everything written on YouTube chat has to be true if it's specific.
By the way, if you're in the YouTube chat, make sure to like the video, subscribe to our YouTube channel. We got lots more.
Yeah, when I tweeted that
coverage
pitch yesterday, Joey Ingram responds. That's one way to spend your off day.
Russell, I am in the PokerGo chat and the YouTube chat. I'm multitasking while talking poker, while talking with Remco and Donnie. I'm living the dream. And this is a pretty good flop here for Graham, but with all these overcards, O'Brien
long you
turns,
been in
the
Vegas?
best equity.
11 years, yeah.
Graham starts with a bet with his pair of fours and open-ended straight draw.
During okay, not, so just got to walk over here. Okay, yeah, no, I was
O'Brien in the big blind.
And then when everything shut down, it just made sense. Regulated online
Makes
poker.
a call.
And
We got Lance Bradley in the chat on PokerGo
really
saying,
weird living
can we
here
please
during
get Tristan
COVID."
to remix the Perlot Friedman rap?
and it was so eerie.
Lance,
seeing
can
the
I do
strip
my own
mall
original stuff?
outlet on it.
I love Prahlad, but I'd rather make an original. So if you guys have any requests, I could do an original. I've made songs in the past, so I got you guys.
But would it be on that kind of level, though?
I think I could take it to another level.
No, we don't want
It was all
that.
crack
We want it to be right on par with Perlot Friedman.
You know, I have some
WSOP,
music talent
ACR,
nobody knows.
No, see,
about.
but that's the
ACR
thing.
every day.
Having no talent and then
Yeah,
doing
Brandon
it,
Oldham.
I know.
actually be
It's better for the lulz, but
Lionel
you know, do you
Itchy,
want
what
good
a name.
music or do you want the
Lionel Itchy on
lulz?
WSOP.com.
I could do both. I'm
every
playful
day.
enough. I think I could pull it off.
Wait, was that before there was a name change? I'm trying to remember what.
Coach Adam is asking, does
Probably.
anyone
This
know
is
where the final
2020,
nine will be
21,
hosted? It'll be at the
22.
Horseshoe. It'll be in this very room that you're watching right now. We're using these two tables that you're watching
We had to have played
because the main set is
Frank
getting an
Dukes.
overhaul, which
Frank
will
Dukes.
be back in play
DUX.
starting on day 4, I believe. So everything getting set up for the big day, the big 2 days, I should say, because it's going to be 2 days of main event coverage.
And great call here by O'Brien on the river with a pair of nines, faced with
Okay.
a 6K bet.
I haven't played. Yeah.
He's gonna best the 2 4s, and that's
I
a
haven't
good
played
pickup.
online in probably 3 years.
When you're
I
pretty
think
short on chips.
2022 is probably the last time I played.
Yeah, right before the series last year, they merged.
Peter says, can we drug test Mintz? Look, there's no drug testing in poker, okay? So
There would be no tournament
I mean, I think
if there was drug
No,
testing.
no, no. I thought you were saying it was.
Yeah.
I was like,
I think you grind mostly club. Yeah.
Well, I just like the structure of the games. So there's like a straddle and ante. They don't have those games on.
So it pushes the action.
Yeah, it's just like 3 blinds with ante.
Mincy sold my grandma a sub pride and load. That's a good one.
Yeah, let's get some let's get some fake Mincy facts going in the chat.
Mincy loves cottage cheese, says Isaiah. That's a good one.
Who doesn't?
Yeah, who doesn't? My sister loves to eat cottage cheese with Doritos.
What?
It's a pretty good mix, actually.
I have one for you.
Okay.
A little
I heard the club
piece of
WPT
thick piece of sourdough toast.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, with some jam of your choosing, strawberry, peach, whatever you want.
Go on.
Some cottage cheese on top, a little salt and pepper.
Ooh, a little sweet and
There you go.
protein-heavy
Exactly.
delight.
Okay,
Okay.
okay, fine. I thought maybe you were calling.
Oh, touche.
Different
I
rating.
should be careful. Yeah.
That's the only one that.
Okay, we're not going to read the ones that insinuate that Mincy committed any crimes because I don't want to do that to the poor guy. But I do think it's really funny what you guys are doing.
Real JP B says, Tristan, it's pretty hard to top, except my opponents. They should have practiced avoidance.
Avoidance, yes.
Famous Prahlad bars right there.
But I was like, just come hang out for a little bit. And then I told her, Drake 440. I can kind of BS with her for.
Sorry, it's the dinner break.
Dinner break is 2 hours
So
after
Mincy roaming around
dinner break's
Vegas
gonna
with
be like 7
fans.
o'clock.
I love
It's
it.
like, I think it's 75
Come watch me on the
minutes.
rail, baby, and then we can get dinner on my break.
Mincy's like going up to girls saying, "Do you know how many followers I have?"
How many?
He's got a lot.
How big is your following list?
Once again, much love, by the way, to everyone who is watching. We'll run through some big names that are still out there in the field. As I mentioned before, we're playing in 2 rooms. And if you've been to the WSOP, you know that the distance between these rooms is enormous. It's kind of a maze.
Put his
and
out.
until we
Let's
get to day 4,
flash the camera.
almost unmanageable. But some of the
I mean,
other
they know how
bracelet
many chips
winners
he has anyway,
still in the
so-
field today include Cliff Josephy,
Wow,
Josh
actually,
Aryeh,
maybe
the
not.
world-famous Pat Lyons, Bryce Yockey, Brian Yoon, Greg Mueller, Lataro Guerra, the PLO specialist, Barry Hutter. We have Dylan Lindy, Shannon Shore, Joseph Chong, Sergio Ido, Chance Corneth, all in the mix. I believe those are all
If you have aces
playing
versus
in
my
Paris.
kings, I'm
Is it really?
complaining. but-
So many Mincy facts are running through chat. W chat. You guys are killing it.
25?
What is the rule? Yes.
Sprint's back.
It's for the last card.
100.
Oh, okay.
So he made it, but
It's not his second
I
card.
don't want to
it's
say
the
it,
last
but
card.
it's
it's
usually
the
bad.
bottom's last card.
And he's
Pusheen,
raising.
if you do ask poker questions, we'll try to get to them. The chat does scroll kind of fast, but yeah, any kind of valuable stuff, we can try to help. When there's a lull in action, we're happy to do so. Firestone here going to raise with ace-king. Massey's going to defend the big blind with jack-10 offsuit.
Maybe I should.
Mintz has 5 nipples. That's a lot.
Firestone here flopping trips, getting back to the table just in time before his hand got killed, and now Massey pairing his 10.
This is a little treacherous for Massey.
Yeah, we got to go.
Your opponent checked back, trip kings on the flop, who now improves with 100% check mark. Also has an ace of clubs, and Massey with a bluff catcher but no club in his hand. So he's going to call one street and then be in a world of hurt when faced with a bet on the river, as we see Firestone make the second nuts. Kings full of aces. And this will be an easy fold for Massey when he faces
Yeah,
a
he's got a podcast called
It's a big bet, too, over the pot, just slightly. Kelvin, this is live. We are watching on a delay as we see Massey make a quick fold.
Yeah. At Vegas, when I heard it was like 500 nosebleeds. They just had
We're watching the delay live with you guys.
June 30th one here.
Is it the Boeree one? Boeree versus Oliveira?
Yeah, I know it was the one where the...
All right, let's go to Jeff Platt for the first time.
Live with Jason Somerville, looking for what has to be a world record-setting 3 straight main event cashes. There's no chance anybody has done that before.
No chance, Mr. Platt. This is amazing to see you. I come here just to see you.
Really?
And you come to find me.
You found me this time.
I did. You were right over there.
You snuck in there on day 2. And
Yeah,
it's like, oh,
yeah,
hello,
yeah.
you must be Jason Somerville.
I registered before the end. I actually got here like an hour ago.
Do you get at the tables when you sit down, do you get the guy who looks at you and they're like, no, that couldn't be him?
No, it can't be. Well, I kind of look like I always looked, right?
That's true.
I have a hat, I'm just a dude. Yeah. So people are like, is that you, Jake Carver? And they're like, oh, sick, you must be playing poker, you must be really good. I'm like, no, buddy,
No.
I moved to Milwaukee, okay?
Did you move to Milwaukee?
No, I didn't. You just called my bluff, Jeff.
Okay.
What's happening here?
Didn't move
But you
to
believe me for a second, right?
I did, yeah.
Because no one is from Milwaukee. So when you wear a Brewers shirt, this is how you know you're like into baseball. That's really what it means.
Got it. But yeah, I see your poker game's pretty sharp. A lot of limping.
Yes.
And 3-bet folding.
You know what? I arrived here today, and for some reason, I felt the spirit of Gavin Smith, who told me once upon a time, he was like, you know what? Just limp. It's fine. It's the main event. You just limp. And all these geniuses that are doing overbets and these things, they don't know what to do against the limp. Their brain just explodes. You can see the sparks coming out of the Europeans' ears.
But you 3-bet and had to fold.
I did just 3-bet, and then I fold because they know what to do against the limp. But against the limp, they have no clue, Jeff.
Okay,
We're going back.
I'll send you back to the
Min bet,
action. Hopefully
limp.
you go back to back to back. It'll be because of the limps.
Main event specialist.
That's you.
I want to see you on day 5.
Okay, we can make that happen.
Can I just
Okay,
say, Jeff's
day
doing
5.
an amazing job,
Thank
guys.
you.
Every year he elevates.
You can cut out of this at any
The
moment.
late night talk show is coming.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Poker related, though. You'll be my first guest.
Okay.
Okay, back to the action you go. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Jeff, so much. Sorry for stepping on you there at the front end, but man, it's good to have Jay Carver back in the mix. Jason
There wasn't
Somerville.
really room for
Little
me,
pork
though,
chop
that he
for the
pushed his way
fans,
in.
being out here during the main.
At least he's a
Cashed the
slender
last
guy.
2 years,
Yeah.
going for 3 in a row.
Who was that, Mark Zuckerberg?
This elevator situation is just
It's a joke, but...
See someone in the chat. Good comment.
It took me over 15 minutes just to get down here for this.
We got Bluff McGee says, what's the most common mistake you see happen at the main event every year?
See you in your splendor.
That's tough, but I would say some people
miss
play
the
too
Rio.
tight and some people play too loose.
What do you miss about it?
It's kind of
I
hard
don't know
to
if I've ever
gauge
heard
it.
anyone say
But it
that
was
before.
our dump. You know what I mean? Like, you didn't have to walk through all that fucking smoke. It was really easy
The
to
smoke
get
thing in the Horseshoe lobby.
The
Horseshoe Casino floor smoke.
Conditions there were at least
walking in from the parking
Right.
lot.
environment. I don't know about the hotel.
Jason Somerville is the GOAT.
But at least you had two
Osmosis.
exits,
That
right? You
guy
could get out
is a
on Flamingo,
legend.
or you could go out the
And
back
shout out
on-
to him. I've known him a long time. He really elevated
Food trucks.
content
You had
production
food
in
delivery to
poker
the table,
and
which was
creating a
awesome.
community.
I felt like the
in
Amazon of
poker.
Brasilia, the lighting, it felt more prestigious.
Unbelievable.
All right, a little reminder here that Play PokerGo is a fun and free online poker game you can deal yourself in right now over at playpokergo.com, available on web, iOS, and Android. Every hour on the half hour, a new free roll starts. And guess what? I'm still in. I'm still in the most recent free roll. Come join us. Playpokergo.com every hour on the half hour for a bit of poker action. But yeah, it's funny seeing people in the chat asking who that guy was, which is just crazy because Jason Somerville has meant so much for the game of poker. The OG poker streamer, of course, capturing a massive audience with his Twitch streams. And he's now been out of the game for so long that there's people that got into poker since that don't even know who he is anymore.
Yeah. 10 years ago, he was the only one doing it. He came to me a long time ago. He said, Tristan, this Twitch thing is going to be a big deal.
Yep.
And he was the one to first commit. He built his own community, started running his own poker tours. And yeah, I mean, he really was doing a phenomenal job. And then he kind of stepped away to do some other things. But yeah, exactly. It's funny how time passes us by, and now we have new people shepherding the way, like the Rampages, the Wolfgangs. I'm sure there's a million other great content creators that I can't name.
Debbie Davis says, I'm still in the free roll. Let's go, Debbie.
3 players.
You and me both. We got a set here for Zhang as we go back to our secondary table. Oku, the shortest stack in this hand, flopping top pair.
Ooh, and Oku might be able to get, I don't want to say away, but might maybe not go broke here, because we see a bet, a call, and now there's nothing else for King Nine to do but call.
Ace comes on the turn. That card could always be a saving grace if you have an a pair lower than the ace. I feel like a lot of people can talk themselves into believing that their opponent has one of those.
Yeah, and Cabrini, like, you know, bottom of range here. So he's just going to bet picking up equity here with a straight draw. He blocks ace-queen, he blocks ace-jack. And Zhang has, you know, Zhang can do anything here. Zhang's very under-rep with bottom set. If Zhang wanted to raise here, you could stack some hands, like maybe ace-king, ace-7. But, you know, it's kind of natural to call here, too, if you just want to let someone keep bluffing away. But we do see Zhang just put both players all in. This is going to be an easy spot for King 9 suited to fold now. And Cabrini's not going to be able to do anything but muck as well. We got another dono here from Justa. Ben Mintz died in 2018 and was replaced by an MK Ultra body double for $5.
Oh my God. Brian Springman, $10 donation, saying more coffee for you guys. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate your help as a moderator as well.
Yeah, let's talk about the other streamers real quick. Give a little love because this hand's over. We got Kevin Martin. Who else do we got? Name your favorite streamers in the chat. Who do you like the most on YouTube? Who do you like the most on Twitch?
Twitch has been fading a little bit, I feel like. That used to be the spot. I mean, Lex Feldhaus, of course, on both Twitch and YouTube.
Spraggy.
Spraggy, yes. Easy with aces. I'm not sure if Finton is still out there.
No, have good hands. Very
Doug
easy to
Polk,
play.
we see. Okay. I mean, he's not a streamer, but he creates a hell of a lot of content. Shout out to him too.
Doug Polk is just a rich recreational poker
player.
player.
He's just a rich casino owner.
Like
Spraggy, Tonka, Brad Owen, Kmart, Amaranth. Okay, Rainstorm, relax. I haven't seen her play any poker ever since she didn't get paid from ACR. Andrew Nemi, of course. Sulfur Y. Jaman Burton, Crazy Eights, Kai Cement, okay. Giraffe Ganger, yeah, Giraffe Ganger's great. Egyptian, Corey and Abby. Turtle Destroyer on VR
with
Poker.
These kind of cards is good.
Ryan DiPaolo getting a little love there. Boski.
Martins Adeniya here opening it up to 2200 with fives and Lunkin, King Jack of Spades. Vitaly Lunkin, winner of one of the first ever high rollers, even though it wasn't classified as such. The 40K at the 2009 WSOP. Lunkin beat a field that was absolutely ridiculously stacked, and he was the big unknown who took it down as we see Ace-Jack 4 roll off the deck.
Did he win something else that year too?
He won, well, a couple years later, he won the 50K super high roller at EPT Barcelona. He's got $6.5 million in earnings.
Yeah, he had. I just remember he had one insane WSOP where he just went bananas.
4,500.
So we see Adeniya go ahead and just continue with the betting here, bottom of range type of holding.
You played really great, really great.
And I don't know if Lunkin's going for reads here, but you don't really fold a jack here, especially with a king in your hand.
Big respect.
But like he says, big respect here.
Look at Lunkin chatty. I've not seen Lunkin chatty.
I've never seen him chatty. Maybe this is a growing kind of personality here from someone who used to just kind of be very quiet at the tables.
for you also there.
Maybe some history there too.
Yeah, I was going to say they probably played before deep in
I'm
events.
3 to 4. I think.
I mean, Dave's hot chicken.
Back to the feature here. 2 flush draws. One of them, Graham, with an ace, and the diamond comes in on the river. We got flush over flush, 21K in the middle. Graham versus Eisen, and Graham first to act here. Comes to 10K.
Okay, now this is where Eisen could understand and maybe not lose more here. Like, my opponent is, let me double check the action. Graham bet the flop, bet the turn, and he bet the river. 2.5K, 5K, now 10K. Now, when you have a flush, queen high, we are seeing raising chips. But I would say this is fine, of course, if you think you get called by worse stuff, if you think your opponent's going to be kind of weak here. But Graham has the ace-high flush. You don't love getting raised in this spot because your opponent probably shouldn't raise you all that much with very weak flushes. Maybe only the king-high or queen-high is going to raise. But hey, when you have the ace-high flush, you're not folding here, you block, ace is full. So if your opponent just shows you like 9-7 suited or pocket nines, you still have chips behind.
All right, there it is. He makes the call. Eisen going to lose 36,000 because Graham's not flush is going to be best here.
That was queen 10.
2 very well disguised flushes, and Graham now up to 110K.
And I don't want to critique people too much because obviously I can see the cards, but I play this event, I play a lot of poker, I play against amateurs often, and I would say in a spot like that when someone who's maybe not going to be that aggressive bets into you, when the flush comes, they probably just have a flush themselves and not like a weak flush. They probably have like a stronger hand more than a weaker hand. So I don't really love seeing the raise with queen 8 of diamonds there. I'm going to be honest, especially when the ace of diamonds and king of diamonds exist out there. But all good. It's obviously a fine play. But you really got to ask yourself, will my opponent call me with worse? And that's a scenario where I don't think you're going to get called by worse. Why did he not go all in, Pilot says. I think he was just trying to make a raise size where someone could call with worse without risking their tournament, because this is the main event and people aren't going to call their tournament lightly, right? They need something close to the nuts to call all in and be eliminated. So maybe that was the idea there, raising for value with the queen 8 of diamonds.
All right, again, my name is Rem Karinka with Tristan Wade, bracelet winner. Alongside me in the booth for some analysis, Donnie Peters, also with us today. 8 straight hours of main event coverage, no breaks. So whatever you're doing, put it on hold. Just like this video on YouTube, subscribe to the channel. It helps us spread the good word. Also, welcome again to our viewers on PokerGO. Still people asking about like who the notables are. Obviously, we're in a bit of a pinch when it comes to some of these tables. But of course, Mintz, the big headliner here on table A. And on table B, we got Lunkin, Adeniya, Zhang. And I believe we're gearing up for a table change in less than an hour. So if you don't like it, just stick around. We'll keep switching those tables out. O'Brien here, getting rid of jacks. Neilson is just starting to heat up.
Man, like, look, if you're just going to slow play jacks, you can't fold on an ace 10-9 board. You got, you know, that's a board someone just going to see bet with their whole range.
Thank you.
Or whatever the flop was, ace 5-4, excuse me.
Thanks, Amanda.
The devil is back. This guy was once seated at table 66, seat 6.
Make your straight.
I'm not kidding. That actually happened.
Let's not label people the devil, Remco. That's
no,
kind
I
of
think he calls himself the devil.
Still have them
Tommy
PTSD over that
Wizzo.
hand.
No, I replay hands. I think about hands. You know, maybe we get
David Ritter is the player that we just saw on screen.
Yeah, I don't play Nolan or Holden very much. I really play mix.
Dudu says, isn't it against the WSOP rules to flat call a river bet with money behind when you're last to act with the nuts?
Years.
Yes, but that wasn't the nuts with that ace 4 of diamonds. It was a paired board, like a lot of people in the chat pointed out as well. But yeah, you can't be last to act and just call with the nuts. There's rules protecting kind of collusion in that aspect.
Sam asking, is Helmuth still in? Yes, he bagged chips last night. Helmuth, by the way, was blasting on the feature table yesterday. Completely out of line, out of character, zoom mode, whatever you want to call it.
Out of character.
I mean, he
that's his shtick. That's his whole shtick, Remco, is I'm going to just talk up amateurs to pressure them into being intimidated by me because I'm the greatest poker player of all time. 17 bracelet, WSOP champ Phil Hellmuth. What are you doing calling me with ace-king? What are you calling me with a flush? I have better.
He made some nonsensical bluffs that no one was able to wrap their head around.
I have no idea when it was.
Of course, only Hellmuth can wrap his head around that stuff. He's in another league of his own.
You would think it's for money making.
Questions about the money? End of day 3.
I mean, I didn't think so. I mean, yeah, you know what I mean.
I really wish that Mr. Dries in the 1 seed that his first name was Chip. That would have been quite a fun
film of the Kennedy assassin.
Look, everyone, you say star power and who are we watching? These are the new stars. We're making stars out of these people. You know, this is the main event. You got to see the whole spectrum of who comes to play, and let's give everyone their shine, I say.
I mean, I'm Australian. I barely know.
So bad.
He sounds familiar. Maybe he was a president or something.
I'm not getting to it alone.
I mean.
So Mintz says it's so bad there. Queen 3 offsuit is bad, but when you're up against a raising range on the button, that's going to be about 50% of hands. It all becomes a math equation on your pot odds and how likely is my hand going to realize its equity. So hands like Queen 3 offsuit could start to call because if you flop a queen, you flop a 3, you pick up enough of a good enough hand to continue against someone who's playing half the deck. But that's just a little inexperience, as some people have noted some of the tight folds from Mintzy thus far, like ace-9 suited, just hitting the muck.
Sweetheart, you have a black chip. That's under.
Sorry, what?
You have a black chip on the rail.
But you know, that's the beauty of this game. We're going to see how people play and what their strategies look like.
He's coming off this.
Yeah, like this chip's really hot. Maybe I should use this one. It's hot. That means lucky, right?
Ivy is playing the main event, but he busted. So he did play the main event.
We got O'Brien with Queen 10 making it 2,000. Ison with the call, and now Massey in the big blind with King 6 with a nice little price here. And Mintzy so far has just been folding a VPIP of 14%, so he's only played 14% of hands, which is among the lowest at the table. So trying to just wait for a good hand. And there is room for that in the main event.
If anyone wants to understand what VPIP means, it means voluntarily put chips in the pot. So we see O'Brien here continue with a bet with Queen 10, just a bluff with a gut shot. And Ison going to keep him honest, of course, with 2 9s that have kind of been slow played, quote unquote. It's fine to have 2 9s in your range here for 50 bigs plus effective. And this is where it gets a little tough to maneuver. You only have queen high. You don't have a spade in your hand, but you've now picked up a double gut shot. And I like the bet. Maybe I would have chose a more polarizing of a size, because even 9s can peel one more, even though they don't have spades. So this is tricky for 9s. I mean, if they just let go of their hand, it kind of makes sense. But the pot odds are too good. This is savvy here, very savvy. As we see Ison just shoot a look over. Neither player with a spade here.
You got it.
How's this going to go down now? Can O'Brien unload the clip?
Should I call the floor on him now?
You get to the river with queen high. You can never win here. Now you think your opponent probably has a spade to call the flop and the turn. So let's see, can we fire one more bullet at this?
It's not a big deal. They said don't use the phones here, go just there. Yeah. I don't think it really matters.
When he came over here, he just
O'Brien
said,
decides to check in. Ison must also think that checking for him is also a losing bet.
Yeah, and that's why we just see him instantly grab chips. I mean, he's basically turning his hand to a bluff, even though it's good, just in case your opponent has a hand like ace-king of hearts or something like that. You know, a value bet on the turn. Even a hand like ace-jack would feel really uncomfortable faced with a bet here. And I mean, If O'Brien does something here with Queen 10, no spade, this would just be kind of magical. But I doubt we're going to see any aggression.
And he's going to let it go, so Eisen will take this one. Justice in the chat asking where's Pads. If Pads makes a run, we'll feature him for sure later down
I'd
the line.
love to have him play some poker on stream.
This is the fun of this game. You don't actually have to have the thing.
Once again, please like the video. Helps us spread the good word on the action being live.
I love these hot
Hit over
lights.
7,000 likes on yesterday's video. Of course,
Pretty much
banger with both Helmuth and Negreanu on the feature tables. It's a long day for these players. They play 10 hours of poker every single day. And one of the big reasons why a lot of the notable pros played on prior days is because if you survive and make day 3, you still get a day off today before you resume play again tomorrow. So rest is definitely important, especially as you get deeper and deeper in this tournament. We got 3-way action here to the flop. Firestone coming in for the raise. O'Brien just flatting with jacks. Are you a fan of just flatting with jacks there?
It's okay sometimes. I think it starts to become kind of the best hand you want to start having to 3-bet with, because you want to play pots heads up with those kind of hands and deny other hands from coming in to the pot and realizing their equity, like Dries with King 9 here. And we see jacks is still good, so maybe we could see a small bet here from jacks. It's unlikely one of your opponents has an ace to check twice.
What's that?
But yeah, typically, you know, around 50 big blinds, you can have jacks in your calling range, but it basically starts being kind of one of the better hands you want to 3-bet typically. So we do see a good bet here from jacks, and it's going to get called by the 9s and 7s with an ace kicker currently being played by Dries in the big blind. And this is also why you like to 3-bet jacks, because look at the board here. There's a lot of overcards. You typically want to thin the field, but jacks is going to take it.
Button good.
What's that? Yeah.
Janky says, anyone know what ever happened to Olivier Bousquet? And actually, he made a final table of the 15 of the 3K no limit. I cashed in the 3K no limit. He made the final table of it
This year.
This year.
Yeah.
So he's been around still. I know he's married, so shout out to him. He's probably just not playing as much poker as he used to. Probably doing some other stuff. Really smart guy. But I don't know. I don't know if he's around playing the main or what, but he was here last week.
Hilarious.
No, he hates it.
Barstool Mincy bringing out the fans, but not bringing out the raises just yet. Very conservative approach from him, hoping he can maybe find one hand to play. Speaking of hands to play, I'm still on the free roll. 119 left. Let's go. For those watching and are chatting with us, how's your poker summer been? Have you been out here for the WSOP? Are you playing some local live events, perhaps grinding online? Love to hear from everyone how things are going.
You want me to put them in the box, or no, they're dead?
Do you guys want to see the hand itself? The dead hand?
It's right over there.
You're so close.
Not many hands being dealt.
No, it's funny. We did coverage on day 1, the table with Ben Lamb, Eric Afriat, Darren Elias, and Anton Wig. And every hand, someone got ace-king, seemingly. And we saw so many massive pots. And sometimes you go through a bit of a dry spell and things get really quiet and slow. And it feels as though we're in a bit of a run like that.
Yeah, Neilson, ace-3 suited against a button open. Second best hand. Opponent has ace-king, but Ace-3 of diamonds going to peel one off just in case the ace-high is good. Which typically it could be good against a button opening range, right? I talked about how button opens are 40 to 50% of hands. So we're going to see both players check down ace-high, and the nut ace-high is going to win with ace-king. And now notice how Neilson doesn't bluff there. He has enough showdown value with an ace-high. If he had a hand like Jack-10 or something, we'd see a bluff. But when he has ace-high, if you start turning those hands into bluffs, you're just bluffing with too much of your holdings, basically.
Cody in the chat saying, playing my first live game tomorrow after playing online for a bit. So nervous. Cody, it's just poker. You'll be fine. Best of luck. The Bass Assassin asked, what happened to Marcel Lusk? I mean, I don't know what happened to him. I do know that he cashed the seniors event this year. I haven't seen him in the main. He may or may not have played, but Marcel definitely in Vegas this year again. Not playing the stakes he once played, but I think he finished like 11th or 12th in the Super Seniors, so fell short of the final table. That would have been funny if he was able to do it.
He was one of my favorite players when I first got with poker.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
his energy, his excitement, his personality. He seemed like such a nice guy. Backwards hat and all, or upside down hat.
Upside down hat
and
the
all,
glasses.
yeah.
Yeah, and also him, he would always bring, 6 different suits for every single day of the main.
That's just like a fun-loving character in the poker world. Okay, so we got 2 strong hands. Ace-10 suited versus 2 9s. Going to the flop.
Ace Jack 6, 2 diamonds. Graham out in front. R Stacks asking what Fedor holds. Did not see him. Flamingo asking about Blez. Blez busted the main, of course, in dramatic fashion, running his aces into quads. I believe Blez might be joining Jeff and Brent on the commentary tomorrow. That is not confirmed. Kaylin asked, how does this work? Is this the finals? Well, the WSOP main event, for all you guys that are new to this event, is roughly 10,000 players putting up $10,000 each to play for a first prize. That is roughly $10 million. Today is the second day 2. I'll get to more of that in just a second after this one. If you want a chance to play in our PokerGo studio on the Las Vegas Strip, head on over to trueclassictees.com/TCPokerGo and put your name in the hat for our Rags to Riches promo, as you could win a $5,000 poker package to play in that event at the end of this year. So True Classic Tees and PokerGo trying to send you to Las Vegas. So again, to finish that up, this is the second day 2 flight. Every single day, 10 hours of play, but because there's so many players, we have multiple starting days, 4 to be exact. This is the second day 2. And then starting tomorrow on day 3, every single player that still has chips will be playing at the same time.
It's like a different.
And if you make day 4, you'll be guaranteed at least
I don't know.
a $20,000 payout, doubling your money.
No idea, never heard of it.
And from
They
there
must
on
have a
out,
couple bucks if they're
the
sponsoring.
payouts will continue to increase.
Overnight oats is completely random.
You got the True Classic shirts. Are good. I like those shirts.
True Classics?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Gotta talk
They're
about
good fit.
Dan
They're very
Coleman's
flexible.
insane
They make you look
as
good
Doans
fit.
with a
It
$2 dono. Yeah, Dan Coleman did have an insane run.
Yeah, winning the 1-drop, obviously. Great guy. I was able to interview him quite a few times. Not your standard poker pro. Back when he was playing a lot. Dries here, raising the 2,300. Blinds increase every 2 hours.
Really haven't had much, it hasn't been much good TV. Hands here. We haven't had much good TV as far as like big hands.
Big pots, yeah.
You were the second. At least we're the secondary.
The one where he just bluffed me off is the only hand that will.
Yeah.
Who's on the main?
Eric Firestone living.
I'm not sure.
Looks like we're going to go to
All right, Alan,
Wolfgang.
I feel a good time for us to say hello to this superstar vlogger. That would be Wolfgang Poker. If you could stand up for me, please, we'll get out of the way. Don't want to distract the
You're
hand.
making me do my my exercise for the day here. I haven't gotten up in 3 hours, bro.
Well, it's good to stretch. You got to get loose.
It's nice to see you, Jeff.
Nice to see
You're
you
looking
also.
great.
Thank
Shout
you
to
very
everyone
much.
watching right now.
Shout out to a lot of people watch you, by the way.
It's crazy.
I mean, this is now more than 1.6 million subscribers.
That's correct.
You have moved from like doing everything on your phone. You still got your phone to like a whole camera
We
crew.
have a production here.
surrounding you.
Yeah,
What's that like?
It makes me feel very important, but honestly, I don't know if I should feel important. I mean, I got half a starting stack here, Jeff. I tried to enter at the very last moment in order to give myself the best chance to be the most fresh, and now I wish I waited another, hour to enter?
What do we hear from every single chanter? Yeah, I was down to 10 bigs on day 1, on day 2. There is plenty of
Chip
time
in
to
a
spend.
chair, right?
I know it's mostly cash games for you, but come on, after finishing 4th in a Triton event, you got to feel the love for tournaments a little bit more.
So you know what's funny about that? Obviously, incredible result. I ran really well. Shout out to all my filmers and everyone that helped me with that. But you know the guy that knocked me out, Jeremy Osmus?
Yeah.
He's literally 2 tables away in direct eyesight of me.
This could be the moment for revenge.
The guy that knocked me out of the biggest tournament of my life has to be in direct eyesight for my entire day. It's kind of a little needle, but the poker gods, they're going to reward me with some double ups. I have a feeling, yeah.
I think so too. Do you think Jeremy Osmus remembers that moment at all?
No.
And you think about it every day?
I think about it every day. I followed him on Instagram afterwards because he was such a nice guy, and I kind of want to unfollow him now because it's like he just posts all of his accolades and his winning and
wins.
You know, when you're friends with Jason Kuhn and all those guys, it's hard not to be a winner, right?
Got good news for you. He's had a bad series so far. I'm going to send
I'm
you
not
back to
rooting
the
against
action.
him,
No,
but
yeah, terrible series so far for sure. Thanks for the time, Wolfgang. Always
Thank you,
appreciate
Jeff.
it. You got it,
Appreciate
guys.
Wolfgang Poker in the mix. Obviously, his content usually never as long as these incredibly tough days in the main event. Mostly communicates through 60-second shorts. So I wonder how he's going to document his journey in this event. Of course, Wolfgang also played on No Gamble, No Future this past season. If you want to watch that, you can find it on PokerGO.com. But Wolfgang, looking the part. I like that outfit. And Haddad here with a very interesting flop, open-ended and a flush draw. Sadly for him, not much out there for Lunkin.
No, Lunkin has options. It's a very small bet. He has a gut shot. He has a backdoor flush draw. So I expect Jack 6 of clubs to call here. But you're right. Haddad has the range advantage. This flop is all over. But Lunkin, look, you both have 100K plus. Your opponent's bet a fourth of the pot. It's 1,500 to win 9K. You can't fold stuff like this. We're dealing with a bunch of nits here, Remco.
Oh, Jack 9.
And he gets shown this.
Really good.
It's too friendly. The game's too friendly.
I don't know if, yeah, maybe too friendly is the word, and you do see this.
And 2 spaces. 2 spaces. Oh, 2 clubs.
2 clubs, yeah.
Sorry.
So, look, you had
and 1
plenty of
club.
equity to call there. You could hit a king, you could hit a club.
I'm waiting clubs.
It was a very small bet. If that bet was half pot
King comes.
or greater, then I say, yeah, okay, get out the way. But when someone's betting a fourth of the pot, like, you shouldn't fold much equity.
It's pleasure to play with you.
We see a lot of kumbayaing going on here.
Yeah, it seems almost too home gamey at times.
I mean, this is kind of the nature of the main, though.
No, but it's funny because you look at the Rigby table from last night with Chad Powers, much more of a ruthless vibe.
Yeah.
You know, in that very moment. Right now, these 2 tables seem to be laid back, easygoing. Also, you know, the play has been fairly tight so far. I haven't also seen many, you know, massive hands clash, but that's also the nature of the main event. Sometimes things just move slow.
Yeah, the higher caliber player you have, like in the group, then you're going to see those guys play more hands, be more honest, play more balanced. When you have more amateurs in the mix, those are the people that are going to try to avoid. They play avoidance, right? They play small ball. As we see one of the most prominent poker players over the last few years, Jeremy Osmus, just an unbelievable talent here.
Yeah, Osmus,
he's awesome.
The PGT Player of the Year, who had an incredible 2024, dealing with a bit of a rough summer. Obviously, the main can get him unstuck in just a couple of days, but
it's
never easy.
He's still up a couple million this year.
Well, I think he's having his worst World Series of Poker.
Well, that's expected. I mean, there are waves of variance in this game, especially when you play MTTs, and he's been very fortunate in the last few years to have very good success. Like, even last year, was it last year or 2 years ago? I don't know. I rely on you and Donnie to know all the poker facts, and I need to do my own research. But anyway, all I'm saying is that it's very unexpected to see someone continuously win. Like Jesse Launis. This guy just wins a tournament every other day. I don't know how they do it. And Alex Foxen, I see him at every final table. I don't know how these guys do it. Do they just play that much? Or are they just that good? Or are they on the side of variance that rewards this upper echelon statistical outlier? So it's kind of expected to see some people have their time in the sun and then the sun run slow down a bit. Because there's that many good poker players too, is what I want to say.
Back to table 2 here, as Linster takes one down. Adeniya, by the way, quietly up to 220K. Zhang on 235. They are both cruising along here in the main event. Martins Adeniya, longtime pro from the UK. He's got quite a few titles under his belt. Also made some runs in the main event.
Eduardo and Fisherman, why is everyone so serious? Just a boring table. Look, this is just the start of day 2. You guys got to understand, this is like an 8 to 10 day tournament. It's such a long festival. So it's kind of like a marathon. You don't see the marathon runners just blow their load right away and just not have anything for the end. So, you know, you're just going to see a lot of passivity. You're going to see a lot of trying to feel out your players. They're going to learn and not take any risks. So, yeah, you probably are going to see people be a little boring and be a little tight on average here.
Janky No Name said, poor Donnie paid infinite for Osmus in 25K fantasy. Donnie, what have you heard from Osmus on his summer?
Not good. I mean, he's just losing, but those are the breaks. But I believe he's still in the main event as of today. So there's always a chance. Always a chance.
Cabrini L in with kings for 22,000. Zhang next to act with ace-10 suited. She's going to toss that.
You have too much action in front of you. And really good fold with 2 8s. That's kind of a spot where you might want to consider calling if your opponent could ever shove worse. But if you just think someone's tight, that's a great play.
Blinds 100% call. What'd you have? I'll tell you what I have. Huh, I had ace-10 suited. Yeah, it did.
Donnie, I got 77th in the free roll.
I might have got 777th, so
Nice hand.
you're ahead.
Yeah,
He's always
I know.
beat me. It's unbelievable.
I'm a free roll player. What can I say?
Chat, don't give me too much credit or grief for some of my worded. We'll try to keep it PC here, but you know, sometimes stuff just slips on our mind. And
Oku, who we saw fold jacks earlier, trying to make something happen here with the suited jack 10.
yeah, even though you're short, you're 30 bigs deep, you have all the suited broadways in your raising range.
Raised to 4,500.
And we see Lunkin. This is so earlier we saw the ace jack fold, right, from Adeniya.
Yeah.
And this is where ace jack is utilized. It's in the bottom of the range for being a 3-bet bluff because you block someone from having aces, ace king, you block them from having pocket jacks. And then if Oku is ever raise folding some stuff like suited weak aces or like king suited, then they fold. But here, he's getting a great price to call and see a flop, and he's actually going to fold this, which is okay. And that's the beauty of 3-betting a hand like ace-jack offsuit. You just try to put pressure on your opponents, and if they have bad hands, they fold. If they call, then you dominate some of the hands that they call with. Like, I would have expected jack 10 suited to maybe call there for only 2.5K more. And then you get to play in position with the range advantage. That's what Lunkin was trying to do there.
So would you argue that 3-betting ace-jack is better than calling ace-jack?
Yes, that's my point exactly. When there's an early position raise, and you're in early position, you want to 3-bet ace-jack offsuit as a semi-bluff, more or less. When you get to later position on the cutoff and the button, then you can call with ace-jack offsuit. Now, if you have ace-jack suited, that can call raises in any positions because you don't mind if other people come in, or you don't mind if someone raises because you might call a 3-bet with that hand. Ace-jack suited, way easier to play post-flop than ace-jack offsuit, and way easier to play multi-way than ace-jack offsuit.
Clark now with 10-8 suited makes it 2,200. And Zhang is not going to fold suited connectors. She's definitely the active style player who wants to get involved. Would you sometimes 3-bet a suited connector position there?
When you're very deep, yes. And that, Linster, what? are we seeing ace-jack offsuit just fold? We are up against 2 late position players. You have ace-jack offsuit. You had to call another 1.2 thousand. I cannot believe this. How did I bust this tournament yesterday? Are you kidding me? Like, what the hell?
I agree. That's a bit too tight.
This is. You have the hijack opening on 150K. You have the button calling. You know, look at the hands these people are playing. You can't fold stuff like ace-jack offsuit there. That's a spot where you just call with ace-jack. You're defending the big blind. You could even 3-bet that for value in that spot. Oh my God. All right, we're just getting warmed up.
I love how tilted you are. This is great for the broadcast.
Man. Like, I play poker against these people. I mean, they're going to hear what I have to say about them, but I don't mind. That was just ridiculous. I mean, he only had 25,000 in chips. This is the other thing. He could have even jammed all in there.
Right.
Because there's 6K in the middle for him to win, and he's up against 10 high and 7 high. If you don't jam, you have to call there because you're putting in 1.2K to win 8,000. You only have 24,000. And the other thing is, your equity realization. How likely is it that you can get to the river and realize all your equity? It goes up the shorter stacked you are because you're able to just go all in on flops or what have you. Instead of if you have 100 big blinds, you might get bluffed or whatever. But anyway, on to the next hand.
I love it.
Cabrini finds kings again. 2,000 this time around.
I mean, Zhang is just, she's looking to play anything, really.
Look, and this is to Remco's point he asked me about in the other hand. If you're on the cutoff or the button, you have the positional advantage, so you can have a wider range. Now, 6-3 suited's kind of getting outside of that comfortable range. If that was 6-4 suited, I'd say it's okay. But really, you don't see that stuff enter in a GTO landscape until you're on the button, because the button gives you the ultimate positional advantage. So whenever you're closer to the button, your range for calling pre-flop with wider stuff exists.
We hire you to be you. It's not corporate.
It's really fucking cool.
You know, it's literally just like we hired you to be you. Don't ever fake anything.
Back to Mintz's table where Mintz is not playing any hands. He's blinded down so far from about 100,000 to 80,000.
You went to Ole Miss, right?
Four.
We got 9-3-3 showing with O'Brien again holding jacks.
Were you like a fucking
betting 4,000
major?
No, I was a finance major, but I got into poker and was doing well with online and live poker. So
Graham Ray's under the gun.
I went back when I was like 30 or 31 and finished, and then I got into sports media.
Your credits, they lasted.
And that's that's a super sick disciplined fold there from 2 6s. I would have expected 2 6s to peel one off.
Maybe not the
you beat bluffs.
that poker stretch, but you know, and then I got into the sports media out of it, and then built up.
But okay.
I did 4 years of sports radio in like Shreveport, Louisiana, and then I got hired by ESPN Baton Rouge and then Barstool.
Right. Didn't you like just get canceled and then you got Barstool?
No. So the canceling was like 2.5 years into Barstool.
No. Not when you fucked up and said the thing.
Oh.
I'm talking about the ESPN Baton Rouge gig.
Oh yeah, I just gotten that gig. I got hired there, and I was there 3 months, and then I got Barstool. And the ESPN Baton Rouge gig was what I wanted. Like that was literally the job I wanted, because I was doing like single A radio in Shreveport, Louisiana. That was like fun, but like not going anywhere.
I've been to Shreveport. It's actually a cool little town.
Yeah, I've been time there. They used to have a circuit in Bowie.
I went to it.
Yeah, we were all there.
Boeree was there right after his fucking main event.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone's grinded more circuit events than the Massey brothers. I'm going to be honest. Of course, he's been to Shreveport to play some random WSOP circuit.
That's what I heard too. But yeah, I did that 4 years, and then like I was trying to get that ESPN Baton Rouge job because that's like the LSU flagship, and it's a really one of the top radio stations in the South. And so when I got that, I was like, I hope this is what I do for 5 years. And then Barstool just kinda came out of the
Look at
sky.
this flop here.
Oh, because of that viral video, right?
Wow.
Full house
And
for the New Zealander.
They called around.
Drees betting with the fours. Firestone might be up to something here with the backdoor straight flush draw.
Yeah, I mean, he just offered me a job without an interview.
Quick toss from him though, and Neilson is happy to just let
They told me I could move to New York or
bet at it.
South.
And you said, fuck it, I'll go to New York.
Yeah, just too good to break.
Yeah, you just want to call there because if your opponent does have a big hand,
you want
4 years
kings, whatever, an overpair.
Absolutely.
Hopefully they keep just betting into you.
We're doing it.
But unfortunately for
Yeah,
him,
that's the
Dreesy
play.
just has a pair of 4s,
Everybody should live in New York once.
which is
Yeah.
going to feel really uncomfortable right now. And no, that's not
He said
Patrick
fuck no.
Mahomes, everybody who's talking about it in chat.
Where do you live?
That's
I like
Mintzy.
Nashville. Very cool town. Big time. I went there maybe like
Ben Mintz.
10 years ago, and then went recently, like
Oh,
a
it's
year and a
blowing
half
up.
ago. It blew the fuck up.
The economic growth in Nashville is just
The food scene got incredibly good. The food scene is killer there.
the women
The bourbon scene?
the women scene is something too.
Well, because everybody goes there for their bachelorette party.
Con says, too big of a bet.
I love how Mintz keeps talking about the women everywhere. Oh, look at this, Harry Potter in the mix. 10 points to Gryffindor. GTOwizard.com/PokerGo. Beat the best and crush the rest. Go check it out for free. Save 10% on your first purchase over at GTOwizard.com/PokerGo. I love that we're showing off Jungle Man with the. That's Gryffindor, right?
I have a gripe here. Where's the scar on your head?
Yeah, and the
That's
glasses.
Yeah, you need the scar on your head. That's the whole thing. You need the little lightning bolt scar on your head. That's all I gotta say.
I mean, Jungle Man, a wizard in his own right.
I worked on the salad line and made
Hope we
pizzas
get
in there when I
to
was back in
show him
school
off later
about
today.
the poker
Donnie,
world.
did Jungle Man
making like
bust, or is he just like
8
roaming
hours.
around
It
trying to
was
find a
like
seat?
I don't know what
So
he's
you're
doing.
repping it for homage?
With Jungle Man, it's all on the
Scott
table.
Carradine, you know.
Yes.
It really is. He
It's-
could be still in the
it's fair.
tournament and just say, you know, I'm going to go for a little stroll.
Okay, O'Brien with the third best starting hand, 2 queens. And he hasn't been
do what you
3-betting
call
in
it?
other
Do,
spots, but
who
here
are
we
the
got
two guys?
6,000 in the middle. We got 2 ranges we're up
Ashley
against. We
Butler.
have to
Yeah, he's
3-bet
still
this
around
hand.
though once.
And
Did
we
he-
do
didn't
see
he open
him
a pizza joint?
collecting chips. I'd like to
So
see
Kaufman
10 to 12,000
owns,
here. Your
my
3-bets
buddy-
don't
my
come
buddy
as
out in
often
Mid-City
from the big
Pizza.
blind, so you can have a bit
and
bigger
Wait,
of a
isn't that the one
size
that
since your range is more
that Ashley?
condensed.
I'm not sure if Ashley had a piece of
So
it.
8K
My
is
buddy,
okay,
his friend,
but I would have
yeah,
liked to see a little bit bigger.
died and Kauf took it
Koff bought his piece.
Yeah, Gore took it over. Yeah,
Koff's doing great.
they all still run around Noah.
Neilson getting out of the way. Would expect Graham
And
to
Ashley's
also
still around?
find
What's
this
he
a bit
doing?
too rich.
Booking and playing poker?
I don't know what I think he's.
And
got
that's a
job,
great
but he,
spot to just go ahead and try to win the chips right then.
Yeah, he's got a
And
job.
if
but
you
he's
get
got a
called,
kid
of
now.
course, you don't mind.
Yes, there is.
You got a really good
I
one.
like that guy. I haven't seen him in ages.
Patrick Mintz says, Self Gamer.
Once again, if you're liking the video on YouTube, please hit the like button and also subscribe to our YouTube channel. Turn on the notifications for our YouTube channel. We have daily highlights. We have the best hands that are being posted also
he's got a legit
from
job, though.
our
He's not
cash
doing
game
anything.
shows,
I mean, when you got a
which will
kid, you can't be
resume
worried about
after the WSOP.
depending
And of
on
course,
poker.
tons of live
You
stream.
gotta have something
And
else.
look at this. Mintz under the gun, pocket 4s. Not even going to try to make something happen off the
2000?
tight image.
I don't mind that. I don't mind that. I don't mind folding 2s, 3s, 4s in early position, even 5s. I'd much rather see high cards in someone's raising range, like suited aces, suited broadways, as we see Massey with ace-queen offsuit here. Firestone with the same hand. But obviously, if you do have 80 bigs, or yeah, we do see 80 bigs here, you can play, 4s, 5s. You can play some small pairs in early position. But if you're not that comfortable post-flop player, it's a fine fold, Mr. Remco.
I just think that with how tight his image is, just keeping him honest by sprinkling in a raise every now and then could be helpful. Whenever Mintz raises in this level, the alarm bells are going to go off with all the players.
I hear that, but he would be in first position. He has to get through 8 hands. So I'd rather see him be aggressive in middle to late position rather than in first position.
Of course.
And Massey is going to have the ace of hearts queen in his hand while we see Firestone
Not how I
fold ace queen.
drew up my plan for the day.
He just mucks. And Dreesy, hey, look, that's a sick find there from a tight kind of
Ace-10.
tight image player there. Let's talk about Mike Dreesy for a second. He's got 275,000 in tournament earnings from Newton, Massachusetts. Went to the MIT.
Oh, wow.
Got a degree in economics and probability. You probably don't want to mess with him at the poker table.
I was going to say, was he on the blackjack team?
He might have been. Listen to this hobby. Sailed to Antarctica, to UK, and back.
I'm sorry, what?
Yes, it says it right here.
I understand.
Sailed to Antarctica, to UK, and back. I wonder how long that took. What do we think, chat? How many days would it take to sail to Antarctica, to UK, and back from Massachusetts? That's like all around the world.
Forever.
He started a comic book chain and a punk rock record store in 1978, and they currently have 29 stores in the Northeast U.S. carrying vinyl, manga, Funko, pop culture stuff, and more.
They normally
Wow.
say it's one.
That's a
Cool.
bio. That's a bio, all right.
Over and out.
Probably gonna be two.
Probably about 12 days each way. Are you kidding me? I'm going to say it took it like 6 months out of his life.
21 for the big blind, please.
Yes, sir.
I know
45
this
days.
comic book store, Newberry
you?
Comics. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
It's
That's up in your area.
in my former neck of the woods. Yeah.
Back to table 2 here. We see sashimi on the rail.
It's okay. This is secondary.
Sashimi?
The car didn't feel anything.
No
Do you
coaching,
want-
please.
Okay, thank
Uh-oh,
you.
we got a big board here for both players. Top set versus the nut flush draw and a gut shot straight draw. And here's how the action went. We saw Cabrini raise under the gun to 2K. Adeniya just call in middle position. Haddad call. And on the flop, Adeniya bet 2.5K got raised to 6K. And now on the turn, we see a check call of 12K. So clean river for Martins Adeniya. Gonna keep checking, and is Haddad gonna fire another bluff here with the nut diamond? So a little posturing here by his top set, now second set. And this is a spot where your opponent's kind of representing a flush or a bluff with what we see, just the ace of diamonds in your hand. Now there are some straight possibilities out there, but Martins on a safe run out is gonna come with a bet. I'm kind of surprised to see this because I feel like this is a bit unorthodox. Now, this is a great play, Donnie, if you're trying to get your opponent to bluff raise you, right? Like, if you're just going to bet 14.5K and my opponent, like, raises, as we see a raise coming.
Quick raise here from Haddad.
Okay, now here's where I go into my geek poker stuff. It's 20. What is this raise size, Donnie? It's 22,000 to win 110,000, and oh my God, we just see nines going to the muck. This is a blunder, huge blunder here. We're just gonna see the ace of, oh, he shows the bluff. He shows the 8 of clubs. Now, granted, that's not necessarily a bluff because there's straights out there.
Yeah.
But that was a poker fundamental blunder by Martins Adeniya. Because when you are in that spot where you get raised on the turn, you can just check and comfortably bluff catch by check calling the river. When you lead the river, the only way you want to do that is if you're planning to call because your opponent could bluff you. And let me talk about the pot odds. You had to call another 22,000 there to win 120,000 chips. If your opponent's bluffing 20% of the time, 15% of the time, it's an easy call. And now he picks up 2 aces after losing that 100K plus pot the hand before with second set.
That's a straight.
Yeah, I feel like in those spots, if you
Can't just call.
are thinking, okay, if I bet here and I'm gonna raise with that type
You're
of
the only
hand,
one
like
beating
that
him
high
today.
up in your value threshold,
Only hand you
then I'm
lost.
probably just gonna check call.
Exactly.
You know, now if I'm gonna bet and call with a raise, then I'll do the bet, you know, to induce some bluffs out of some different stuff. But if I am thinking to myself, listen, if I bet here and I get raised, it's kind of pukey and I'm probably gonna fold, so I'll just check call.
Exactly. You need to have very strong hands in your bluff catching range, right? He doesn't have a flush there, and if he did have a flush, he could, you know, do whatever. But you can't just throw hands like that away.
Good for the TV. Good for the TV. Maybe.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of, man, blunders. I'm just gonna say blunders, Donnie. I got no other words. Like, I'm out of this tournament. You know, I'm pissed. Like, you guys are getting it tonight. I'm holding nothing back tonight. And we see aces check. It's fine. You know, you normally just value bet a lot in position there against the big blind. Now you definitely start betting. Yeah, Zalfgamer says that's a great bluff. Look, if you're getting someone to fold a set there, that's a great bluff. But in the game that I play, that just is not a thing, right? Like, you play this balanced game, like someone should be bluffing and someone has value. So we use math and probability to make decisions, and then you use this spectrum of where you are in your range, right? Yeah, we got an interview upcoming, so I got to stop rambling, guys. Producers in my ear.
We'll get back to that, of course, all right? But we are going to throw it out to Jeff Platt on the floor, who has found someone that Remco recently.
Okay, we just talked to Wolfgang. I'm going to steal Jeremy Osmus away from the table so we don't get in the way of a big pot developing. Wolfgang was telling us how much he thinks about you busting him at a Triton event. 2 questions for you. A, do you think about that at all? B, do you know who Wolfgang is?
I know who he is.
Okay.
Did I bust him? I forgot about that.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
remember him. I do remember a hand I should have called him. He bluffed me. It was a small pot, blind versus blind, but it kind of gets to me still. Yeah, I should have called, even though I won the tournament.
That's where I was going next. We do remember you winning, I think what Jason Kuhn called a big old Triton. What did it feel like to do that?
It was amazing. You know, almost 400 players. Those are the ones you want to win. You know, a 400 person 25K. Like they often don't get bigger than that. So to win one of those for 2 million, you know, 1.8 or 9 million or whatever, really, really cool experience. And on the big stage of Triton, which is a special experience for sure.
Those were the good days. The summer not full of good days for you. How do you kind of reset as you approach this main event?
Just another day. I just kind of take it day by day. Like I'm used to getting my face kicked in for months at a time, not even just a month, but like months in a row. People don't realize that. They think like I'm Mr. Lucky, I just win all the time. It's not how it works. So
weird.
From last WSOP up until, you know, February, that's what happened. I just won all the time. But before that, I had a huge losing stretch, and since then, it's a big losing stretch. So I'm very accustomed to that stuff now, and I expect it. I don't look forward to it, but I'm ready for it.
Okay.
Always prepared for it.
We're ready for you to turn things around. I'll send you back to the action. Appreciate the time as always. Thanks, man. Guys.
Appreciate that, Jeff. That is Jeremy Osmus. Yeah, he won the Triton 25K, $1.892 million, almost 400 entries. I believe it was 391 in that field.
There's nothing to
Now, Jeremy hasn't done a whole much this summer, but he does have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 caches.
It's a damn good.
So,
Okay, it's not that bad.
It's not that bad, but for Jeremy, I feel like we just hold Jeremy Osmus to a higher standard.
Okay, but look, Donnie, look, like you weren't here when I was bitching a little bit, but the guy in this year has won a 25K high roller, 7 and a high roller, 12, 6, 6, 7, 9. I mean, look, how many times do these guys expect to win tournaments?
All the time.
Like,
all the time. That's why you show up, man. Come on.
I know. I try to win tournaments, but how do you guys do it? How do you win every other tournament you play? I just don't know how.
I will say, I do remember that, not this recent losing streak, but the previous one that Jeremy was on, because he was in the studio playing a lot of PGT events. And, you know, before last season on the PGT, when he was the player of the year and then went on to win the championship event. But before that, it was a long time when he was showing up every single day at the studio and just losing.
Yeah.
So, you know, you don't always see that, you know, and a lot of these guys, they'll say, I have a lot of very high stakes friends that talk about downswings, and they say, you know, they're not really worried until it gets to maybe 50 or 60 buy-ins of a downswing. So that can just give you an idea of how long you can go without winning. Let's pick up the action here on 9-6-3 because we got a couple big hands involved. We got kings for O'Brien. We got 10s for Graham.
It's all right. I'm not at the table. It's fine.
Ibarra's got top pair with the queen kicker. Graham is the one betting here, 2,500.
I'm
look,
joking.
Graham was the opener.
Look, I don't exhale,
O'Brien
so
just trapped with 2 kings.
If you can't
That's
see it,
kind
it
of
doesn't count.
unorthodox because you want to start thinning the field, right? You don't want to play 4 ways with these big hands.
Such a wild man.
But sometimes you can have traps. I
If
don't really
I'm just smelling it.
love this call. If you're going to slow play kings pre-flop, I like to see... but Wait, the trap has been set and the trap
has
worked.
been set and the trap is working.
Has worked.
Ibarra steps right into it with a jam here. Now this is going to be a very tricky spot for Graham, who's like stuck in the middle here.
Look, Graham probably thinks he's got the best
I
hand,
would've sent him to the
so
rail.
he should definitely call here.
I
and
didn't
he
have the
does
gusto.
call. Now, if you're O'Brien, this is where you can't be like, oh, I don't know what to do. You're slow playing kings, my friend. One of these guys could have a 9. One of these guys could have a flush draw. Graham could still have 9x, 10s, jacks, queens. So if you're sitting here with kings and you've played it this passively, you definitely cannot fold. You have to at least call, and I wouldn't even be surprised if going all in is a great play right now. This is just ridiculous. We're about to see kings hit the muck. Donnie, I got to go. I'm out of here.
In a lot of ways, you know.
I'm out of here.
I'm with you on O'Brien.
I'm out of
this
here.
This is what you wanted
what
to
are
see.
you doing? You have
And
the
he
second best
gives
hand.
up
He's going to be sick
the
when he
winner.
sees these hands. Look at this. They're about to turn him over. Let's see.
That's right.
He's just gonna give us change.
So they're gonna correct the pot here, and then they're gonna turn these hands over, of course, because this is an all-in and a call. And O'Brien's gonna see it. He folded the best hand. Look, he immediately turns to Eisen. And I can't see his face because he's got the mask on, but I'm guessing he said something along the lines of like, I had the best hand, or I folded the best hand, or I
Look, this
folded
is why
kings, or
go Golden Knights. Don't go to University of Florida. Look, what are we doing here? You slow played kings, and we're only all in here for 18 bigs from the big blind. Like, man, this is just a disaster.
7 on the turn. That keeps the 10s best for Graham. He's got to fade a queen or a 9 on the river. Another 7. So we're going to say goodbye to Ibarra. And Graham takes that pot. He's going to climb up to 160K or 126K. I'm just messing up all over the place.
Hold on one
Remco,
second.
please get back in here. I keep screwing up.
Look, Graham Anthony only has $277 in tournament winnings. He's only cashed one tournament
Extremely horny.
in Coconut Creek in 2021. That's unreal. He is from Florida, so shout out to my fellow Floridians. But great pickup there for Graham, and somehow we had kings fold.
All right, a reminder here that PokerStars NAPT is coming back to Las Vegas in November of this year. Massive buy-ins ranging from 50K down to $300 and a plethora of events on tap. Not only no limit hold'em, but I've heard there's also some mixed games coming. So please join us at Resorts World.
They got a 5K 8 game on the schedule.
Oh wow! Can I borrow some money?
I think they also have it's either $300 or $500 version of that as well.
Okay, that's more up my alley.
There you go.
I just saw Jason Somerville and Wolfgang out in the field on the wide shot. Still, so many players out there trying to make it happen. Hopefully we get to check in on those guys in just a minute.
And I know I'm giving a lot of heat here to Graham. You know, it's just frustrating because, I mean to O'Brien, sorry, to Scott O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien.
He never played a hand. It was like he never got involved at all.
You know, I'm seeing if I see any conversation, but look, you want to just 3-bet kings pre-flop because you don't want to play multi-way. He could have maybe doubled up there with against 2 10s if it was just heads up, right? You 3-bet someone with 10s, they call, it's a 9-high flop. You bet, they maybe raise or whatever. You make money by raising your good hands. So when you trap and slow play, when you're up against a wide range and then an under the gun range who can still have worse hands, you can't ever play that passively. But, you know, I understand I'm dealing with people that aren't as experienced and stuff, but it's just crazy to see. And here we see Adeniya with top 2 against Linster.
Wow, this could get very, very exciting. Big sweat here for Linster's tournament life. He needs a king or a 4. This already all in as we arrive. Spade coming in. Chop possible now. A 5th spade would chop this thing. Linster looking for a 4 or a 3.
And this is really unlucky for Linster. He trapped pre-flop.
And then the 8 on the river is going to seal it. Mike Linster eliminated. Martins Adeniya raking in the big one here. He now back up to 218.
You're a king's killer.
Yeah, he trapped pre-flop.
King's
He just
cracker.
called a raise from Martins in the small blind there. And unfortunately, Martins got really lucky, flop 2 pair. And I don't blame Linster for going broke there.
Huh?
I don't think you see a flop.
Yeah, it is my flop. A3. Pair and a flush draw.
He just got. He just.
Side
He
focus.
just call, yeah. He
$2 donation saying this is
He didn't
painful
go
to
on.
watch. I guess I
You
missed.
guys have no idea.
See, he told me don't slow play. He said never strap.
Remco, we've seen some of the most
But then he did it himself.
tightest played hands. We just saw kings hit the muck.
Right.
Post flop. And it was the best hand by far.
Mari AC with a 50 PokerGo YouTube sub gift. Much appreciated. Mari, by the way, donated 100 subs in the chat yesterday as well. So lots of respect, buddy. That is awesome. By the way, if you're enjoying the coverage, please hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. I am told that in just, let me get the math right here, in just 6 minutes, we're getting 2 new tables, Donnie.
Who we got?
I can't confirm or deny. I'm just being told that we get new tables coming
Okay.
in.
Okay. Well, I'm excited for it.
Let's go.
I like
UCF
trying
in
to
the
see as
chat.
many different people as possible
I think so.
on the early days. You know, just get a collection of it all. Yesterday, you guys had the
Really?
stars,
Oh.
of course.
I wanna go
Today,
back. I'm tired.
we're getting to see
Too
more
hot.
of just a bit of everything, really.
Too hot.
Yeah, I think it's awesome to have this wide net of players. But if you got one table that's just going crazy, that's always
Well,
good.
that's what we
that's
had.
always good viewership.
Remember a couple days ago, we had 2 tables that were going crazy.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
We had the Afriat table and we
Yes.
had the Romain Luquette, Jared Blesnik table, and it was every hand was just back and forth, nonstop action. So
They were almost playing bigger pots on day 1 than we're seeing now on day 2.
yeah, so wherever those tables are in the field, we need to find those tables.
You know, this table's loosening up a bit, though. We do see players now busting, so that's always going to help. So Cabrini raises 9-10 suited, gets called by King 3 suited in the big blind. Both these players are kind of short, sub
back?
25 behind.
There's a lot of the people in the chat saying we want Mintzy. All you people, I'm assuming you also follow Mintzy on Twitter. Please tweet at him and tell him to play hands.
Yeah, Mintzy's not doing
If
anything.
he plays hands, we'll keep him up there. But if the table's not wildly entertaining, you know, we'll switch it out and we'll try and give you a variety.
Great jam there by Davis with top pair, just shoves, picks up half his stack with top pair. Sean McCrane, $10 for the chat, says, instead of saying all in, why don't more players say, I play all my chips? You know what? We do. Sometimes I say, I wager all my chips. The other day I was saying, I'm all in, baby. So, I mean, you got to have different phrases.
I was playing last year in an event at WSOP, and somebody bet, and the other player said, I put him all in. He covered by a ton. And the floor was called, and it was ruled that that is not a binding bet. You can't say I put him all in.
You have to announce.
You have to say like I'm all in.
Right.
Right. You can't say I put him all in. So they ruled that that wasn't a binding bet, which was interesting because I didn't think of that.
So Donnie, what if I say, I check and I raise you?
I mean, listen. I don't know, man. I don't know what's allowed half the time. I feel like I learn something new every day at the tables.
Chat, what do we think, chat? What are some other alternatives to all in that we could use?
Well, what if you say, all you can eat, baby? Would that be binding?
I think that's binding.
Depends. Are you
Unless
at a
you're sitting in
restaurant
a
or are
buffet,
you?
yeah. Unless you're at Texas de Brazil and your card is green, like I don't know.
Well, the one that I did think was interesting the other day was when the guy put out, it was day 1, and he put out a 25K chip and said 25.
Yes.
Remember that? That was interesting.
Yep.
Because, I mean, we know it's 2,500, but it could have been 25K.
Zhang with the lesser of the queens here. This goes check, check. Now Oku picking up a flush draw as well. Oku's been really conservative and again comes with the check. Would have expected to see him bet here.
3,000.
And Zhang's got to be thinking that she has the best hand here.
Yeah, top pair that she checked back, rightfully so. She's kind of bottom of her Queen X raising range from this position. So that's why she checked back the flop for everyone wondering, because she didn't want to get raised on the flop. Now when she gets raised on the turn, this is a little troublesome because you checked back a queen on the flop. So you're kind of in this Queen X range that your opponent doesn't expect. So I would expect her to at least peel one here. Maybe she even thinks, look, there's so many draws present, maybe this person's bluffing me, and maybe she puts it in. But she does call. And now Oku, look, his hand's super strong. Even on bricks, he could go for value, but that's not a brick, boys.
Wow.
That's the queen high flush.
Now, all of Oku's patience being rewarded here, catching a flush on the river, but little does he know that he would have probably been better off with like the deuce of hearts.
Yeah. Yeah, he probably gets paid then. Here, now we just see almost an all-in wager. This is about 11K into 20K. And Zhang just has to, oh, easy fold. Look, no thought about it. That's a really good fold by her.
So Oku now back to 36K. It's been a rough day for him, but at least he's still in there, mixing it up. Mintz has played 11% of the hands. Has not won a hand at Showdown this entire level, down to 77,000, and sadly, couldn't bring you any Mintz magic.
Did you talk about this personal note on Oku's bio sheet?
I have not.
Where it says, "This is my first poker tournament at WSOP."
I did say that, yeah. I mentioned it at the
incredible.
Top of the show, yeah.
Unbelievable. And look, he's not the only one. There's so many people that come from all over the world to play their first WSOP event or their first tournament, and this be it. This is the greatest tournament on the planet.
It really is.
Yeah, it really, really is. It's so understated. I can't. It's such a. Like I said, the other day, when you get eliminated from a tournament, you just become dust,
right?
And you're dust in the wind. But when you lose the main event, your ego is ripped from your heart. Your soul is taken from you. It's like Mortal Kombat. Like, who's the guy that sucks your soul out of your body in Mortal Kombat?
Is that Scorpion?
Scorpion. He has the.
Yeah, what is it? It's like the
spear.
The spear thing.
And he pulls you. Get over here. But I'm talking about the old guy that sucks your soul out of your body. That's what happens when you bust this tournament.
All right, these players are going on break. We are not going on break. No breaks. 8 hours of coverage, 6 hours remaining. By the way, while you're at it, play for free on playpokergo.com. Every hour on the half hour, a fun and free-to-play online free roll for $1 million in gold coins. Available on web, iOS, and Android. Come join me and Donnie. We're playing every hour. I got the best result so far, 77th place.
I'm starting to think you're cheating somehow.
All right, two new tables. My name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me in the booth. Tristan Wade here for the analysis. WSOP bracelet winner who is still on tilt from busting the main event yesterday. And Jeff Platt, as always, making the people in the room stretch their legs. We got pads on the secondary table. Let's go. Hopefully we get some insights from him on the hands he played via his Instagram channel later on. And what the fuzz is that jacket?
I see what you did there.
That is unbelievable. My skin is itching just seeing this.
I thought I needed to adjust the screen or something. Like it was out of focus.
This is like some Wolverine-esque fuzz here on Mr. Pads.
Kind of looks like your dog's.
It does. And the Blesnik killer taking center stage, Romain Loquet. I have dubbed him Le Diaper. It is French Rigby on the feature table with a stupid amount of chips, 531,000. Also present here, Lonnie Hui, formerly known as Lonnie Harwood, one of the most accomplished female players in the game, and she's got position on French Rigby, so this could be one heck of a clash. We're rolling right into it. Loquet raising it up to 2,500, and Hui with ace-jack coming right over the top. Donnie, one hand, and I'm already sensing a lot more aggression is to come here.
I'm so happy we started this table off, and it's got a Loquet raise, like just right away.
This is just perfect.
I think he came into the day with like 280. So
yes,
what did he do? I don't understand. This guy is out of his mind.
I have a note on this situation. One of our producers on the floor, Keegan, posted in our production chat that when the production team told this table they were moving up to the feature table, that seat 7, which would be Quack, said, "I told you to stop being crazy and get in the chip lead," because clearly he did not want to play on the feature table. Well, here you have it, 530K French Rigby. He's going to try to make some magic happen. And we're coming over the top with the 4-bet. This table is already paying off. It's already more aggressive than the entire first 2 hours. Pressure now on Hui.
And let me just tell everyone who doesn't know who we're looking at right here. Lonnie Hui, unreal poker talent. One of the best female poker players on the planet. and she is a gangster. She does not back down from anybody. I'm going to tell you that right here. She's put it in my face plenty of times over the years. So let's see how she decides to navigate, because she does not back down. I promise you that.
In this case, though, she'll find a better spot. It would have been perfect alignment if she had jammed there, but obviously in the main, there's going to be better spots than playing a high variance situation versus the man who has not folded a hand in the first 20 hours of this tournament.
Look, she's in position. She's 2 to his left. She can find and pick her spots, but she's pissed. Look at that face. She's not gonna let that stand. I tell you this.
Romain Loquette's nickname? Risk.
Risk. There you go.
It's perfect.
That adds up completely. We have swap tables in case you're just tuning in. This is the second streaming level for us of the day, headlined by the chip leader, Sebastian. Is it Sebastian? I want to keep calling him Sebastian. Romain, right? Romain
Loquette.
All right, let's
Le
see.
Diaper, as you said.
Le Diaper, exactly. The French Rigby.
Who has absolutely, positively, 1 gear and 1 gear only.
Yeah, I remember on day 1 when we were doing the cover job, I was like, oh, you can maybe fold kings to this guy. It's a spot where nobody's 5-bet bluffing, and this guy's just made me put my foot in my mouth, because he's one of the most insane players we've seen in this main event.
But I also think it's important in this tournament more so than any other one, but in a lot of tournaments, when you're feeling it and you're hot and people are backing down from you, you have to just take advantage of that situation. And clearly Loquette is. Like, he knows that, like, he's in the zone and no one wants to mess with him right now, so he could kind of do no wrong, which is great.
And Bagdaleon, he is doing a little his own big stack magic here. He's the next biggest stack at the table to Loquette, and he's finding a nice little 3-bet semi-bluff here with king-queen offsuit. He gets Lonnie to fold king-queen off, but Guac, I love Guac. Add Guac, please. Oh, I thought that would be a great spot to call with ace-jack suited. Surely we want to play that kind of stuff in position, but how does that small 3-bet get through? Okay, the chip leaders are just having their way at this table, I guess.
CJ in the chat says, actual 3-betting, thank the Lord. Yeah, sometimes you swap tables and you find a gem here, and this table so far off to a good start. In case you didn't notice, we have pads on our secondary table.
Do we? Oh my God, I'm even more excited. Let's go.
He's been sharing some hand histories on his social media accounts, and there have been some fun stuff happen at that table too, so we could be in for a treat.
Look, this is the 3rd pot we've seen Lonnie enter. And notice she's kind of had the same hand class, high, unsuited Broadway cards. These are good cards to play, to raise. You obviously just want to be heads up with these. You have good blockers and stuff, but they're not that strong when faced with aggression. And Ivers makes a tight fold with ace-5 offsuit in the big blind.
All right, if you're in the chat with us, please hit the like button, subscribe to our YouTube channel. We got 6 more hours of uninterrupted poker coverage, no breaks, no gimmicks. We're just going to bring you the goods and, of course, try to follow up with some of the big stars in the field. Jeff Platt still roaming around.
Fleming folds ace-10 offsuit under the gun, which is totally fine at a full ring table.
Don B in the chat pointing out, Paul McGrill was the quack guy, passed away in 2018. A quack at the table, perhaps a little homage to
X22.
X22, exactly.
The legend himself.
Yep. Bagdaleon with ace-queen. Looking to get active again.
Yeah, we just 3-bet the king-queen multi-way, but we're just going to slow play here and just call, which is still reasonable.
I'm very concerned here. I see Loquette eating a salad. That's
He's taking a break. He's got
powering up. No, Donnie, I just want to point out that players that eat salads, they take poker too seriously. I just want to see him, scarf down a burger, chase with some Sour Patch Kids. Before you know it, he's triple range merging and no longer no longer blasting off.
Now, this guy here, Jacob Makalak, is one of the most accomplished players at the table. He's got almost 3 million in tournament cashes from Poland, lives in Austria. He's been playing Poker Pro since 2008, and we see him come with a C-bet here. King high backdoor draws. He's got a first place in 2013 for over $500,000 at the International Stadium Poker Tour in London.
That was an iconic event.
ISPT.
I'm going to go with Michalak.
Michalak, all right, thank you.
Jakub Michalak from Poland.
You are my European translator.
But also the chat can correct me. Michalak to me just feels like that should be the pronunciation. Anyway, the King 7 now, picking up a flush draw.
Yeah, look, you bet the flop because you have backdoor equity. When you turn that equity, your hand likes to keep bluffing. So we see a bigger size here, 8.5. And this is great. Now this should shed ace-queen. Now ace-queen is kind of in the higher upper range of just having an ace-high bluff catcher. You don't block bluffs. You don't block hearts. You don't block spades. But kind of natural to see that hit the muck facing a double barrel.
Yeah, they did.
And great find there from the King 7 suited.
Andrew in the chat asking, did Loquet bust Blaise? Yes. He was the one with the pocket nines making quads against the aces of Blesnik. And here we are looking at the tournament format presented by Splash Sports. As we mentioned, 120 minutes per level, 5 levels a day. We've wrapped up the starting flights. We are now on the final day 2 flight, and tomorrow everyone will be playing under the same roof in chase of the money, which will be reached, as we have done in the last few years, at the very last hand of day 3. So starting of day 4 will be in the money as we look at our chip counts of the secondary table. Patrick Leonard, 72 bigs. He is our headliner here. We'll get you caught up on the personalities and accomplishments of the other players. But Donnie, for those that might only watch poker once a year, tune in for the main event, please tell them a little more about Patrick Leonard.
I mean, Patrick Leonard is one of the absolute greats of our time. Mostly frequents the online streets, but has been dabbling much more live. Yeah, Remco already said. I know you were out of the room, but Remco said what he's wearing.
I already went on a tangent about the jacket.
Okay, because that's like that burned my eyelids when I first saw it. It looked like he was like static electricity was hitting him or something. All right, sorry, Donnie. Please continue.
No, but known as Pads, you know, as I feel like infinite Scoop and W Coop titles, player of the series, all that sort of stuff. Really big on mental game, you know, really big on focus, playing your best every single time, basically treating every single tournament like it's the WSOP main event, putting your best foot forward. Avid studier, you know, gets in the study streets probably more than he plays, to be honest.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
Patrick is the best.
This is a 3-bet. This is a 3-bet most always. Pads is a creative player. Maybe he has some other stuff, but no, he's 3-betting. And look, I feel like me and Patrick Leonard are spirit animals.
Okay. Big statement.
That is a big statement, yes. But I might not be as provocative and out there as he is, but I believe to carry the same kind of feelings about poker as he does.
Right.
I show up, give my best every time.
Yep.
Study hard. I think it's a really good approach to just be. It's kind of stoicism for poker, I'll say.
Tristan Wade, by the way, in the booth with us for those that are curious. Bracelet winner.
And I mean, Patrick Leonard, he's just one of the best online poker players on the planet. And very accomplished in the live arena here. And Patras with 2 7s, you know, this is a spot where you could just call, but I guess he's just concerned about playing out of position against Mr. Leonard. So we're just going to avoid it.
Practice avoidance.
I do want to issue an apology. Mike Linster earlier, remember when he folded ace-jack?
Yeah.
So he got up to go throw something out, and they mucked his hand.
Oh, really?
So he didn't actually fold the ace jack.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mike.
So
Dang.
Mike, on behalf of Tristan, sorry for roasting you for the tight fold.
I did roast you hard there. I thought you knew better than that. So
well, he does. He
yeah.
he got up to throw something in. He was coming back to his table, I'm told, and they mucked his hand.
Got you.
So.
And then he took a brutal beat. He slow played kings blind on blind.
Yeah. Well, that's
screwed. So. I mean, if you think about it, a lot of people are just taking brutal beats to get busted from the main event, unfortunately. Okay, Rosen here with a nice, pretty hand. Suited Broadway is always pretty. Queen Jack suited. And the other thing about Pads is he just loves the game. And I think all three of us are in that same boat. Like, we've all been around poker nearly 20 years plus. And we just have such a passion for this endeavor and for this. What do we want to call this, chat? Do we want to call this a sport? Do we want to call this a hobby? Do we want to call this a competition? I do like competition.
Tristan, I'll give you this. Depending on how you play ace jack, that's how you define what it is to you, this game.
Well, what are the levels?
That's true. It could be a casino game. It could be a sport. It could be purely recreational.
True. Okay, so both players with equity, right? We see Rosen flop top pair. Ooh, this is a spicy turn card. Top pair bets. The gut shot and overcard calls. So both players are playing exactly how you should play because both players had either the equity to bet or the equity to continue. Ace-5 now makes top pair. Queen-Jack can either check or bet small as we see, you know, and the idea to check is because an overcard comes, and look at this run out. Queen-Jack suited backs into the flush. Ace-5 suited, Ace-5 is going to feel pretty comfortable. And we see them bet 3. And how is Ace-5 going to feel when they get raised here? Because it's coming.
Carrera Mesa thinking that the ace-5 is going to be good here, but the backdoor spades, sneaky as they are likely raising here?
100%. 100%. You block pocket jacks. You're not worried about too much, 2 pairs or sets.
Raise to 11,500.
And now ace-5. Now notice ace-5 is playing aces and 3s with a jack kicker. So your opponent could maybe raise for thin value with a hand like ace-queen or ace-king, but typically the hands that are going to be here are flushes. And I don't really think we're going to see jacks or aces play this way. I think pocket jacks and pocket aces all just bet the turn. And that's a disciplined fold there from the big blind.
Carrera Mesa lets it go down to 44K, and Rosen takes this one down.
Santa, if you want to start the stream over, you can always just go back and start it over.
Nah, do that later. Stick with us live now.
True.
Rewind later.
Live. You know you can also do if you don't have as much time. Like you tune in later, but then you play it at 2x speed.
Oh, that's intense.
Well, I'm not sure if it is because some of these decisions take quite a while, but you do got to pay more attention. Once again, a reminder that the playpokergo.com free roll kicks off every hour on the half hour. So 15 minutes from now, we got our next free roll running. I am about to get in there and register. Have some fun with that one every single time, trying to outlast Donnie Peters, which I think I'm batting 1,000.
1,000? Try 7,000. Okay, it's outrageous.
Okay, Patrick Leonard raising ace-6 suited, gets ace-3 suited to fold, and gets the big blind to fold king-9 offsuit. Yeah, it looks like Patrick's stuck in like a vortex where he's being pulled all kinds of ways, like into the next poker dimension or something.
Well, producer Rich from the podcast said, Patrick Leonard looks like an angel.
An angel? I don't know about that.
He looks like he's glowing.
If an angel comes down from heaven to take me, hopefully to heaven, like and looking like that, I'll accept it. But
what I find most interesting is when this thing hits the laundry, does it expand, or does it actually disappear?
You can't wash that, man. Yeah. What do you think that would look like if you washed it one time? And Leonard.
Well, actually, you know what? Maybe this is the result of washing the jacket.
Ooh, that's a good point. You know, this guy might be too rich to wear something twice. I don't know.
Oh, that's a good point.
Call.
So we see Leonard, you know, let's go. He's got ace-jack. He's raising. Rebello. Calls for sure. Sevens in position.
We're already seeing a different pace of play at both tables so far. Leonard, I mean, I want to say trying to take control here, but obviously he's picking up hands as well so far. But on the other table, which, if you're just tuning in, features one of the chip leaders in the tournament, Mr. Loquette. His nickname is Risk, and he busted Jared Blesnik on day one, quads versus aces. But also Lonnie Hui there, who has been known to apply some pressure.
The table dynamics are completely different. We have two huge chip leaders at the other table.
Yep.
Here we have a mix of some, you know, somewhat accomplished poker players with different earnings, and then Patrick Leonard. Patrick Leonard is the star at this table. So I think this is going to be his table, and people are going to kind of let him do what he can do. He also has one of the bigger stacks at the table. And notice this, Patrick Leonard checking ace-jack in a multi-way pot. When you play multi-way and you have these kind of spots, you really want to either check mostly, but then you play check raises. He's not checking to just check call here. He's checking to check raise. And this is going to put sevens in a tough spot. His hand needs protection and is also said to be good. So we're going to see a raise come, I'm saying like 10 to 12K.
Going with 96.
8.6. 8.6. So a little bit less. And hey, look, that's a great fold there from two sevens. Two sevens could keep that honest and turn equity with a 5, a 4, or a 7, of course.
Most people watching will probably take the approach where you raise ace-jack, you flop a jack, and you automatically continue. Why is that not the preferred approach? As we go out into the field here, and Tristan, we'll get to this in just a second before I let the people know about the PokerGO merch. Check out our shop at shop.pokergo.com. Now through July 19, we have a special discount. Use WSOP 25 for 20% off of our merch. Online only, digital products excluded. We got lots of good stuff here. I see some faces there. Ankush Mandavia in the house. Kevin Pollock, big-time TV and movie star in the house. Pollock, of course, every single year playing the main. Donnie, is this the first year Kevin Pollock has chips? Look at that.
He looks like he's got a healthy amount of chips. Oh, there he is. Hello. Hi, Kevin. How are you?
Kevin Pollock, of course, cashed the main event, had a deep run, I want to say about a decade ago. But it's time now for another run.
I see him wearing a Tulsa King hat. Looks like he's joined the cast for season 3.
Oh, wow.
He's going to be a series regular as Special Agent Musso, I'm told. So if you're a Tulsa King fan, Kevin Pollock's coming to your screen.
Everybody loves poker. The assortment of people that partake in this game, it's so plentiful. Like, you have just degenerates, and then all the way up to esteemed actors and politicians even, let's say, as I joke there a little. But just everyone loves poker.
Lonnie Hui makes it 2,500 as we come back to our secondary table. Fleming with the call.
And Remco, I know we're in another hand, but
Yes.
that was a beautiful question you asked about poker strategy and multi-way pots.
Yes.
That we need to get to another time maybe, but do you play poker? Because that's, like, your mind is really, we should have got you in the main.
See, my problem is, and I've said this before, is that, what's the saying again? Do as I say, not as I do. I can ask the right questions. I'm locked in for the commentary. I do not trust myself
to execute.
I mean, at least not as well.
Okay, so here, multi-way. Speaking of multi-way pots, the more players you are up against, the more kind of straightforward you should play. But this board is going to favor Lonnie. Lonnie has the ace-king, the pocket kings, the queens, the jacks in her range. So if we want to see her bluff, she also has future equity. There's one club, there's 1 3, so she could hit a 2, a 5, a club. She could turn an ace. So we do see her bet here as a semi-bluff and a multi-way people. And the French Rigby, Lequette, bottom pair, he's staring down his opponent.
An opportunist, if you will.
And it's a spot. This is dicey because Lonnie shouldn't have as many bluffs, really. And this is where Lonnie starting to bluff the flop. Now we get to tell this complete story. We pick up equity. We now have the nut flush draw. I am betting 100 out of 100 here, and I'm going to force a 3 in a very tough spot. So Lonnie's bets here come from like Queen Jack, Jack 10, all of her club combos, pocket kings, ace king, king queen, pocket nines, pocket threes if she had, pocket aces, and that's just an easy pickup from Lonnie Huey, who has $4 million in poker earnings. Someone in the chat was trying to question me, calling her one of the best female poker players on the planet. She has $4 million in poker earnings. She is a beast. Google her if you don't know.
Donnie, what did you give Tristan while I was out here?
Bro, he came in here like this.
I love it.
I'm busted. I'm busted. I got nothing else but to watch this event now. So I'm a little jealous, but I'm happy to be here. I'm very happy to be here. This is just, I love poker. But I'm fired up, boys.
I love it. Yeah, the free roll, by the way, speaking of poker, kicks off in 5 minutes. We have 500 people registered. Let's get the number up to 600 if you want to come join.
I got to get in there.
Play for free. Play from anywhere. Let's get in the mix. PlayPokerGo.com. Sign up right now. Get in the mix. Let's see if you can do better than me.
What place do I got to finish in?
Today, a 77.
77.
Got it. That's why I'm trying to get the fields bigger, Donnie, because I have an edge. The bigger the field.
I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. I'm gonna have to unplug your microphone when the next one comes up.
Bogdalian on the button with ace queen. Always nice and disguised, raising a strong hand off the button.
Oh, yeah. You love to pick up hands on the button because you're supposed to not have really good hands.
Exactly. Ivers makes the call, and we see queen 10 versus ace queen on jack 7-9 with 3 clubs. Ivers with the open end of the straight draw and the flush draw.
So yeah, natural to see the out of position player check a lot, although there could be leads in certain board textures. And this is one of those hands with the queen 10 with the club where you have so much of the deck. So you could either check call or you could check raise. It's kind of your prerogative. The solver would say mix and kind of pick your poison because you only have queen high. So sometimes you want to just raise, but yeah, okay, call, cool.
Jack pairs on the turn.
And now this is a card where the big blind does have leads too. This now should favor the big blind in essence because the big blind has all the Jack X suited and some offsuit Jack X that the button won't be playing. So I see Ivers kind of contemplating it. And I love this. This is an unbelievable find. This is a great find. Unfortunately for him, he might not shed a good hand like ace-queen. Ace-queen beats the bluffs. Ace-queen beats the 10x, the 8x. So let's see how Bogdalanian, and he just lets it go. And that's why betting here is really good.
Daniel Ivers, 70K in live earnings, playing poker since 07. He also has his online name listed, Beanba. Whenever someone has their online name listed, even if they have no results listed alongside that, I'm just going to give them some credit there and say that they know what they're doing. Out the field. Oh my God.
Let's go, the legend.
They let just about anyone play this tournament. Mr. Brent Hanks in the mix. He told me for days on end, I'm not going to play, I'm not going to play. But obviously, this man cannot miss out on the greatest tournament of the year. Brent Hanks in the mix. Love to see it.
I thought you were crying. I thought you just broke down.
Brent Hanks trying to make people cry in the main event. We see, by the way, Mr. Smilkovic to his direct right. Smilkovic, who had a sick run at the PokerGO studio, winning the championship event in 2024, excuse me. All right, so Brent Hanks in the mix. Milnock in the chat is extremely unhappy with Tristan teaching everyone how to become better at poker. He is.
Yeah, I am doing that. I really am.
He's basically saying that poker was better when it wasn't so analytical. As we go right into the action here, G makes it 65. Fleming comes with the 4-bet to 20,000.
60 off you.
So look at these positions. G with the 3-bet from the hijack against the under the gun open. and this is a disciplined fold here. You know, you do mix. Nines becomes the bottom of your 3-betting range there, but I think if you're going to 3-bet fold, you maybe just want to throw nines, tens, maybe even jacks or queens into a calling range against early position, but that's fine. That's a totally normal hand where you just don't expect to be up against bluffs, and you just fold your pair.
Yeah, and anytime, especially in this tournament, if I feel like I'm going to be 3-betting and then ultimately folding to more aggressive action, I'll probably just throw those hands into that bucket of call, like you said. Because I don't want to lose the equity that I likely have so deep in this tournament. So, you know, tens, jacks, nines, even hands like, you know, ace, queen, you know, if I'm going to 3-bet fold, maybe I'll just call, you know, you can play deep.
And the pairs are really good to see a flop with, because when you connect, you more or less have the best hand when you flop a set. So it's really kind of unfortunate to have to 3-bet and fold hands like that can flop sets, or even that can beat stuff like nines, like beat other stuff. Nines, tens, and jacks really strong.
Final call for the free roll, starting now. I'm in there. Almost 800 players.
Dang, 800. I'm never going to beat you.
Yeah, you're screwed. You're so screwed.
Can I just fold?
Look, we got gangster stuff going on here.
Yeah, Loquet is back to his raising ways, and Lonnie Hui, who has had plenty of time to decipher perhaps what Loquet has been up to, might we see some aggressive action here?
Female M&M could lose herself right here with a 4-bet for sure, but she's just going to wait and not really step into it. And I think that's fine. Like, look, when you've seen someone just never back down, you just want to have the goods against them. And Loquet, he's showing you what it's like to have almost 9 starting stacks in the main event.
I feel like he wants to start laughing after all of these plays. I mean, the thing is that everyone knows what he's doing. And he's just like, I'm just going to keep doing it because you guys just aren't going to play back at me.
It works until it doesn't. You know, and at this point, he could double up everyone at the table and still be in the tournament almost. So we're probably just going to see this continue until someone stops him.
Yeah, but Donnie, you know, you and I have covered the WSOP for 15 years, and we just know that in the main event every year, there are those guys that start off strong, and then they ride this wave of confidence, momentum, whatever you want to call it, that gives them an edge over the field, not only via their stack size, but also because of that, I guess, intimidation factor. And maybe this is the year of Roman Loquet, who goes by Risk, but he could also run up 2 million and then bust on day 4 or 5, and we talk about him for years to come, about the guy who gave it all away.
Yeah, this is day 2, guys. None of these people are anybody yet. You know, they're not in the money. There's still thousands and thousands of players left. So, you know, don't get too excited on these players that have chips because they haven't done anything yet.
To make the
no, I am excited.
Okay.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, well, he's getting 3-bet here. And look at the size. It's kind of just a 3x. And 8-9 suited, look, you're this deep. This is a hand that doesn't always like to call 3-bets because if it comes 10-jack-queen, you're drawing dead to ace-king. But we are going to see him continue. Totally fine for sure.
Players like Loquet, and correct me if I'm wrong, just look for opportunities, right? Look for boards that favor a check raising range, or you know, textures that favor a calling range to just get something going. And I feel as though Loquet is very much thinking about what can I make to look believable.
It's possible, Remco. We're going to see how hard he goes because these are spots where, like, if your opponent has 10s plus, you're just like drawing dead. So you don't really expect 8-9 suited to do all that much. Now it could float here, it could raise, but you know, how hard is he going to go?
Well, he has the backdoor straight flush, so that's a good starting point.
Sure. So we do see a call, and notice it's a very small bet. It's a standard c-bet spot. He is going to be up against ace-king sometimes, and look, when you're just getting there every hand, that obviously helps. That's probably why he has 500K in front of him too. I mean, we saw him put in 6 bets with 9s against Blez's aces and get there. So yeah, of course he's getting there. And ace-queen checks back the turn. I mean, ace-king checks back the turn, and Loquet just wins because he has the best hand. And now he can value bet because he can rule out all the over pairs from his opponent. When someone checks back the turn, they never have 10s, jacks, queens, kings, aces. So we're just going to see a value bet here. And then ace-king is bluff catching in a tough spot, but it's nice when everything's going your way in the main event, and that's what we're seeing happen right here from the chip leader.
Lopez leading for 14K. And Ivers, judging by the turn lead on the previous hand, knows what's up.
Yeah, his opponent has a lot of pairs. His opponent has some ace highs, ace deuce, ace 3, ace 4 that all connect with the board now. Your opponents can still have 6s, 7s, 9s, 10s even jacks or queens to just call 3-bet. So well played from both players. And Ivers might want to think about having bigger sizing since you're so deep. He went with a small 3x pre-flop. He went with a small bet on the flop. If you have bigger sizings against a bully, they can't battle back that easily against you. So that's my advice for all the people who want to get better at poker. Continue to listen to me in the chat because I know what I'm talking about.
I love it. I absolutely love it. By the way, my name is Rem Parinkama. Donnie Peters alongside me as always, and Tristan Wade, WSP bracelet winner, poker coach in the booth with us. Tristan, at least plug your socials because then the people can get in touch.
Yeah, I'm Tristan Creative out there. You can find me Instagram, Twitter. I got a website too. My website's all screwed up, but
people
you
still
could
have
probably
websites?
still
People
contact
have
me. Yeah, we have websites. I used to have business cards, but I stopped carrying those. You know, now I have a QR code. It's actually tattooed on my forehead. If you see me, just come scan it.
Bogdalian with 8s raises it up. Ivers calls with 10s.
It's been a fun table so far. A lot of action.
I was going to say the cards must have gotten a wash because we're getting some better hands dealt here.
So lesson on the button, you get to just call with a lot of stuff. You can call all your suited aces. You can call your suited connectors. You can call all your small to medium pairs. You can call suited broadways. You could even have 3-bet the ace-deuce suited as a semi-bluff. But whatever. We got 3 qualified hands to go to the flop.
Ace 10 4, and now Fleming flopping an ace Ivers with middle set.
And Bogdalian needs to be a little cautious. You got called in 2 spots. You got 2 8s. You have no connectivity to this board. I would have loved to see a check here, but instead we're just going to see kind of, hey, I have the better hands because I'm the first raiser. We see a bet from 2 8s. I'd much rather see bets from like Queen Jack, Queen King, maybe like Queen 9 suited with a backdoor. When you start betting 8s here, it's a disaster sometimes, as we see both players behind him really connect.
For a second, I thought there Fleming was going to use the green chip, but luckily for him, he just comes with the call.
And Ivers, you know, look, he's got second nuts, and now that improves to a full house. So he's just trying to keep as many people in the pot to trap people here. And Bogdalian has to check now.
And Ivers, of course, has to charge here.
Yeah, maybe. The idea is you could check to trap. Maybe you get a check raise out of the button because you know the button has something. You know the button either has an ace or maybe some broadways. But yeah, he's just, like Remco pointed out, he's just going to set the price himself. So he goes real small, third pot to entice an ace to continue. And that is an amazing fold there by Mr. Fleming. Knowing he can improve his hand, right? There's aces and 4s on the board, so he can't make aces up because his deuce is dust. So he just lets that go. The only card that would have helped him was one of the 2 remaining aces. So that's savvy, very savvy in a multi-way pot. He's just expected that one of these players has like an ace-jack, any ace really, ace-5. I mean, sorry, ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king. But even like ace-8 is drawing to a better 2 pair. And I think 8s has to go here, but look, this small bet is going to induce a bluff. And Ivers got to be loving life right now.
16,000. Ivers doing his best to look weak. This is the spot where you just flat and hope for a big move on the river.
Yeah, your opponent either has a good hand like ace, queen, ace, king here, or a bluff. You know, they could even have like king, queen of diamonds, queen, jack of diamonds. Maybe in some universe they have some 4, like 4 or 5 of clubs, 4 or 5 of spades, 4 or 6 or whatever. But what is 8's plan going to be now?
More chips than
because you don't have any interaction with good cards. Like, you don't block your opponent from having a set of 10s. You don't block your opponent from having an ace.
Definitely
you don't block your opponent from having ace queen or ace jack. So with 2 8s here, I think you got to pull the exit plan, and he does. And 10s just with an easy value bet. You just can bet whatever the hell you want to bet here. I'd say you kind of know your opponent was maybe full of it when they checked the river. But we're probably going to see somewhere between 20 to 40K, hoping that this person does have ace queen or ace king and wants to pay it off.
$36,000 into 50 on the river from Ivers, and here we go. Bogdalanian.
Nice hand.
Realizing that he got a little out of line.
Hey, that's okay.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're just going to bluff, and then you say, look, I got caught. I'm not going to lose anymore. Here, I'm out.
I think it's this one this time, right?
And Ivers with some respectable play thus far. Let me look at my notes real quick about him.
I am the banker.
He does have 70,000 in poker earnings from Stoneham, Massachusetts.
Yeah, but he's the one that Remco mentioned he listed his online name, correct?
Yes.
So
purple one.
That, going off what you said, Remco, where you're like, you know, anytime I see someone list their online name, it almost feels like they want to tell you like who they are.
Oh, Bimba. Yeah. Bimba online. Okay, I've seen that name.
There you go. And the 2 plays. With the queen 10, he found that lead on the turn, right? There was that, and then that hand there, you know, thought it was played very well. Sizing was good. So,
and he's
Ivers,
married?
you know, I feel like he's kind of setting up. He's one of those guys that I wouldn't be surprised to see a deep run. You know, he makes a deep run. We kind of look back. We say, yeah, day 2D, we saw him making some good plays, playing solid. It's, you know, it's kind of expected from those types of players.
Yeah. And he's married to Sabrina Calderon. I'm going to assume maybe she's watching. So shout out to his wife. And he's in Las Vegas now, so he's playing on WSOP.com, which I frequently play on as well.
Stealing your money?
Oh, I'm stealing his money.
Michalak in the big blind with King Jack, looking to create the 3-way action here. And Loquette involved again, this time with a nice holding.
Yeah, 3 formidable hands here.
And Ace Queen 7 giving him top 2 pair for the Mincy fans in the chat. Mincy's still in the mix. He's on one of the outer tables now. We rotate our tables.
Chill Pollen's asking me my name on WSOP NV. TPIP. TPIP. Okay, so we see 9s hit the muck, rightfully so, and King Jack here, drawing to the nuts on a rainbow board. We could totally peel one off here. Although it is a little dicey against a chip leader, we're probably not going to realize equity over 2 streets. Only we have to basically drill the turn. Either a 10, of course, or pick up some equity with a king or a jack, or we probably just don't really see much else happen here.
7 pairs the board.
Top 2 still. It's a pretty good turn card because if your opponent just has an ace, they've improved to aces and 7s with a queen. So notice the size we see here.
9,000 from Loquette gets Michalak to fold, and the rich get richer. Loquette up to 546,000. Again, if you like our coverage, please hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. Uninterrupted coverage today, no breaks. No gimmicks. We are live until roughly 1:15 a.m. local Las Vegas time on day 2D here. We got Patrick Leonard on the secondary table. We'll pivot to that table whenever there's compelling action. So far, it's been happening on this table here.
I mean, this table has like twice as many chips.
Oh, probably more.
Yeah, maybe.
I think Loquette covers that other table twice.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the biggest stack at Patrick's table is 150K, it looks like. Yeah, they got about maybe 400K total at Patrick's table. Loquette covers all of that.
Well, the interesting thing, too, with the main event being as large as it is and the structure as slow, once you get moved to a table, there's a good chance you're going to be there 4, 6, maybe 8 hours. And if you get unlucky and you draw a seat out of position against a tough opponent with a big stack, then your day might get ruined, as we see Michalak find ammunition to fight back against Loquette.
Yeah, he's in a 3-bet that, and Loquette's probably not going anywhere with Jack-10 suited.
Well, we are going anywhere because we are going to check in with Mr. Kevin
What
Pollak.
everybody's talking about is 1,212th place finish in last year's main. Yeah, go ahead, Tulsa King.
Yeah.
That's a show.
It is a show.
It's a very good show, I must say.
Oh, I'm glad you like it because I'll be in season 3 coming up in September.
That is very nice. Tulsa King and the Rocket Pig.
You'd like barbecue from KC, don't you?
Yeah. The Rocket Pig's where it's at.
It is. And Under Armour. I'm just saying.
I mean, we could talk series and barbecue and Under Armour, but we could talk about
River Ring quads.
I was going to say it either had to be a sick bluff or a hero call, but you rivered quads. That's nice.
I did the opposite of bearing the lead. So I flopped a set of jacks, and I'm chanting in my head, Jack of Spades, because I got the 2 red jacks, and the Jack of Club comes on the flop. And then by the time we get to the turn, there's 4 cards to Broadway.
Okay.
And I got a guy betting out, and I'm just smooth calling him. And now I know I need help on the riv. Pair the board, please. Jack of Spades comes.
Oh, baby.
And I got paid.
Did you really?
Yeah.
By the straight or by a full house?
By the straight. I bet just enough for him to go, damn it. All right. I mean, he hemmed and hawed big time. But he had the nuts until the river.
Well, that was a very good hand history report.
I do my best. I'll recap
there
a
were
lot
4
of
cards
this.
out there. I had red jacks. It's great.
Yeah.
Okay, what's it going to take to eclipse the 1,212th place finish from last year? That, again, the world has been buzzing about.
First of all, I take that as a slight. I'm 3
According
of
to
8,
facts.
and his batting averages go. Pretty sure that's Hall of Fame first ballot.
It's pretty strong. We're 15% cash, yeah. Wait, really? That's good.
3 of 8.
Okay.
And 134 is my deepest run.
Right.
But let's talk about
13 years ago.
My first year.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm happy as hell that I've got folks that allow me to come here and have some fun and talk to you. I mean, we could text if you don't have time for this.
No, I actually have plenty of time. It's you that has to go back. But before you go back,
I do.
Producer Zach question.
Yes.
Because I'm sure you're so used to it. Any impressions you're working on? We have to lob one up for you and hope that you hammer it home.
Jesus. That I'm working on?
Or just that you have in the bank.
The 50th anniversary of Jaws was last maybe 8-9 days ago.
Yeah,
50th
never
anniversary.
seen it. Great film.
You serious?
Sorry. Yeah.
We're done.
Okay, see you later.
I got just this. This is for you folks, since Captain Gray Suit hasn't seen it. This shark, you swallow your whole. There you go.
That was great. It sounds like a great movie.
Wish me luck.
Send it back to you guys as we wish the best of luck to Kevin Pollak.
A little check-in with Kevin Pollak. I'd like to point out to the viewers that our production team is producing this in real time. They can't see the cards, but we do have an update. The aces hand went 3-bet call and then bet fold. So we didn't miss anything. Back to the action here. But yeah, live show. The people who are producing the show do not see the cards. We are commentating on a delay. So apologies for any inconvenience, and if it ruined your life, then I'm extra sorry. I'm just so sorry.
It just ruined my life that Jeff has never seen Jaws.
I've never seen Jaws either.
Well, you're European, so I wouldn't necessarily expect it. But Jeff, Mr. America?
I know. But Jeff Platt is into Bridesmaids. That's his movie. And what's it called? Ryan Reynolds.
Deadpool?
No. The sappy romantic comedies.
Yeah, but Jaws? I mean, come on. Even when you're younger, like you just didn't like your parents didn't throw it on or something, or like your teenage friends like put it on, or
you know what this?
Maybe Jeff didn't have any friends.
You just triggered a core memory for me, Donnie. My cousin lived like 4 houses down growing up. He was 6 years older. Him and his brother, who was 8 years older than me, him and his brother rented the Blair Witch Project on what, VHS or DVD, I'm not sure. But
probably VHS.
Either way, they invited me over to watch. I don't know how old I was, but I could not have been older than maybe 14 or 15. I had to walk back in the pitch dark after watching the Blair Witch Project. It was only
that movie was terrifying.
It was 4 houses down, and I've never been more scared. And I actually ran home. I will admit to that.
Make an appearance here from Iramian.
How much?
My tongue just needs to get used to saying some names sometimes. And Liquette, keep picking up the heat.
5,000.
It's 5,000.
Yes.
Wait, he opened to 5?
Yeah, Armanian, he says, look, raising the big blind, the chip leader in the big blind, I'm just going to make it 4x, basically.
5 black?
Yes.
And Liquette with a little mistake there, but no big deal. He was calm.
Yeah, Liquette just wants to be in there as we see deuce, 4-4, 2 clubs.
And this is a good flop for Ethan Aramian. He's going to come with a small bet now, and this is a little confusing. Liquette does have king-jack overcards with the king of clubs, so you don't really fold this kind of stuff to a really small bet. But ace-5 spades still good.
DC.
He's going to feel a little bit more comfortable turning the flush draw, the nut flush draw. He checks back.
I'm Asian.
And now normally king high doesn't bet here because it has enough showdown value to beat some stuff. But in this case, you might want to bet to get ace kings and ace jacks and ace tens to fold and stuff. You know, even if your opponent has like 6s or 9s or 10s or jacks and they're scared of the queen coming. So I think we're going to see Liquette turn this into a bluff. He does block king, queen, and queen, jack. And notice the size. Big bet. And Aramian is immediately uncomfortable.
He was always bombing this river.
Yeah, I know.
Always.
I mean,
he knows too. He knows. Aramian with that smile.
Oh, and an ace-high call.
Ace-high call from Aramian. Not letting the chip leader bully him around. Given how few he had behind.
Wow, that's a massive call with ace-high there.
He only had 12K behind.
And look, that's why you in a balanced playing strategy, you don't bluff with king highs because ace highs can call you. But wow, what a find there by Ethan Aramian. Says his profession is sports betting.
He might be the only person that beat him in hand.
He went to University of Georgia. Got a BA.
He did it with like ace high.
Blair Witch Project, by the way, came out when I was 12. So 12-year-old me, for sure, terrified of that movie.
That's always a funny situation too when you're someone like Liquette here at this table where you either win or lose hands and the other players are commenting to each other about you.
Yeah. I mean, but you do, look, if you're going to be the big stack and you're going to be pushing people around, you're going to have a target on your back. It's just the nature of the beast. Of course.
Hui back in action with a suited ace queen. Makes it 2,500. By the way, please don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're catching us on YouTube. Uninterrupted coverage today, no breaks. We're just going to run this thing straight through the end until the final hand is dealt.
Jackson G here, coming with a little cheeky 3-bet with the queen 10 off in position. He's a software engineer out of San Jose, originally from Nantong, China. And look, he's only got $700 in tournament earnings. So I'm going to say he doesn't play a whole lot of tournaments. So welcome to the WSOP. Welcome to the biggest tournament on the planet. And welcome to this pot against Lonnie Huey, because she's not going to go anywhere. This is probably going to be a call.
I mean, the reason I'm covered up is
if she thinks that he's out of line, she could even put in a re-raise if she doesn't mind getting it all in pre. But for 50, 40 bigs, we do see a call. And this is fireworks of a flop. G with top pair, Huey with 2 overcards, and the nut flush draw. We see equities almost running equal here, parallel, 47% to 53%. And surely you're comfortable betting 10s here, but you got to be a little concerned because your opponent has good hands. They raised an under the gun.
So now for Huey, do we have multiple different approaches here? Do we, generally take the same route with this kind of hand?
Look, I don't know if we got any rap fans in the booth or in the chat either, but if you ever heard Joe Budden, he had one popular radio hit song. It's called Pump It Up. Okay? But we are not going to see that happen here. Huey obviously could just call with...
Oh, baby. The spade comes home.
Spade comes home. She makes a nut. She can't lose. But the idea to call with your ace highs here in the flush draw is that, like, you don't have to improve all the time. Your ace high can be good. But you could have obviously used that as a hand to, move forward with. But it goes check, check, and now she has a clear just value bet here with the nut flush. And G has a great bluff catching hand too, so I expect her to get paid here pretty regularly.
$27K in the middle. We're playing 6 and 12 blinds.
Notice the sizing. This is a near pot bet.
27.
Exactly
Exactly
pot.
pot.
27,000.
And you hate this if you have queen 10. Your opponent has spades. Your opponent could even have pocket jacks, pocket queens, pocket nines. It's hard to find bluffs because you block some of the bluffs. The bluffs would come from queen jack and queen king here. In the suited variety, the offsuit ones don't always call 3-bets pre-flop in these positions. So, look, if G can sort this out, he could make a great fold with top pair, even though his hand's a little bit under-repped from checking the turn.
He makes the call. Massive value for Huey. She snapped, turned over that ace-queen. 81,000 chip pot heading her way.
And look, that's why you shouldn't really get out of line. He got out of line there pre-flop. 3-betting queen 10 offsuit from an under-the-gun player when you're on the cutoff, that's just out of line. There's nothing else to say about it. It's too many hands. You're too wide. If you're going to do that with that holding, your bluffs need to come from suited aces there. Your bluffs need to come from king-queen offsuit. Queen 10 offsuit too wide.
You better watch out how you play poker because Tristan Wade will call you on your BS. If you want to learn how to get better, either listen to Tristan or go to gtowizard.com/PokerGo. Try it out for free or save 10% on your first purchase. Beat the best and crush the rest. Try out gtowizard.com. All right, still in action here. WSOP main event day 2D, the final day 2 flight in case you're new to the main event. Too many players to fit into the building at once, so we have split things up quite a bit. And now back to the Patrick Leonard table. Pads, as always, documenting all of his hands on his social media. One of the top players in the world. As Donnie mentioned, probably studies more than he plays.
4,500.
Legend of the game already.
Yeah, he often goes through stints where it's multiple weeks of what he calls a boot camp, where he's just studying with all of his Bit B guys and his close friends in poker, and then he emerges for the big series. So whether that be a scoop or a W Coupe online at PokerStars, whether that be something like this, of course, the World Series of Poker. He's been playing a lot at the studio this year for a lot of those series, chasing the leaderboard points. He's always working on his game, his pads. Very active with all of his stuff on Instagram mostly, but all across social media. Also has a Telegram channel with several thousand people where he gets deep in that Telegram channel.
He gives out great info.
It's great
really
info.
awesome,
Like
yeah.
he really breaks down hands. He shows you solver work, like all of it. So if you want to be a student of the game, or if you are a student of the game, I would highly encourage you to follow Pads and then check out his Telegram channel.
Some love here in the chat from Doc Hollywood saying thank you for your expertise, hard work, and fun comments. He says, can't wait to be at the main event next year. See, that's what we try to do. Inspire people to come out and show us what they got. Obviously, this is the one event of the year that you can either save up for, satellite into, maybe sell some of your investments. Just get in the mix.
Shauna says, Tristan, since day 1 goal is to bag chip, what's the day 2 goal? Or is it still to bag chips? And you nailed it, Shauna. It's just to bag chips. Mr. Peter sitting to my right, he's got 20 bigs going into day 3. That's great. If you just stay in this tournament, you have a chance. That's all that matters. There really nothing else matters except to just have a seat and have any chips in this tournament. We saw Greg Merson win this main event years ago, came back from half a big blind or one big blind. Like, it does not matter. Just bag chips. That's it.
Raise 11,000.
So notice this. We have a good hand on the button. Ace-10 offsuit. A better hand in the small blind. Ace-Queen suited. This could be a big confrontation here. But no. Ace-10 normally wants to call and peel and play in position, but we just see a fold. So maybe just a little avoidance, a little bit of tight play here. But the real advantage there is playing in position, and an Ace-10's a pretty good holding given that you're raising half the deck there. But you know, there's also like every player has an individual battle against everyone else at the table. So maybe you don't want to play against some players that are going to play good and what have you. So, you know, we probably just see people err on the side of caution here more regularly than choose aggression like we see from like Laquette.
Donnie, are you still in the free roll?
I am still in the free roll, but it's on break.
Oh, yeah, I busted.
I'm just
already.
chilling right now.
This is your chance. I busted.
This is my chance. I'm feeling good about this one. I feel great.
Let us know in the chat if you can outlast
Raise
Donnie in the free roll. Rosen finds Ace King suited.
Do you guys remember the Furby craze? That's what Patrick looks like. He looks like a Furby.
That's great, actually. Yeah, that is actually. I did not know where you were going to go with that, but yeah, some Furby vibes.
Yeah, he looks like a Furby.
That's a good online poker screen name, by the way.
That is, it is.
June makes the call with Ducks and Panda Lisa. I'll leave that in the middle. Makes the call with 7-4 hearts. We're going to see three-way action on the flop. Queen 5-6, open-ended here for our big blinds and Rosen.
And notice his stack. He's only got 13K. There's 10K in the middle. This is a pot you could just jam right here. Stop and go, little stop and go action. You don't really want to check jam this over a bet. So I would love to see 7-4 just stick it in here. Yes, buddy. Okay, we're gonna bet, which is almost enough. I would have just preferred an all-in, but this might work. Although Ace-King suited has backdoor equity here and does beat bluffs. Whereas I feel like 14K maybe gets Ace-King suited to fold, but this small bet might get him to call. Richard says, I wanted the cashmere, Georgie. I wanted the cashmere. Famous Seinfeld line, if you guys remember that.
I hate Seinfeld.
You hate Seinfeld.
It's the worst comedy show ever made.
Let's go. Remco, I can't talk to you.
We'll be the dumb Americans over in this side of the booth. You could be over there.
It was like one of the most famous TV shows ever, and great play there from the 7-4 suited, by the way.
Seinfeld laughs at his own jokes, and it drives me crazy. His stand-up comedy is among the worst I've ever seen.
Okay, fair enough. You can have a gripe with it.
All right, last time we saw him, he said it might be his last hurrah, but Jimmy D is back. The lean, mean machine that is Jimmy D.
I do what I can. Hey, good to see you,
Good to
buddy.
see you also.
I didn't know if I was getting bumped again for another movie
Yeah,
star.
we were right here, and then Kevin Pollak walked up, and I said, all right, Jimmy, we'll see you later.
It was Jimmy Who after that.
Yeah, but we are here, and I must say, you look great. Our control room was freaking out when they saw you on
were
camera.
they?
Awesome
Oh,
transformation.
thank you.
What led
Thanks,
to
guys. My nephew called me fat.
Okay, that's all it takes.
So, no, that's it. He rubbed my belly. I said, I'm going to make one more run at it. Yeah, we're going to make one more run.
And what's it like to be back?
Oh, I mean, you saw what I just did to the poor kid. I talked him into it.
Flop the goods and then
I
talked him into a river?
called my shot. Did I not call my shot? I called the heater coming.
Yep.
I flopped it and talked him into a couple streets, yeah. It feels good to be back.
We'll send you back, hopefully.
Is that why I got back on the interview list? Because I played the hand good?
No, I didn't care. No, it definitely was not that. No, if I'm ever around here, it's not for good poker play. It's just for entertainment.
Okay.
Great to see you, Jimmy D.
Entertainment
You're the man. Thanks, man.
Jimmy D looking lean. That is phenomenal. For those that watch No Gamble, No Future, half the man he used to be, as we see Igor Kurganov in the back. Okay, we're spotting some faces here. Lots of people entering late. Jimmy D.
Is that Jared Graham right next to him?
Oh, you might be right. But yeah, one more thing here. Watch No Gamble, No Future with Jimmy D. At one point, he climbs on the table out of his mind. Like, completely out of his mind. Jimmy D, one of the wildest characters. If he gets a stack in the main, that's going to be something to watch.
Okay, so it looks like we got a 3-bet pot here. Fives opening. Getting 3-bet out of position from aces, and we just see a disciplined fold there, the underpair. I like that. Well played.
This has come up many times before, the whole Seinfeld thing, and obviously I like to lean into it a little bit. But I do enjoy that I have some people that back me up on this. So I'm not alone in my views.
You're not alone. Look, you're not alone. It's a very, like, love it or hate it, and it's an old show too, so.
Yeah.
Okay, back to the other table everyone was asking about.
My favorite show, by the way, The Office.
Okay, that's
All
a good
time.
one
I've
too.
rewatched that dozens of times.
And notice Lonnie getting in the mix. Jack 6 offsuit from the cutoff. Definitely not in range appropriately, but she flops top pair, gets a little pot control, and now gets a bluff from King Queen. And this is an easy call.
Oh,
And
quack.
she's gonna have to show this Jack 6.
like that?
So, look, if you get caught with a hand like that, you better be aware of your image and how that might change moving forward.
I do love how Quack sort of slammed his cards down with some frustration, which you know, that sort of signals to me that he's tried a few things before and nothing is really working out, and it's maybe getting to him a little bit. Lonnie Hugh has a pulse of 29, I believe. Just
Look, if I'm Quack in the small blind and I just called with King Queen offsuit pre-flop, and I see my opponent gets to the river with Jack 6 offsuit, my adjustment is to 3-bet those hands pre-flop all the time now, because I can't let someone realize their equity and see flops with hands like that.
well, who's gonna get right back to it? 9-8 of spades, and Donnie Loquette getting a little quiet here.
Oh, yeah, he's folded two hands
for now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying.
It's just a couple hands, okay?
Can't play every hand, Remco. And
I
look
mean, you
at
could.
this.
I mean, Rigby
Have you ever
shows
seen
that-
Rigby?
Yeah, you can.
True, you guys are right. But here, this is a confrontation. We should see a 3-bet now. And maybe it looks like a steam, but it's no steam here. This is a big hand. And Lonnie also with a big hand, but I said the 8-9 suited is one of those rare ones. If you have 6-7 suited, 7-8 suited, you know, those are a lot easier to play because their flops don't the flops when you connect don't interact with your opponent's range. 8-9 suited, just that unique one where if it comes 10 Jack Queen, you are drawing dead to Ace King. But you know, these are kind of natural calls.
And also perhaps some added,
Or the 2.
I don't know, I'm not really sure how to put this, but the fact that Quack just lost the pot and showed a little frustration might make Lonnie think that if she catches a good flop, he might sort of quote-unquote spaz off a little bit.
Yep, for sure. And this is decent flop. You really want to see small bet because you can continue against a small bet. Had we seen a bigger bet here, maybe Lonnie just mucks bottom pair because your opponent could have pocket 10s, they could have pocket queens, they could have pocket jacks, pocket kings, pocket aces. They could even have like king jack that just flops the nuts.
Spade on the turn, making things even more interesting. Lonnie now picking up a flush draw as well.
Now she can't go anywhere if faced with a bet, but it goes check, check immediately, I think. Maybe not.
It looked like it, but no river card on display just yet.
Okay, no, okay,
Oh,
there he goes.
Yep. 10 on the river. 9-8 is best here.
And look, I wouldn't have minded to see Quack go in for another bet on the turn. He did have the ace of spades. He does block all the strong stuff. And now with ace king, he kind of is in a world of hurt here. Maybe he does some pot control with like his queen kings, queen jack, ace queen.
Okay.
But he's just going to give up and see the bad news that he was out flop.
9 to the queen. That's Smith.
Lonnie quietly up to 182,000 chips.
Eventually, if I play enough hands with you, I might win money. Eventually.
We see a smile.
Yeah, Quack saying that.
I might not win any.
If they play enough hands, he might win one eventually, or not. Once again, please smash that like button. Let's bring this thing up to over 3,000
How
likes.
do we only have, we have 25,000 people watching on YouTube and only 2.7 likes?
I think it's your strategy talk. People are just so intimidated by it.
Is it? All right, I guess I should just quiet up.
No.
We'll like the video and maybe we'll kick Tristan out of the booth.
Yeah, get to 4 or 5K likes and I'll leave because I know,
Then at least you know you're
I sound like I know it all, but it's easy when you can see the cards.
Oh, it's all in good fun. We're appreciating everyone. All the comments in the chat keep us entertained here on these main event days. By the way, tomorrow, day 3, Jeff Platt and Brent Hanks in the mix. Should be a fun little afternoon of poker action. Oh, we're coming up on the free roll again, by the way. Just 20 minutes away. PlayPokerGo.com. Are you still in, Donnie?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
But I'm all in.
Look, forget the free roll. We got Lonnie 3-betting the chip leader with Queen 10 suited. They both have clubs, and 4-5 suited, another of that hand class that loves to call 3-bets because you can stack aces and kings and all these hands. You have the board coverage when you call with this stuff. So this is, I told you guys Lonnie wasn't backing down to nobody.
I love this. This is a great situation for some action, and it comes ace, king, 3, 1 club.
Both players with a gut shot. This is a sneaky 4-5 here because a deuce gives them a wheel. Lonnie with the range advantage. She's going to bet this board all day, every day, and tomorrow and the next day.
6,000 to kick things off.
And I have no idea what Lequette's going to do. I mean,
he's not fold.
Yeah, you're so deep. Your dream card's a deuce of clubs.
Can I just point out that Loquette's gaze in this exact moment is very villainesque. He looks very much like the bad guy.
Yeah, I mean, he might have ideas to just start pumping this up. But no, he just calls. And I mean, yeah, it's really hard to have a check raise there when your opponent has all the pocket aces, pocket kings, ace king kind of stuff. And let's see how Lonnie navigates because this is not really the turn card you wanted to see. Your opponent does have king X in their range.
I think I need a
So if Lonnie had a hand like ace queen or ace jack, she might check back here. So we're going to see a river. And Lequette makes the best hand with a pair of 5s, playing kings and 5s with the ace kicker. Now, surely you don't really have to turn this into a bluff unless you want to try to get Lonnie to fold 10s, jacks, queens. But Lonnie's not really going to fold a hand like ace queen or ace jack, and Lonnie has to bluff now. Lonnie has played her hand like she has ace queen, like she has ace jack, like she has ace 10, and she would even check her traps on the turn. Her traps are ace king, her traps are pocket aces, her traps are pocket kings. So Lonnie needs to go in like a middle to big bet size here that she would play ace queen plus here.
Comes at 18,000, just over half pot.
And look, this is a really tough spot to call with a pair of 5s. Like, you have all this other stuff to call with. You have all your ace X that gets to the river if you played, you know, your ace 7 of clubs, your ace 10 of hearts. So I don't really know if this is like a fine. Your opponent has to be bluffing so egregiously here to really constitute calling with a pair of 5s. So you know, in a normal world, we just see a fold here, but this isn't a normal world. This is the WSOP main event.
Now, does this look like the guy who is only thinking about call or fold? I think the raise we can now eliminate.
Yeah, it's really hard to raise in this spot. Your opponent can still just be nutted when they check the turn. So it's just a bluff catch spot. You have to see how often does my opponent have 9-10 suited, queen jack suited, queen 10 suited. How often are they getting after it with offsuit variants? If they start bluffing with a bunch of offsuit hands, then I would say maybe a 5 starts to creep in here as a bluff catcher. But yeah, I don't think we're ever going to see this raise. You want a spade in your hand and maybe even an ace.
Wow.
Oh, he makes the call.
Oh boy, this is going to be something. Loquette shows the 5-4 and the wows all around the table. The Frenchman who goes by the nickname of Risk is showing that he's got what it takes. Not scared, not backing down.
That is everything going your way. Momentum, confidence. you're picking off a bluff like that. You
Right.
river the best hand. That's just dream scenario.
Well, Loquette's crushing. I wonder if we'll see him at the NAPT. PokerStars is bringing it back to Las Vegas in November of this year. Buy-ins ranging from $50K all the way down to $300. Scan the QR code on your screen to learn more about the 2025 PokerStars NAPT. Once again, welcome to the show, everyone. Appreciate you all tuning in. My name is Remco Rinkema, Donnie Peters in the booth with me, alongside Tristan Wade, bracelet winner, poker coach. And this man doesn't back down from an opinion or two. So if you're watching, you better buckle up.
I'm just fired up because I see I'm reading YouTube chat. I used to never do that.
And that's a slippery slope.
Yeah, it's a slippery slope because they love the polarizing, opinions. So, they want me to yell at people. They want me to scream at people. They want me to say crazy stuff. So I'm just trying to give the people what they want.
Speaking of crazy stuff, the Mintzy fans are getting what they wanted in less than 10 minutes. We got Jeff Platt checking in on Barstool Mintzy out in the field. So if you're here from Mintzy, please let us know. Smash like. We'll keep you updated on your boy. I wonder how many hands he's played since he's been moved off the feature table.
3.
He played literally 0 hands in 2 hours.
He didn't do anything. He talked. He talked a little bit with Ralph Massey, and that was about it.
He was too worried about Tristan Wade shredding him for perhaps making the incorrect decision.
I mean, there's nothing to shred there.
No, that's what I'm saying. He just avoided that altogether.
Let me ask you, Tristan, how would you, if you were at this table, how would you adjust against Loquette? Like he's clearly kind of all over the place in a good, aggressive way. But so how do you adjust against a player like that?
All right, great question. I think Lonnie played that last hand beautifully. I don't think there was anything wrong with what Lonnie did. But if you see your opponent getting the river with like 4 or 5 suited there, maybe he's going to have a wider range that continues down. So maybe I'm going to start bluffing a little bit more frequently in spots that I wouldn't. So for that last hand, as an example, maybe Lonnie wants to bet turns a little bit more frequently with her ace-queen, with her ace-jack, with her ace-10 for a small size. You don't have to be big. You could still go a third pot, and maybe that will get those bluffs and floats from Loquette to fold. But I think what Lonnie's doing is great. I think you really got to be cautious because you don't want to be too all over the place. You still want to play balanced. But you know what? I probably just stay the F out of his way pretty often. I'm not going to mess with a guy where he's got all the chips, he's got all the momentum, he feels great. I'm probably just going to let him do his thing and, wait for my time.
See Lonnie Huey here with the raise to 2,500. She's under the gun.
And another ace-king here, just flats. And this is okay, under the gun versus middle position, you can have some flats here with ace-king offsuit. And we're going to see an all-in here from pocket 2s. And surely, I know Lonnie's not going anywhere, but we might see the second ace-king. We see an ace fold. So Lonnie now has to look at a Ramian stack, which she's doing that right now through the lens of those aviator shades, reflective. Like I said, this is the female Eminem. This is 8 Mile. She's running down 8 Mile right now. She's analyzing what to do in her brain. Does she want to jam herself? And she does jam herself. And Ramian with he snaps it off as a trap.
I like that hand.
And Deuces is in a great shape here to triple up. Deuces versus Ace-King versus Ace-King with an ace folded. I thought maybe Ramian wants to fold there. You only put in 2 bigs, you got 60, 50 bigs back, but it makes sense that he's going to call there because, ace-king's a really good hand. Lonnie could shove ace-queen, she could shove smaller pairs.
3-way all in,
so I'm fine with this.
3-way all in here.
Hey, so how many greens short are you?
One
remain.
Shortest.
How many greens short are you?
All in and at risk with those deuces. Best hand. Opponents sharing cards.
How many green?
Feel pretty decent about it overall.
15, I think.
You're 5 short? And then you're at
15.
1 stack? You want change?
You want to change?
Yeah. after they roll the hand up.
It's...
Yeah, stack here.
Yeah.
Just 50, please. Okay?
15?
Yeah, 50.
Okay. Can you pass? How many is it? 15 or is it 10?
Setting up the cards here to run
50.
this all
Oh,
in.
50. Oh, 50. Cool, thanks. These are the lucky chips, right?
Yeah, we got to get the pots right since there's 2 players effectively all in. G all in for 45K and change. And then we got this 100K side pot.
Oh,
8-8-6. Deuces hold, but now you got counterfeit outs that he's got to worry about.
Always a sweat.
Yeah, disaster
Seemed
here.
like a fair flop since we gave you a head start.
Yeah.
Disaster here because
5 on
any
the
turn
turn.
card going to give more outs to the ace
Well,
kings.
it was always going to be more out there.
Stepping up.
Yeah, yeah. Or 8. No, actually, no. Oh.
3 on the end, so those deuces
Yeah.
hold for Guy, and he's going to get a
knew
double,
it.
or sorry, a triple up here. Excuse me.
Finally, an Asian wins a pot at this table. Finally.
And again, congratulations to him. Got his first and only cash in the 2022 WSOP Colossus.
Nice hand.
And he's out here again playing another
I wonder
poker
what it feels like
tournament.
to win a pot at a feature table.
And that's got to feel good. Triple up. And no big deal for Lonnie or
Yeah, 100
Aramian.
bigs.
They just lose a
Boom,
small,
let's go.
10 bigs each.
Spin.
Deuces never lose, huh? Poker Views vlog says.
That's right.
We got DDR Gudio says Mallards. Yeah, we know the Mallards. That's Brent.
All right, guys, come on. Hit that like button for us. Let's get this thing up over 3,000. I'm still seeing us on 2,600.
It's 3.7K,
Oh,
but we need to get over
mine's
5K.
lagging. Yeah, we definitely got to get over
5K likes, please. Amen.
And then right after you do that, head on over to playpokergo.com where you can find yourself fun and free, emphasis on free, online poker. Deal yourself into playpokergo.com. You can also download it to your iOS device or your Android device. We are just about 10 minutes away from the 1 million gold free roll, the next 1 million gold free roll on playpokergo.com. I'm going to go and register right now. You guys should do the same. There is no late reg, okay, guys? There's no late reg in these free rolls. So get in now so that you don't get locked out. Come try and best me. I'm going to try and take advantage of this one for sure. Remco and I got a little side action on it. Remco's out of the room, so therefore I get basically a free chance here to outdo him finally.
All right, everybody wanted Pad's table back, and we got Pad's table back, but Pad's is not in this hand. We got Jacks opening. We got a 3-bet from Ace-Queen and an all-in from an 18 big blind stack with the Ace-King. And this is a spot that's kind of gross if you have Jacks,
20,400.
but you do cover both players. So what I would be asking myself here is how often is Patras bluffing? And how often can Patras fold? You know, does Patras going to 3-bet me with 9s or 10s? Is he ever going to bluff with king, queen offsuit, ace, jack offsuit, ace, 10 offsuit? So yeah, it's a really tough spot for Jacks. I don't, have any good advice. And now ace, queen can never fold here. You're priced in. This is a math equation. It is 13,000 to win 45,000. We do see the equity pour here, but you really hope to be up against 10s or jacks. But yeah, you can't fold here with ace-queen now. Now, it's only a fourth of your stack, if that's about right. But I guess it's about half of his stack total, so he's going to think this through. And if he thinks his opponent's never doing this with 10s and jacks and it's just queens plus, then sure, you could pitch ace-queen, but even if you saw the hands, it's almost your priced in.
Yeah, I think this is just too good of a price to call. You got to take the shot. Hopefully your opponent shows up with, 2 jacks and you're flipping. Even if he shows up with 2 kings, you got the aces and over. So
the one thing I will say, Donnie, is it was under the gun 1, and then the low jack. So the positions are very tight here. Pandilica shouldn't be bluffing like ever, really. So that's a fine. Ace queen. You got rid of the second best hand. And Jax just hates that. Like Jax is just like, what?
Well, Barstool Mintz is back out in the field. I'm going to have him join me for a quick sec. What is that featured table experience like for you when you get up under the lights with all the cameras surrounding you?
Well, it's a first world problem because I've been playing, this is my 10th main event, and until the last few years, it wasn't really a situation. So I certainly enjoy getting to play on a big stage and, love everything PokerGO does. So it's a lot of fun. What I will say, the day one, day two, when you're super deep stacked, it's a little slower because you don't see all in pots like you're going to see on day 4 or 5. But, I wish I wish the level probably would have gone a little better. But yeah, it was great.
Well, along those lines, you've run deep in the main before, but a deep run in the main today would come with a bigger stage, I would say, with more people on the virtual rail. Is that a safe way to sum it up?
I think that's a very safe way to sum it up. I love the stoolies. I'm so lucky to work for a company where our fans are so diehard. I've had a bunch of them coming by on my rail today. We're the luckiest people in the world to work for this company. And, our fans just, they love us, man. They know they know more details about my life than I do. It's crazy.
This I could see. I'm going to send you back to the action so you don't miss in. And you outlasted Barstool Nate, so there is that.
Yeah. I wish there would have been a last longer.
Thanks, Mintzy, guys.
Thank you for that, Jeff. Checking in there with Ben Mintz. Mintzy, so all you Stoolies, all you Mintzy fans out there, there you go. I remember I met Mintzy, I think, at WSOP Circuit Hammond Stop years ago. So I've known Mintzy for quite a long time.
By line.
And the guy is one of the best.
That's
he
crazy.
Really
He
is.
says it's his 10th main event.
Yeah,
No idea.
He's been around for a long time. Yeah.
And notice there, Lequette folding King 7 offsuit on the hijack, like as you regularly would. But I just wanted to note that, like, he's not getting really that out of line. He's playing good hands in certain spots. We got Lonnie Huey here with an ace. He's going to raise and take it.
5-minute warning to get into that free roll on playpokergo.com. My name is PokerGo Donnie. So let's go. Playpokergo.com. Get in that free roll. You can also download it to iOS. You can download it to Android. 5-minute warning, guys. There is no late registration. No late registration for the free roll. So let's get in there. I have already registered. More than 630 people are registered in there. Let's go. Let's see if we can crank this up to 1,000. I'm not sure we've hit 1,000 in one of these free rolls that we've been pushing, so let's try and do it. 100%. 5-minute warning, guys. Come on, playpokergo.com. It is entirely free. Come in there, battle with us.
Great call.
Bring the bragging rights, talk some smack, throw some drinks across the table. You can do all that on playpokergo.com. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Trucker 2022 asking, who was that guy? Who, Ben Mintz? You don't know who Ben Mintz is? Come on, Trucker. Chat, please tell Trucker 2022 who Ben Mintz is. I'll let you guys handle that.
Lequette, like I said, not really getting out of line. Got a really good hand. Ace Queen suited, big blind going to defend. Jack 9 suited for sure. Status quo thus far.
Ace King Deuce, top
Status
pair for
quo
Lequette.
I mean,
listen, sometimes when it's your tournament, and right now, I know it's early, of course, but everything is working for Lequette.
we just see a pot size bet here. That's fine. You know, normally in that spot,
Easy game.
If you're playing people who's deep stacked, you do have pot size bets in that fashion. Against a guy like Aramian, I probably would
If
go
we deal
more
a hand before
exploit
Lonnie gets here, I have a shot of winning a hand.
and go smaller, but interesting
it.
to
She's
have
back.
an idea of his strategy there.
No shot.
We are
Okay, winning
trending
hand.
in the direction to have our largest free roll ever. More than 730 entries right now. Let's go. Let's keep it going. Let's get to 1,000. 4-minute warning to get into the free roll. PlayPokerGo.com. It starts at 8:30 here in Vegas. That's 11:30 on the East Coast. There's no late registration, so you guys better get in there right now.
Oh my God! And the hands just keep coming for Lequette.
I mean, it's great when you have the image that Lequette does. Oh, and Ivers finds Ace Queen suited.
Hey, but this is what we talked about. Ace Queen suited, Ace Jack suited. These can just call and play multi-way. And Lonnie here with a pair. Let's go. Let's see a flop if we got 2 3s. This could be a big one. I mean, there's still 4 more people to act. Let's see if any of these players want to come along for the ride. I don't think we're going to see too many weak holdings behind, maybe from the big blind. And 9-5 of clubs, a qualifier in the big blind here, suited and connected somewhat. Maybe if this was a really disconnected suited hand, you might want to fold multi-way, like a 9-deuce suited or a 9-3 suited, but I think 9-5 suited. With the added straight draw, you have to call. Notice the price, 1,300 to win 11,800. Great pot odds. And depending on this flop, this could be a massive.
All the players. Yeah, 11,800 in the middle here. 4 ways. 10, 9, deuce, rainbow. There is 1 club available here.
King safe currently and checks.
Donnie, over 1,000 in the free roll.
Let's go. 2-minute warning, guys. Free roll. PlayPokerGo.com or download it on iOS and Android. As action checks through here to the turn, it's a queen. Could be troublesome here for Ivers. He turns top.
Now look, let's see how Lequette's going to navigate. He checked the flop with a very strong hand. He picks up a gut shot. I think a bet is fine here. Probably wants to start driving the action himself. He blocks the nuts, which is king jack, and he can obviously get called by hands like jack 10, queen jack, ace queen. So Ivers is going to lose some money in this pot. I don't expect anyone else to continue here.
Just got a comment in the chat from Yaksha saying it's pronounced Loquet, not Loquette. So Loquet, we'll go to that. Loquet.
It's low goat as far as I'm
Low goat.
I'll say be low quiet. We'll say however we want to say it. And kings is good to the river, and we get a brick. So we're just going to see probably a big bet here at this point. I mean, you could maybe rule out some monstrous hands like pocket queens. I mean, of course your opponent can have pocket 10s or pocket 9s here, queen 10. But I just think you comfortably bet kings. Maybe not a big bet, but 15 to 20,000. And then if you have ace queen, what else do you call with if you don't call with ace queen?
15,000.
I mean, you don't love it, but you beat value. What if your opponent has queen king? What if your opponent has queen jack? What if your opponent has, I don't know. That's probably the best hands you're going to have here. So kind of a cooler for ace queen and whatever. You lost 16 bigs. So Loquet wins.
Loquet, yeah.
Well, he can have the Loki villain name, like the Avengers Loki.
Interesting, I like
you know,
that.
Right? He's a villain.
I do like his nickname Risk. You know how some players just have like their nickname on their jerseys? Maybe, maybe he should just go by Risk, just like plain and simple.
I like that.
Just go with that.
How did you find the free roll on PokerGo? Play PokerGo.
Out in the field here. Oh boy. Speaking of polarizing, next level, we're in for the Sean Perry experience.
Okay, he's got chips too.
Of course he does. Sean Perry, love him or hate him, he will bring action and or controversy, which that is what I'm in for. I just want to see some exciting things happen here. So next level, Sean Perry coming up. A little look around the room here, see if we can spot anyone noteworthy as we go back to the feature.
And kings back to back.
Wow.
This is not
Wait,
real.
and what we see?
This is not real.
A limp. We are adding every option in our arsenal now.
Comes with a limp. Could you imagine?
What? Donnie, I
You see
love
this guy
it.
who's
No,
in every hand
I'm a
raising
fan.
nonstop.
I'm a
and he just
fan.
hits him with a limp.
I have 500 big blinds. I'm the chip leader of this tournament, and I'm somehow just going to limp in early position because I know someone wants to raise. And look at these hands we got behind. King, queen raising, queen 10 suited, obviously a candidate to call on the cutoff. This is spicy, and I love this. Wow, like you don't see this kind of stuff. But this is why you do it, because you get the limp, re-raise, and this is an unbelievable result now. Now here you got to ask yourself what kind of size we want to go with. Both players pretty deep, almost 100 big blinds, and you're going to be playing out of position. So I would like to see something like in the 5x range here, 15 to 17K, because you don't really want to screw around here. And this guy's really pulling out all the stops. This is completely unexpected.
Rising to the occasion on the feature table. Absolutely love this. Comes with the limp re-raise, makes it 18,200.
And Kwok, curious. He does have one of these hands that...
Nice hand.
Oh, he's not going to battle. And that's a great time to fold because...
Just in case.
Kings.
I can't believe he pulled out the limp re-raise.
Like, shit, maybe
on
he
a
is just in a final
WSOP main
table.
event feature table. This guy is the greatest.
No, this is awesome. That is awesome. He's putting on a clinic right now. He really is. Like, he can't do anything wrong.
All right, we're here for the full low-K experience. Shout out to dogs. Not sure if they belong at the poker
Is that
table.
the only dog playing the WSOP main event?
As Zoe is really big into GTO Wizard, so she signed up for the tournament. By the way, watch the entire 2025 WSOP main event on PokerGO. Daily broadcasts and starting on day 4 exclusively on PokerGo.com. So you better get ready, get prepared. We're going to have Ali Najad and Nick Schulman for the night shift on the later days as we go to table 2 and we see Pandilika for 31K all in with ace-king. 2 players with 9s. Let's see where this goes.
Tough spot. Alvarado raises under the gun. Patras calls on the cutoff. We see Patrick Leonard has a hand in here too on the button that's not registered on the graphics. As he readjusts, maybe we're getting an RFID reader here, but this is really awkward. Where did Pandalia, how did, I have no idea what's happened here.
It's been raised to 2.5K in a jam.
Okay, a raise and a jam. Okay, so under the gun opens. We got a 25 big blind jam right after that, and then 9s fold. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you, Remco. And yeah, we could probably just hit the muck with this. Like, I don't think this is bluffs. It can sometimes be 10s and jacks. You have to ask yourself, I'm in first position. My opponent's shoving second position. It's not just me they're shoving into. They're shoving into the 7 other players, but we see 9s make a call.
All right, all in showdown here. Alvarado thinking his 9s are going to be good enough, and little does he know, he doesn't have any way to squeeze out of this if Pandilika finds any sort of connection with this one.
And I'll just say this, 9s was maybe the best hand I would consider folding here. Just given that your opponent's never shoving 8s or 7s. So, but whatever. You're flipping. Let's go.
What's that?
All right, 9s versus ace-king. A classic coin flip situation. Here comes the flop. 10-6 deuce. Things looking good for 9s. In order to survive, Pandilika needs to find an ace or a king. Deuce on the turn. Not going to do it. Waiting for the river card. 7 of hearts, and the 9s will hold up. Pandilika hits the rail.
Hey, and that's why you call with 9s. If you can remove, I'll say this, if you can remove aces and kings and maybe even queens from your opponent's range, and you just think they have ace, king, or jacks or 10s, then there's 16 combos of ace, king, and there's only 12 combos of jacks and 10s. So the math kind of checks out there to make that call. And look at this, Kwok with top 2 against aces of G. So it must have been raise, re-raise. No. Yeah, raise to 2.5K. Really small 3-bet from G to 6K, which is fine. You want to get someone in there, but you don't want to get out-flopped. He's been out-flopped here. He's going to need a 3 or an ace or some running runners.
500. How many outs though?
More and more all-ins happening now. The queen on the turn gives G more outs.
a jack, a 3, a queen, or an ace, as
Never
predicted
easy,
up on the board.
Still 27% equity. Tournament life on the line. Can you find it? Queen
Ooh,
pairs
wow.
on the
Nice
river,
hand.
and the
What is that?
aces come back to win.
And very unlucky for Kevin Kwok there. You get it in with top 2. You're up against a big hand. You just got to hold at that point. But he's still got 80,000,
Anybody else.
60,000, whatever. No big deal.
And I'm being completely honest here.
He's laughing it off.
Like,
We
this
see
should
him
be
there. He's
aces,
got
hopefully
a
not kings, right?
biology degree from VCU. Owns a construction company out in DC.
Starting tonight? Almost?
In about 20 minutes, we will be taking a break. That will be your 60-minute dinner break at that time. 75 minutes. Sorry, 75-minute dinner break.
All right, so
I'm glad it was
in
not
20 minutes,
in
roughly,
we'll be racing off the
we will
100
swap
nomination
tables.
checks.
No breaks on today's
Please
stream.
make sure that the chip
We're going
leader
8 hours straight, all the way
lines those
through.
up at each
The
table.
boys in the booth just received
person with
dinner
the
That's how
and
we like it.
some coffee.
Look, Remco's like, this guy rides his bike like 80 miles in a day, okay? So if there's anything we could do, we could sit in here for 8 hours because Remco's like, he's a beast. He's just an absolute beast.
Funny side note. This, I think, is more tiring than riding my bike for 8 hours.
I believe
in
it.
a different way,
Yeah.
obviously. I took Tristan riding once, and I think it took him 2 weeks to recover. How sore were you the following day?
Man, look, never go mountain biking with Remco unless you can have padded shorts for your ass cheeks, okay? Because you are just bouncing around everywhere. The seat is hard as a rock.
Planning it for like later on in the
And yeah, I was hurting for at least 4 or 5 days.
Let's see if Loke can
Day 2, we don't need to be banked
hurt
yet.
Fleming some more. Comes with 12-6 from the small blind with ace-king suited. I mean, say what you will, Loke has been aggressive, but he's also been getting a ton of hands.
Yeah. That's the only way someone has 500K at this point. I don't care how good you are. You're never just going to have 10 starting stacks on day 2 of the main event if you're just that good. You're just not bluffing enough people. You have to make hands, right? We saw what he did to Blez. He took 150K from Blez that hand.
Yep.
Like, that helped catapult him to this position now, and he's obviously just been getting smacked by the deck from that point forward. And some good poker, too. I'm not denying the guy's got skill. The lovely assistant, a broken Kwok, is right twice a day. That's brutal.
I think, Donnie, I think that Tristan finding out about YouTube chat might be the worst thing that's ever happened to this broadcast. He's so locked in. He is so locked in.
I got PokerGo and YouTube. PokerGo has some of its own funkiness over there, but yeah, it's good. It's good. This is, what's up, chat? W chat, like that's what the streamers do, right? You got to be engaged with the chat.
Well, what I like is how sort of, controversial poker commentary is. WSOP fan says Nick and Ali are great, but this team is very entertaining. That's all we're trying to do is be entertaining. We're not Nick and Ali.
They call us the circus for a reason.
They have called us the circus. I saw a Reddit thread, Donnie, where they were.
I mean, Brett and Jeff literally say this is the circus.
Well,
okay, well, that's good.
I saw a Reddit thread about poker commentators, and I caught some strays in there. So, if you guys are in here, I apologize, but yeah.
Strays for what?
They say that I suck, Donnie. I was hurting my soul.
Yeah, whatever.
Anyway, free roll. How's it going?
They suck. I'm out. How do you think it's going? I'm out. I got nit ruled.
KBS, Donnie, did you make day 3? Tell us, bud.
I did.
Chips and bag, baby. That's all you need.
I got 19 bigs. Exactly. I'm gonna spin it to 19 bigs by the end of the day. I'm just gonna stay at 19 the whole time.
That's what I said should be your strategy.
That is the strategy. Just gonna keep 19 bigs. Another nice one there from Loke, taking it down. Gets the best hand into the muck.
Oh. Yes. And look, we got 4.5K likes. We got 25,000 people like. We need some more likes. We need some more likes, guys. Please, can you just like? All you gotta do is sign into your YouTube and just click that little thumbs up. Can we get like 5 or 6K in here real quick?
Do you have to be signed in to hit like?
Yeah, you do have to be signed in.
Can I just point out that I put a poll in the chat? Over 1,600 votes. Is low K,
like I sat
going
out
to make the
entire,
final
most of day
100
one.
players? That's the
too.
poll. Yes,
All day
42%.
one,
No,
right?
but deep run, 39%. Not making the money, 18%.
Hey, that's a great poll.
Donnie, what do you think?
I said
I'm
no,
down.
but deep run.
Like 40, 45.
It just listen again, like Tristan said, not to take anything away from the guy. He's been playing phenomenally. He's catching cards, but it's just this tournament. We've seen it before. Remco, you mentioned it the other day, the Aaron Zeng show.
You're still gonna make
Oh,
money.
dude,
we
dude,
thought
dude,
that
whoa,
guy.
whoa,
We
whoa.
thought that guy made day 10.
You want to hear something? We're going to get Aaron Zeng on the stream later tonight.
Oh, baby.
And he's got, I've heard he's got around 200K.
Oh, plenty.
Aaron,
Plenty for him.
Aaron Zeng, for those that know, a couple years ago, 2022, I think, absolute mega blaster. I think he busted just outside top 100.
Absolute mega
Bro,
blaster.
he was out of his
Out
of his mind.
He makes low K look like a nit. I'm telling you.
Seriously, he makes Nick Rigby look like Alan Kessler. We're not joking. This guy played insane. And also, it's one of the reasons why we thought he made like day 7. He busted like day 5.
Yeah, I made them a couple times. And
That's actually really fun.
Chips those times. It was good. Yeah.
All right, I'm getting promoted in the chat for YouTube. I'm
Promoted,
stepping up.
like you got like the job.
I don't know. I mean, yeah. Who do we got to talk to?
Not us. We're just the circus.
I'm in charge here.
No, I'm happy to be a part of the circus.
I'm in
Like,
charge here, guys.
I can be the lion that you guys whip.
No, you're a moderator now. You're
Let's
good.
go. Okay, what do I?
So if you say something now, then it'll be in a new color.
There was a lot of talk, Remco, you brought it up, about Ollie and Nick. They will be coming a little bit later in the WSP main event. The night shift will be back. I can't wait for it. It's one of the best times of the year when the night shift is installed. Will we see Nick Schulman finally punch Ali Najad in the booth?
Come on, Ali.
Yeah, I know if you get Martin Cabral in here, maybe we'll see some
Oh my
punches
God.
thrown.
I'm sorry.
Not like that.
What'd you say, pussy?
That was incredible. I mean, he just...
No, well, I thought it was even funnier when Martin tried to get Nick's phone number. That video.
Oh my God, yeah, it's good.
It's been a good summer. It's been a good summer. By the way, we were just having dinner over here. I know it's been a staple of some of the random nonsense that we discuss. But what's for dinner over there? What do we got? We're having Greek tonight. As I'm all in.
But I want to see it in the chat. I want to see it in an emoji form. Please.
That's tough. By the way, just doubled in the free roll. No big deal.
Don't worry. No big deal. I'm out. I'm just over here. I got to wait till the next one.
Hui with 9-8. Absolutely crushing Bagdalian as we get back to the action here. Put the nonsense aside. Low K on 600K. Bagdalian still on the big stack, cruising along. Hui's having some swings. Mintz still out in the field.
And you know, this is a gangster spot for Bagdalian. He's not really getting out of line, but the raised pre-flop was out of line, and he, you know, kudos to him. Look, you can exit outside the box sometimes and exist there, but don't get too crazy, especially out of position. So good to see him just kind of avoid any silly bluff.
David Friendly in the chat asking, what's the worst beat ever in WSOP history? Well, let me tell you this. One of the worst beats ever led to the poker boom.
Led to the poker boom?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
Okay, for sure.
Steve Franz's jersey.
Yeah.
That's all I'll say.
Mr. Phil Ivey.
Which other beats come to mind, Donnie? The Antoine Saoud survival at the final table.
Are we talking about just WSP main event?
Yeah. Let's keep it the main event.
Okay, just WSP main event. I mean, the Matt Affleck one was sick.
Oh yeah, that's number one.
That was so
Anytime someone sheds tears after a poker hand, you gotta put it in one of the worst
Oh.
beats ever.
I was there when that happened. That was...
Okay, so we are seeing low K, low key, low quiet, low ket come in with an out of the range raise with the 9-10 offsuit from this early position. He gets 3-bet by ace-queen, and he just folds. So disciplined still. Yeah, Duhamel, Affleck beat. I saw someone post today. Excuse me. We got promos.
Tristan's starting to pick up on the music here, as GTO Wizards is there for you if you want to beat the best and crush the rest. Go to gtowizard.com/PokerGo, save 10% on your first purchase, and this might unlock your full potential in order to crush the WSOP next year.
I saw Adam Ruthless.
Yes.
Adam Levy, Ruthless. What's up, bud? He posted a hand on Twitter today from his table over. It was ace-king versus aces. The flop was ace-king 3.
Yep.
The board ran out king-king. The only way for aces to lose. Perfect, perfect. You're never going to find a worse beat than that. It's just, that happens to lots of people, but that's the worst beat you can just face, you know? And Lonnie, look. We have 10s in a calling range. Low K opening in early position. He's in 3rd position. Lonnie calling the hijack with 2 10s. Quack with ace-10 offsuit. So this is the bottom of your calling range here with an offsuit version. You could use this as your first weak bluff, but obviously fine to call there. And Michalak, this is another, I call this He's, H-E-S, high equity spot.
Wow,
He's.
you're really out there in the teacher streets, giving us new terms to work with.
Yes, that's a high equity spot. I have a suited connector. I have to call 1.4K to win 12.2K. I love this spot. I dream, I salivate when I peel a suited connector.
4
there.
chips to the race. That's gonna suck.
By the way, some people saying the Royal versus quads. That wasn't a bad beat. That was just a cooler. That was already done by the time that the money got in. Definitely iconic. I want to say that was 08 main event. The guy with the white tank top.
And look, we got Lequette. How did he get 100? How did he get 10 starting stacks? Here he goes. He flops a nut flush draw. And Lonnie has a hand that she's always continuing with in position. A pair and a diamond herself. This is one of those hands that is a pure bluff catcher. She's not beating value when he starts to bet into multiple opponents, but it's a hand strong enough that she can start calling once and maybe even twice. But I don't think Lequette ever takes his hand off the pedal. Okay, sorry, I gotta drill that into my head.
Why would he?
You really better be a French person that told us that. If it's really Lequette, we're gonna be mad.
If they're trolling, it'd be even funnier to me. I actually respect that. Hui versus Loke. Chapter 6, I think. They've been at it all level here. Board pairs 3s on the turn.
And this is actually, like I said, the foot is not coming off the gas here. You block ace-king, your opponent never has ace-king. It's now less likely that your opponent has a set of 3s because there's only one combo, the 3 of clubs and the 3 of hearts. So this is where you pounce. You try to get Lonnie to fold maybe a king-10 suited, a king-jack suited. She's really not going to have a worse king than that, king-10 suited, king-jack suited, king-queen. And Lonnie, you don't mind this turn card because now you have outs to beat a flush. You can pair a 3 or you can hit your 10. So if Lonnie wants to get sticky, this is the next best hand she would have aside from a king in her range.
But look at this, low key comes with pot size.
Yeah, I told you he's not taking his foot off the gas here. This is just a triple barrel spot when you have the ace of diamonds and the range advantage.
Damn, this guy is just unstoppable. I love it.
And this is where it becomes uncomfortable if you're Lonnie, and she's just gonna fold. This is the power of having so many chips. Everything just working out for him. And well played, very well played.
And Angie in the chat says it's pronounced luck box.
Yeah, I didn't see the B at first, but now I get it. Yeah. Loki is a menace. Yes, he is, Sebastian. Le GOAT.
Once again, love everyone for hanging out today. We got 4 more hours of play, uninterrupted, no breaks. It's going to be a really, really fun night out here on day 2D. Just, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Turn on the post notifications. We got daily highlights. We got both recaps, highlights, and big hands. And then once WSOP is over, we got new cash game hands as well coming at you from high stakes poker, no gamble, no future. So, you know, just come on, join us and have fun. We make poker content all year round, and happy to do so.
Talbert says it's locket, like a necklace. Locket. Say it right one time. Locket. It could be. Damn, like I've never seen a name that has 8 pronunciations that could all work.
We should just call him Risk from now on. That's
Risk.
That's his nickname.
Lucky Lock. What about Lucky Lock? Or what about Lock? Is he our lock right now to go deep? Because look, this tournament started with what, 10,000 players? We're down to what, 3,000 players right now? It's obviously anybody's game. But, I mean, Risk is putting in work. And this is this is out of the box. This is just attacking a very tight player.
Like a G.
Like a G. G is G for sure. Oh, we're all getting fired up now. That is a great bluff because suited aces should never fold there. That hand, ace-3 suited in particular, would have been great to re-jam all in as a 4-bet bluff, quote unquote, because of your equity you're going to have when called. You could also just call in position and see a flop, but that's a Rayman playing a little bit too tight. And a great find by the G.
Saw someone post in the chat that they're sitting on a big stack in the free roll. I'm just peacefully grinding. 500 left in this one. Next one starting, by the way, on the half hour, so we've got about 40 minutes before the next one. Let's see if we can make every subsequent free roll bigger. That'd be fun. We got 1,200. Let's go for 1,400.
Risque. Okay, I like that too. Risque.
That's good. Kwok here with pocket queens, sitting on 75K. It's been a rough level for him. Lonnie especially been hacking away at his stack.
25.
Notice the tone and the verbalization there.
Yep.
25. Like, you know, it's just whatever. Bogdalian with 2 8s in the big blind defends.
Let's see if this flop can generate some excitement, and we see overcards to all the pairs with ace king 7. GPP Go is asking, how do we pick streaming tables? Well, that is actually a good question, and it's fairly complex. Obviously, we try to look for notable players. We try to look for big stacks, players that play aggressive, low K being the prime example of that. And we also have to take into account the table location in the breaking order and which room they're playing in, because they have to be playing in this room in order for us to use the table. Otherwise, the logistics would be a big disadvantage to the other players. So various factors, and the deeper we go in the tournament, the easier it gets for us to swap tables around.
All right, so at first glance, this hand looks very unextraordinary. It just looks boring. But we do see kind of queens continue with a range bet on ace king 7, which is totally fine. Now, I think when you bet twice, you're kind of exploring this uncharted territory where maybe you're trying to get better to fold like
First
a king.
hand, this level.
But
Holy.
that just feels good, it seems like, for Mr. Kwok to take that one.
Poker is hard.
That is a true statement.
Couldn't be more true.
I know.
First Lady of Poker asks, is there a limit to free rolls you can play? Clicking the button won't let me register. What do you guys say about that?
No, there's not. So you should be able to. PlayPokerGo.com.
Still probably pretty close.
The next free roll starting in 40 minutes should be open for registration. No purchase required. It is free to play from anywhere in the world.
CD says, why don't we just ask the guy his name? We will. Look, we will ask him eventually.
That'd be way too professional if we did that.
Yeah. We're called the circus for a reason.
Fleming with 5s comes in for the raise.
Not going to get great.
Joe Tango asking, stream ending soon? Hell no. We're going to go straight through, no breaks. We're just swapping tables. that's happening in about 2 minutes. So new table coming in
I'm
about
going
2
to
minutes.
dip out of here and beat the traffic.
Rubber Toad says, Bogdalian makes strange flop calls. Rubber Toad, that was actually a
Well, do you
fine
need the
flop
mic
call,
here?
just given the size of the bet. It was like a 1 big blind bet.
Why not?
So he's just really trying to hit an 8. And then if it ever checks down, like you have some pot share. So I know that seemed a little unorthodox, but it was actually fine.
Should have bluffed a lot more.
No, I know.
Only one bluff. One bluff.
Yeah, exactly.
Heads up.
Okay, so 2 formidable hands, a pair of 5s, Jack 10 suited. Check. The lock checks from the big blind.
You go back to the table you were at. Okay. That is 25?
So 2 5s with a range bet, right? These are the boards that favor the initial pre-flop raiser, so they just play a lot of betting.
I'm sorry?
The next, after the break. We go. We go back. We go back.
And bink,
Check.
the nuts for the chip leader. Now probably a spot he's not going to make any money unless we see a 5 on the river.
No push. This is color up break. No push. This is a color up.
11,000 in the middle.
We'll take care of it.
Small little pot here. Fleming smart to not
That is 12,000.
do anything fancy here.
Poker broker, how do you get into the free roll on PokerGo? You go to playpoker.com, playpokergo.com.
Tournament tab, and it's right there.
One purple from me.
All right, so we are not going on break. Contrary to what it sounds like, we're not going on break. We are doing a 30-second commercial, and then by the power and the magic of the internet, we will be back with a new table, some fresh faces, so please stay with us. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. We'll see you in 30 seconds.
The NAPT is back this November, my babies.
This is going to be such an amazing event back in fabulous Las Vegas. I had such an amazing time at the NAPT last year. It was one of my favorite events.
Stay up to date through the PokerStars channels.
Come play with us this November.
I'll see you in Las Vegas.
Be there.
Welcome back to Day 2D. My name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters in the booth with me, and we're joined by Tristan Wade, WSOP bracelet winner, for some analysis. Jeff Platt on the floor to get all the quotes from the top players as we see David Williams, 2004 runner-up on the secondary table. But he's not the only reason that we selected that table. Riva Arthur and William Camp have been on a tear on the outer tables, so we figured why not get acquainted with some of these larger stacks in the room, and maybe David Williams can make some magic happen as well. Then, on the main feature table, as we look at the tournament format presented by Splash Sports, 10K buy-in, 5 levels per day. We got 2 levels left, 4 hours to play. There he is, Aaron Zhang. I called him the Ultra Mega Blaster from a few years ago. He's back, he's got chips. This should be a lot of fun. Look at that, 253,000. That guy has never seen a hand he doesn't like. And the same can be said for Sean Perry,
Yeah,
who,
Sean Perry, yeah.
just shy of 100 bigs coming into the table.
He likes to mix it up.
See Ralph Perry in the background on the rail. Let's see if these guys can play some big pots. Action right away.
This table is huge. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's massive.
Christopher, dealer in the box, great dealer. Dealing to me
supposed to
yesterday
bet
before I
porcelain or
busted
not?
on day 2.
If you can get the cards and the bets inside the line, that does help me out.
Pair and a flush draw here for Perry.
Yeah, deuce 3 suited on the button, a little out of range, but you know, it's the main event. You're in position. Go have you, Mr. Perry. Especially if you know you're going to flop this, a pair and a flush draw. Life's good.
That is 5,000.
And Lang? Man, I've never seen these words, these letters arranged in this order before. Zhang Kaj.
I think that's probably good, yeah.
Yeah, Zhang Kaj.
Jan Kaj, yeah.
It's almost an anagram.
It is, yeah. That's pretty cool.
But so I was going to say ace deuce offsuit preflop, you might just want to muck, but whatever, you're getting a good price. Ace 7 now, has an easy decision to just call. You're middle of range.
Pretty warm over here.
You could raise if you had ace-9 here. So yeah, love to see it, Lim. Red, but not a diamond. Ace-7, gonna take a big equity advantage here.
Yeah, maybe because of light.
Let's see what Mr. Perry's gonna do. 2x pot for his villain.
He's smart. His company doing the light stuff.
You can check, you can bet, you know. You don't want to bet and get jammed on here. So that's why you sometimes just want to check. So we do see Sean Perry check.
I was just pushing.
And now, block betting is a thing here for ace-7. You have the more 9x in your range. Your opponent's not going to really have a 9 when they check back unless they're checking back a weak 9 like 9-6 suited. You know, you wouldn't really expect a hand like 9-10 or jack-9 or king-9 or ace-9 to check the turn. So I love a block bet here. Just throw out like 3-4K. But your hand's even worth more if you wanted to bet like 8K. You could, but you know, a small bet maybe gets you called by an ace high, a 3, or a worse 7. But we see Lim just check. And now I expect Perry just to check and take his showdown value with 3s and 9s with his 8 kicker.
All right, so Lim's going to win this one. Table in the ace-7. Sean Perry, healthy stack, 134,000.
What's that?
The table was big and
it's massive. Yeah, it's big. Really big.
Streaming table, indeed. A lot bigger than the normal poker tables. Allows us to get the nice camera angles. And I'm out.
Pretty good.
I guess I forgot about what happened.
Yeah, I won't remind you of that.
The long show.
These lights are bright.
Super bright.
Are we supposed to get some makeup before this?
You already look good, buddy. You already look good.
Just a reminder for anybody that just got here. Make sure you spread your cards out on the card reader. Oh, I do? Yep. Like that? But, oh, yeah.
You can just show him too.
You feel me?
Yes.
Actually, do it, right? Raise to 3,000.
Okay, Shabalink in second position with ace-9 off.
Call.
Gonna raise. Gonna get called
So
by
do you call for the TV or you call for the
Conneru
hands?
on the hijack.
That's what I saw. Look at
Zhang
the
cash
action. It's
on
all
the
a
dealer
different
button
game
call
now.
with ace-9 off as well. And Zhang with king deuce offsuit. I'd like to see a fold here, but Remco said he's a blaster, but good fold.
3 for 3.
And the stats are a little messed up here because ace-9 are gonna, you know, chop more or less. Five, 6 out flops both.
Check. Check. That is 6,000.
Easy money.
A nice pickup there.
Yeah, getting reacquainted with the tables here. Sean Perry, of course, and Aaron Zhang, the headliners. I just went to YouTube and I typed in Aaron Zhang Poker just to remind myself. We have some videos out there. One's called The Full Aaron Zhang Show, the craziest player since Jamie Gold.
He's got
this man built up quite the reputation in a short span of time. Ultimately busted on day 5, the year that Karai Aldemir won the main event. And he's got chips again, and just like Rigby, that style just works so well in the main event.
Yeah, I'll be curious to know if he's going to use that past result as maybe an experience builder, maybe thinking, listen, maybe I played a little bit, you know, too far over the front of my skis there, and I got ahead of myself, and ultimately it cost me on a really, really deep run. Not that day 5 isn't a deep run, it is, but a really, really deep run. You know, we're talking about day 7, day 8 type of stuff. So I wonder if we see him maybe back off a little bit wiser to everything now.
Conor just takes it down here with the pre-flop raise. By the way, let's do a
Now
round.
you can see, because now you can see on TV, so he can.
A round through the chat. Let us know where you're watching from. 9 p.m. Las Vegas, still going strong. 4 hours left to play, and Alex in the chat says Zhang is a beast. I play with him
I
to
got
win.
7 deuce. It's a cooler.
Mills here finds ace-10. Zhang, by the way, cashing all over California the last couple of years since his big result. Lots of lower stakes events that he cashed in, so looks as though he's trying to make it happen as a poker player. And of course, I have to correct myself. It was the Aspen Jorstad year in which Zhang made his run. I got it confused because Koray Aldemir also went deep in that year again, finishing 75th. Zhang, by the way, ultimately busting at 117th place. But if you look back at the coverage, it feels as though he made the final table. Mills makes it 3,500. Conor calls, and now Jankaj with pocket kings, finding the goods at the right time.
All right, this way.
It's going to make it 9,000. Action quickly folding back to the initial raiser. Shabalnik with ducks in the big blind, just not the right time for a hand like that to get involved with.
9,000 to go.
Ace-10 offsuit, kind of just a raise kind of bluffing spot, I feel like. So I would exit the pot here and wait to commit my chips in another hand. But 2 9s definitely at least wants to see a flop when it comes back to them. And I like that. That's very good by Mills. You know, some people might say, oh, what are you doing raise folding? You know, when you have 18 bigs or 16 bigs, you can still have raise folding range because you need to balance it out when you do have big hands.
Heads up.
Well, Conor makes the call with 9s. Customer here for Jankaj with the kings, and it comes king, queen, 3, top set for our aggressor.
Okay, so what do you think you do here, Remco? Your opponent checks. It's a draw-heavy board.
I think you have to bet.
Why?
Because it's a draw-heavy board.
It is, but when you have 3 kings, what do you expect to call you? You're only going to get action from a flush draw, maybe Jack 10. What about when your opponent has exactly what they have and you're 95% to win? What do you trap with?
Fine, I'll check that. Jeez.
Okay, that's exactly. You got to have some traps here. Your traps come from mostly pocket kings. You don't trap queens as much because queens doesn't block it. But so we see this as bet just probably wins now. So yeah, it's a little scary, but if you think about like the spectrum of a strategy, you wouldn't check ace king. You would probably check ace queen because you don't want it. You want to play a pot control here. You wouldn't check a hand like ace jack or ace 10 with a club. So you have to have some bluffs. I mean, some traps, and it basically comes from top set.
There's no way you had any of that.
Yeah, he had all of that.
You have king queen too?
King 6 clubs.
Oh, really?
Good flop for you.
Well,
That's what I'm
Sean,
saying. That's why I couldn't have any of that.
I have king queen.
You had king queen?
you both didn't have a king.
Shit.
Yes.
So he didn't have a king. We know that.
And the queen.
No, you guys didn't have kings. We know that.
So what you have?
Did you just bust another free roll, Remco?
I'm just signing up for the next one.
Okay.
Signing up for the next one. We got the next free roll starting in 18 minutes. Already 400 people in there.
There you go. For anyone in the PokerGo chat who was wondering, I got Donnie over here on Canva making graphics. Man, this guy does it all. Poker, PokerGo podcast.
Well, it's late night.
Social
you know,
media
we gotta make it
manager.
happen.
He's on day 3 of the main event. Remco too. I mean, all these guys are beasts. My dog Henry. We need Blez and Tristan in the booth. I think that would be an atomic clash. Does Blez even play No Limit Hold'em? He plays PLO. Is he even a No Limit Hold'em player? No, I'm just kidding. I would love. Blez is a beast. I would love that.
I believe Blez might be in the booth tomorrow.
I think he was making some phone calls.
And if he is, imagine if we have a Luque final table or a feature table.
Oh yeah.
And Blez is in
Oh,
the
that would be
booth.
sick. Paola says, now you see why Tristan overthinks hands. You don't always need to trap there. Okay, you don't always need to trap there, but if you're never trapping there, then you're not playing a balanced strategy. So if you're just always betting 2 kings, it makes sense that you need to trap because what's gonna call you?
King Jack 10 here. Camp flopping pair and straight draw at Winchell with just the straight draw and backdoor spades. Completely different vibe at this table compared to a prior table.
Yeah, this is too sophisticated for me. It's too quiet. Who's this? Is that?
It looks like Steve Bilirakis, right? It looks.
Oh my God, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
Well, his name is Winchell, but he looks like Steve Bilirakis, doesn't he?
Yeah, we got 2 straights here too, Remco. This is a chop pot. I was wondering who the 2-seat was. She's looking very eloquent over there. Mind you, a 400K stack that's towering upwards.
That is a very good point. Arthur on a massive stack. Riva Arthur, 264,000 in live earnings. Not in this hand, but just pointing that out. She has been crushing. Quite a few live wins under her belt. Came into today as the chip leader.
Really, and what about this guy Camp? Tell me a little bit about him with 500K here.
Bill Camp from Detroit, Michigan. 14K in earnings. He's got his friends on the rail, sweating him on. Trey, Emilio, and Hassan. I really think that's Steve Bilirakis in the 1 seat.
Underdog poker. Never heard about that. Although, who isn't an underdog at the poker table? That's how I feel. We're all underdogs.
That's 22.
Lucas says, do you want to play a balanced strategy versus non-pros in the main? Absolutely not. You want to play an exploitable strategy because everyone you play against in every hand is going to play completely differently. But you want to start with a balanced strategy overall and then extend outside of it. You want to deviate from that, but you need to have a balanced strategy. So, and we see an all-in, and this is going to be an all-in and a call. You only lose to ace-queen here. You don't bet to fold these kind of hands, so it does feel gross, but you're going to chop here enough to warrant a call.
Camp with the big stack, though. Applying that pressure, but this is going to be a chop.
Split it 3 ways. I'll take my piece too.
So yeah, you don't need to play. I mean, when I'm playing the main event, I'm trying to play differently versus every opponent. But what I mean by GTO and balance is you really need to understand how ranges look and how you start with the nuts on the flop and how ranges extend from the nuts downward. As we see an all-in ace-king versus 2 kings.
I want to make the bet on
that. 3-bet to 10K and an all-in. And Lim mulling over his options here.
All right, so Lim's going to come along here. Kings versus ace-king. Classic clash here. Day 2 of the main event. Almost 100K in the middle. Chung, the all-in player.
Would have been a sick fold.
TV time.
Zhang, no stranger to TV time. Calling it out here. This is one of those hands we love to see. 8 deuce deuce, safe flop for the Kings.
You saying my card or you calling deuce?
Deuce turn.
Third card, 7 of diamonds. So far, so good for kings.
I know, you hit it, huh?
No, not yet, but I was pushing him. King's got me with it.
River card, 7 of hearts. Kings will double up. Chung will receive the full double up.
Oh, really? You was pushing him?
Christian Chung, from Los Angeles, California.
You pushing him after you see the ace king or before you see the ace king?
He's had some smaller runs in the WSP bracelet events. His best, a 61st place in the Millie Maker this year.
I got an ace-8 suited. Ace-8 suited, so I know the ace wouldn't come. You beat me too?
Aaron Zhang sitting on 250. I will guarantee you he is not going to be on that stack size for too long. This man cannot help himself. Aggressive and splashy. It's a lot of fun to watch. Let's see if he gets things moving here. Sean Perry finds ace 10. Perry, of course, one of the more brash, outspoken, crazy, controversial, whatever you want to call him, people in poker. Action now on the limb with ace jack off. And just lets it go. Wow. 17K, just waiting for a better spot.
Bye-bye.
Not sure what better spots you're going to get off. What, 12 bigs? I mean,
Sean Perry, the wide raising range, most likely.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those ones where I often defer to the player at the table for how their opponent is playing, but in this specific case, we know how Sean Perry plays, and I would say Sean Perry, his general approach off this sort of stack size can certainly be wider than ace jack, so I would take my shot there.
Connor from the big blind defense flops a gut shot on queen 5-4.
That stage is even bigger. They are gonna see how good you are.
All my excuses. Oh, I'm out of
town. For 2,500.
They're gone.
Customer is fine. If your wife's
and look at this, Conneru chasing that straight.
It's so hot here.
Crazy, like when I have to do
9 on the
something,
turn.
that's when most of them call.
Oh.
See if Perry's going to fire again at this.
Yeah, it is.
And look at this, Conneru now leading for 6,500. Donnie, that's a little out of the ordinary.
It is, but you know, he's just trying to take some initiative here.
I find it interesting because on the surface that 9 is sort of meaningless. Well, Conneru gets it done here.
And I don't think you really want to face a bet with just a gutter again. So, you know, he's just turning his hand into the bluff all the way. I mean, I don't know if he's going to fire the river if getting called, but your opponent can certainly be wider than connecting with that.
All right, we got another.
More dogs.
More dogs in the building. GTO Wizard, if you want to go from the underdog to the top dog, GTOWizard.com/PokerGo. Try it out for free, and then save 10% on your first purchase. Beat the best and crush the rest over on GTOWizard.com. Once again, almost free roll time. 9 minutes until the next one kicks off.
All right, this is the last one. This is my last chance. I can't take this nonsense anymore.
Donnie Peters stuck a bunch.
Took harder over these free rolls than I do in the main event.
On free roll last longer.
It's ridiculous. By the way, you know how we have all these crazy rules in poker, you know, you can't cover
That's 5.
all 3 things on your face, whatever. If you are in a hand,
yes,
and you have your hands under the table,
yes,
you should get a penalty. It should not be allowed.
Is that because it tilts you, or?
Yes. The Vogelsang, the bottom, it's got to go. It's got to go.
Only the top dogs do that, Donnie. By the way, we got kings here for Zhang arriving on the river, 18-5 in the middle.
Including Zhang, top dog. Hands under the table. This should be not allowed.
You think he's a top dog? We got a Zhang, by the way, on both tables. This is Lifu Zhang. His nickname is Leaf. I kind of like that. That's kind of strong. He's going to bet this.
That is 12,000.
12,000 on the river here. Trying to get some value from Camp. Camp, by the way, brushing up against 500K. God, these stacks, like the big stacks, are just so crazy. And look at this, call made. Zhang get tremendous value from his kings. It's funny how we have a Zhang on both tables. So when I looked up and I saw Zhang with kings, I was like, oh, here we go.
There's only 677 in the free roll. I feel like I got a shot.
Yeah. You might actually have a shot. 77th, my best finish today in the free roll. Next one kicking off in 6 minutes. 6 minutes till the free roll. Let's get in there, baby. Here's David Williams, DW Poker. Runner-up in the 04 main event and still going strong. Back then, he was the young kid, the new kid. Now the wily old veteran. Chef David.
Raise to 3.
Remember when he busted out and he said to Arya, or sorry, Arya busted out, and Arya was like, bust his ass, or whatever he said about Raymer.
Oh, yeah.
It was a different time back then. It really was.
Marcel Lusk on the rail. David's mom present as well. And Arthur, Riva Arthur, coming into today as the chip leader. She's going to 3-bet with jacks to 9,000. Excited to see some plays from her. Always good to find out how she's accumulated, whether she's just been pure aggression or perhaps it's been a good run of cards. Probably a combination of things.
She won a single day $1,100 tournament over at the Aria this summer for $65K.
Wow. That's a way to satellite in. Back to table number 1. Zhang and Perry holding court. I'm starting to miss the low K already.
No bullying, buddy. It wasn't bullying, all right?
Greatly missed.
What's up?
Greatly missed. But with the way that his stack is going, I'm
I would have
assuming
liked to
we'll
call
get him
because you were getting a big bet on the river.
on day 3. The ideal table.
That's the kind of hand I
Low K and
had.
Rigby.
It's saying
Yes,
if you didn't
please.
see, if you didn't say
with
he's fooling you,
Zhang.
he's gonna check the turn. That's what I know. Yeah.
Now I
Sure,
rock a
you shouldn't
teller
say that.
suit said
During the hand.
hashtag,
You can say
or
that
sorry,
after the
exclamation
hand.
point,
It's
mute
okay.
announcers.
You definitely
Trying to
shouldn't
mute
say
us.
down
That's up to you, buddy.
during the hand.
You can turn the volume off. It's totally fine. If you turn the volume off and just shuffle chips at home, it's like the same thing. It really is.
3,000.
And here comes Zhang.
3,000.
First action from him, making it 3,000.
Need some chips. I think my body is protecting me.
His
Maybe
body?
you guys don't respect my open, but you know my body's here. Right?
Zhang brought a bodyguard to the table.
So what's the question? No, they're gonna put me. They're gonna put us here 2 hours. Now I remember your question. They're gonna put us here on 2 hours.
2 hours.
If you make a good show, they might put us like 4 hours. End of the day.
You're doing great so far.
Yeah, bluff it
You're
off.
doing great so far. Yeah.
What am I doing?
Talking.
Need to get Sean
That's
talking,
it.
and they'll keep us here.
It's your turn.
I think a player like
Yeah, it must
Zhang
be- It's so hot here.
greatly benefits from being at this table because he's had that big
No
run before.
drinks.
He's
What
comfortable
kind
in,
of drink you
in
want?
the setting, and I think he's going to have more spots to bluff just because of that
bottle.
experience.
You
That's
want
a
it?
good point.
I'm
He's
gonna order
been
one
under
for
the
you, too.
lights. He's been deep in this tournament. He's felt that pressure. And he's got a really good stack. And
All
look
right, I
around
got
at this
a feeling
table,
I'm-
right? We
I'm
see
calling
Mills
this, I
all in
think.
here.
Let's go.
Let's see the first card. Ooh.
I've got a feeling I'm ready to gamble.
I do like the
I'm not.
shove.
Sorry.
Pretty short on chips.
Final call, by the way, to get to the free roll.
Let's go.
2 minutes left.
I'm in there. I'm in there already.
Are we at 1,000 yet?
No, but we're getting there. 860. Come on, people. We got to get to 1,000. Let's go. Get in the free roll. PlayPokerGo.com.
Do you want one?
Tristan, I have a question
Just
for you.
order for you
It's-
right now,
It's
then
getting a little bit
after
later.
the
I feel like
switch, I'll
we
give it
can
to
mix
you.
some nonsense in here. And I want the chat to
Which one?
also
What do you want?
chime in with their answer. Let's say you
I
make
think he
the
looked
main
like
event final
a
table,
Cranberry juice guy.
and they're doing walkout songs before you take
Am I
your
right?
seat. People at home, think
No.
about this.
Pure
What's your
cranberry.
walkout
What
song?
would be your walkout song? Well, I'd have to think about this.
Okay,
because
I'll give you some time.
I love music. I have a song that comes to mind immediately. Jay-Z, The Ruler's Back.
Oh wow, that's strong.
The
That's-
instrumental for that
The
is pretty
instrumental.
sick.
That is strong.
Um,
I think Donnie's gonna go. I Have the Tiger.
No, definitely no. But Jay-Z, The Ruler's Back is on my list. So is what the hell's the name of the song? Allow me to reintroduce myself.
Yeah,
Jay-Z.
that's public service
Yes,
announcement
yes,
by
PSA,
Jay-Z.
yes.
Yeah, that song, I could sing that song word for word. It's a great song.
What are you feeling?
I have so many songs. I need a playlist for my entrance.
You're like, can I come walking up again?
Yeah,
Got
let
a
me
few
just
more songs.
let me just sit here and put on a set.
The chat, by the way, is firing off.
For the bag, you know.
A great Enter Sandman is a really good one too.
Yeah,
Enter Sandman would be on my list too. It'd probably depend on my mood.
Low, by the way, all in with fours here. Let's not forget, up against David Williams with ace-6. Low just chasing the 4 of hearts here. The short stack does not survive.
Nice playing with you.
Low eliminated. Very short. David Williams will take it. He'll take it. Raking this one in.
The Gambler by Kenny Rogers. Sure. Your name, Swedish House Mafia.
I saw Mama Said Knock You Out.
Hate Being Sober. Sober by Chief Keef.
I like the sweat together. Open it up.
No, there's so many great songs. Closing Time. Aqua Barbie Girl. I'm a Barbie Girl.
That's kind of.
Is that's that one, right?
Yeah, definitely.
In a Barbie
Real question is,
world.
what do I do if it's like a 7 of diamonds?
Right.
Wrapped in plastic.
Yeah, I'm
It's
in there, but I don't
fantastic.
know if I should be.
Can we mute Tristan
But I'm in
then?
there.
We can just unplug him.
Yeah, that's actually true. Oh, you know what? This might be the one that I would go with. Skrillex with Bangarang. That is such a loud
That's a good
song.
one. That's a good one.
Seek and Destroy Metallica.
They should bring, but they should really
Everybody
bring those
was
back.
kung fu fighting. Dun, 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 dun.
I'm about to side with the chat on muting the commentators. Look what I started. Debs, 3K with ace-9. Ma makes the call. D-Dub finds the right price here, comes along with the 5 deuce suited and invites Zhang into the pot. So 4-way action. No real super strong hands, but interesting.
Good race.
Maybe 2 more.
Flops could bring some action here. Queen 8-4.
Check.
Ma flopping.
Check.
Top pair with the king kicker. Zhang
Check.
with the weaker queen.
That's 55.
Another song that always got me fired up. Headlines by Drake. I know it's a little old song.
Or Trophies.
Trophy's a good one. But just some of the instrumentals. that these guys have used. Just you don't even need the music, but
I don't like the
I mean, when it comes to music, you know, one of my favorite songs actually is "Papa Was a Rolling Stone."
Oh yeah.
That's like an intro of like 3 minutes of just music before any words come.
Do you remember 3-6 Mafia and Chesto? Feel It? 2010.
Yeah, but you know
the music video, they driving down the strip in Vegas. That's why I always remember that one.
So back to the game for 1 second. We do see King Queen with a pretty kind of tight check back. When you're only working with less than pot, maybe you're just trapping. But I would have loved to seen an all-in by King Queen on the turn here, button versus big blind. And we're going to see a little block bet from Queen 7. And if you get to this river with Queen King, I think your hand qualifies as an all-in still, but we're going to see some missed value here. So we left about 10K on the table there. But you know, you talk about 3-6 Mafia, Feel It, the most famous 3-6 Mafia song. Do you know it?
That's the only song I know of them.
Okay, well then.
Maybe when you play it, I will know it. You can't say it?
I cannot say it. Donnie,
Okay.
do you know the most famous 3-6 Mafia song? Anyone in the chat know the most famous 3-6 Mafia song?
It sounds
Please help
like
Remco out.
We're
because
getting in getting canceled territory.
it goes like dun na 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 dun na 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 na. I can't say the words.
Oh, that song. Okay.
Anywho. All right, moving on.
Yeah, moving on. That was a good question, though. I think that spiced up the chat a little bit. By the way, smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. We got 3.5 hours of poker left. We're continuing to search for these storylines. Riva Arthur, among those, came into today as chip leader. She has since grown her stack, but some players have eclipsed her. Billy Camp among those at the same table.
Yeah, I mean, 3-6 Mafia does have a lot of great songs. I see the chat putting up some Chicken Head, Still Fly, like, man, they popping my collar. Yeah, they got some good songs, okay. All right, we got the chat rocking. It's late. Look, it's 9:30 on the West Coast.
Right.
It's midnight, past midnight on the East Coast. This is the after hours, the scary hours. So if you're not ready yet, get ready, because when we hit double digits over here in Vegas, we turn it up a little bit more. It's Las Vegas. It's Sin City. You think we're kids here? We're all grown adults. Sign in if you're on YouTube. Make sure you're 21 or 18 and above. Hit the like, and then you can join us as we move forward.
Winchell up against Arthur here, calling from the big blind.
And look, you're faced with a small bet. You got the King 10 of hearts. You can totally float here from the big blind. You could also do some check raise bluffing. You know, your King highs don't do it as much as maybe a Jack high would. But yeah, we just see a fold, and that's fine too when you're up against a chip leader who's raising in first position.
If you're just tuning in, Remco Rinkelmann, Peters on the call, but Tristan Wade doing most of the talking. He's here to bring some analysis, some hot takes, maybe some spice every now and then when players get out of line, as we go back to the Sean Perry, Aaron Zhang table. And we've got a hand developing here. Conneru making it 3,000. Perry calls. Mills getting out of the way. So
that was the time to get some of my chips back.
Can't even there.
Look at, whoa, how much is that watch going to cost me? That looks very expensive.
I mean, if it's real.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
You know, you never know nowadays.
For the gram, lots
yeah,
of.
it could just be for the gram. You know,
Right.
lots of people just like to
stream.
preach about it.
For
Yeah.
the stream.
For the stream.
Yep.
So a lot of the more someone preaches about it, the less they are about it.
Right.
In my opinion.
For sure. I'm surprised Sean Perry's only wearing one watch.
I mean, he's not Dario
Where's Dan
Maneri.
Shack?
Yeah, 2 laptops, 2 phones. 10-8-4 Rainbow. Conneru continues for 4,000.
Loose
Perry
call.
makes the call.
And loose call indeed. We have no backdoors here with clubs, but we do have some backdoor straight draws, and one of those arrives. Now we can make the best hand with a 9.
How often do we call here just to try and take initiative when this scenario plays out where Conneru checks the turn?
Yeah, look, Perry's in position, so he's just floating. I think now he probably wants to bet and fold out exactly these holdings of ace high. But yeah, this is Sean Perry. Sean Perry likes to mix it up, so he's just being Sean Perry. And this is a great find. When you do turn some equity, you need to start pricing out, like I said, these exact holdings, the ace kings, the ace queens. Ace jack's probably not going to fold here. Spades aren't going to fold here. But ace queen of diamonds is in a very uncomfortable situation.
So why is it better to do this than to
I was
perhaps
firing big on the
raise
river
flop?
in this one. Probably.
Just because your opponent is going to
Unless
have
my
strong
hand gets
hands
messed up there, but
themselves.
Right.
it's a big hand for me.
And then you play a bigger pot up against a stronger range if called. Whereas there,
Only I can tip the dealer.
he's just
Keep dealing
floating.
me
He
the
hopes his
premiums.
opponent checks. If his opponent doesn't check and he doesn't pick up equity, he could just exit the pot.
Nice call with premise. Hey, you also mine.
Annie Up, MOP, Linz, that's a great song. Oh my God, that was one of my favorite songs. Annie Up. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, I used to love that, man. If you guys just raffle off songs all night, I'll be living the
Either if you
dream.
keep
Just
giving me the
thinking about
pushy
all the
hand, I
music,
can only
the great
do,
music that's been
move the
created
button for you
on
the
this
table.
planet.
Hang on, my action's right here, guys.
Liv Boeree, by the way, also
Okay.
entering the main. I saw a tweet from her. So Liv and Igor joining late, but they did not want to miss out
Nice.
on the world's greatest tournament. Just trying to catch up through some social media to find some names that we perhaps have not mentioned. Ryan DePaulo, who we checked in with on day one, ran it up to 280, then made some DGen plays, according to himself, now around 74,000. Action here on table one. Perry with 10-8 off, 3,500. Shavelnik calling, Chung on the button. And so far, Aaron Zhang extremely quiet. Sean Perry a lot more active.
Remember, you gotta let these guys get in the rhythm.
No, I have no patience.
It's only been like 4 hands.
It's time. It's time to go.
It's early. You gotta let, you know, sometimes you have to fold a couple orbits. Sometimes you're card dead for an hour or two, or maybe even all day. You know, sometimes you gotta let the game come to you, my friend.
Geez, yum yum raise and everyone calls.
Nice. Family pot with us.
So Sean
Anyone
Perry,
want to switch hands or what?
OOL,
switch cards?
out of line, 10-8
I mean, I'm only under the gun.
offsuit from under the gun. I would say, WTF are you doing right now? But bottom 2 pair flop for Perry. He is dominated by the ace-10, and this is why you don't play junk under the gun, because you're gonna get dealt with by the deck.
Mills, meanwhile, flopping backdoor clubs and open-ended straight draw. So this hand,
thinking gonna lay down
depending
that
on how
ace
the action goes,
And Conneru with a double gutter and backdoor flush draw. We have 4 monster hands here. Chung and Perry with the obvious current equity. The other 2, Mills and Conneru in the blinds
think too much,
with the
man.
future equity.
I mean, the people watching TV, they don't know how he plays.
And I would say a lot of the time you just call here with top
You
2.
know, there's never gonna have he never gonna have like ace queen there.
Yeah.
But this is actually one of the disaster scenarios if you slow play here top 2, because you have 2 people behind you that have a ton of equity. So this is actually going to work out very good for Chung, because he's going to get Mills out, he's going to get Conneru out, and he's going to double up through Perry. Potentially. You know, maybe Perry makes some kind of miraculous hero fold, but I think Perry's at least going to call the flop. When action folds around to Perry, like I imagine it should, bottom 2 is a hand that really needs a lot of protection. But I would feel disgusted with bottom 2 pair in a 5-way pot when I get raised by the player here on the button.
You just told me you're gonna shop him.
Yeah, I was gonna shop him.
Now you say you're gonna call him.
You shove, I just call.
You know what? You should fold a hand because of TV.
look at that, Conneru out of the way. Now back to Perry, who will likely think that he's going to be up against the ace-9, ace-jack type hand often.
I don't know. Ace-9, ace-jack?
He just can't fold his king.
I just feel as though Perry is not going to assume that his 10-8 is the worst hand here.
If you hit ace, even
It's a 5-way pot. I'm under the gun. I have all the ace kings. I have all the pocket aces. I have all the ace queens.
I think Sean Perry just thinks I have 2 pair.
You don't want to talk?
It's possible. He's fishing
He's
for info
Asian,
right
no
now
English.
because I don't think he loves the spot.
get
But you're right, Remco. Is he going to fold? I don't think so. I think he's going to, you know, continue. But this is quite disastrous, and this is why you don't play these loose hands under the gun. Just drawing to an 8.
5 of spades on the turn. Perry in trouble. 57K in the middle. Little over pot size left for Zhang here.
It's a pretty good spot, but.
And with this strong of a holding, you have 2 options. You have a small bet in like the 20K region, or you have an all-in. There's nothing else to do.
I think I have you covered, man.
The jacks and the kings was crazy.
Yeah.
I didn't even pay attention. I was texting a message. Then
So 30,000 here from Zhang, betting half a stack.
So if we think about combos,
look like nothing.
there's one combo of
Just like
pocket
you knew
8s.
it's coming.
There's one combo of pocket 10s that beat you.
Okay.
But when we get into the offsuit combos
Supposed to be on
of
the
ace 8 or ace 10, those can be a little plentiful even though we block that. But you just have to find bluffs. Here's kind of my point, Remco, to you saying ace jack, ace 9, ace queen.
It's really strong when you ask how much I have and then bet.
You have to find bluffs. If you can't find any bluffs here from Zhang, this hand shrinks up tremendously.
Oh, of course. No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying about perception, and Perry indeed sees the 2 pair and just cannot get away from it. Zhang almost with a guaranteed double up here. Perry just 2 outs, an 8 and an 8 only. That's how it goes.
Corner pocket one time.
Look, all I gotta say is this is why you don't play trash under the gun.
What about
this is a lesson for everyone who plays poker and who wants to be a gangster and play too many hands. 10-8 offsuit under the gun. Ridiculous. Just ridiculous.
Do you agree?
And
10 on the river?
Don't put the 6 of the jack.
You agree with that, right?
Here it comes.
Ooh, close.
That was it too, man.
Close to 10.
Nice hand.
Sean Perry taking a massive hit down to 62,000, and Zhang winning a pot worth 189,000.
I know, I can't read the board.
He takes it on the chin there, says nice hand, respect. But big double up for Zhang.
Yeah.
He's running it up.
Quick,
Like, 4 hands in a half hour than he did at the whole
right, like 40 minutes, he's double up, double.
He's so close to me.
Man, I was definitely calling it to the breeze.
Oh my goodness. How much he has now? Like 150K?
Clubs.
All right, gentlemen, that's my time. Thank you very much.
And again, that's another lesson when you play multi-way pots. You gotta really be careful because there's so many good hands that are dealt. Look how many people had equity in that hand. Even though Perry had bottom 2,
Makes it nuts.
you kind of are one of the worst holding hands because you're just drawing so slim to better holdings and you don't have a draw yourself.
It was a tight open under the gun.
And there's Sean making fun of himself.
The value of 190K stack right now is just crazy. Zhang absolutely cruising right now.
And Sean Perry basically just registered this tournament down to 60,000, which is the starting stack. So the bottom of the range that you could play under the gun, even 10-8 suited under the gun is out of line. I would say 10-9 suited, Jack 9 suited, Queen 9 suited, King 9 suited.
Surprised the turn didn't even cure the action.
Mostly King 9 suited
I'm
better.
surprised the turn didn't cure the action.
Yeah.
5? And then 9, Jack, King, Queen, whatever, gonna cure the action.
Little needle there from Zhang.
Well, he's just saying, look, if an overcard comes, maybe you get away, but Archimas, 2 kings.
You're making him sound Japanese. I
know.
like it. That's Greek, right? That's a Greek name? What do we think?
I have no idea. Don't ask me, Remco. But 8K, very sizable. That's almost 6 big blinds. The shorter stacked you
Is
are,
anyone else sweating, or is it just me because I lost a pot?
the smaller raise size you want to have.
We will talk about it like it's pretty hot. And no drink.
Yeah, no drink.
It's amazing. No drinking in Vegas.
Yeah, these guys are under bright lights.
Oh yeah, it's definitely hot on the set there. Not as hot as in the commentary booth, but it's close enough.
Yeah, well, you got this light shining on us. You didn't want to shut off.
Yeah, I'd fall asleep if we turned the light off.
This is like a solar panel, like flare.
I'm
right
evening
in
out my tan.
face.
Evening out my tan. We need those little mini sunglasses.
Yeah, Donnie and I were here in the dark the other night.
Really?
I was just with that light on.
Poker after dark over here.
It's all right, Remco. Anything for you, bud. So Artemas gonna limp here with the king 10 suited. Shabalnik with a hand that likes to ISO. And you don't want to really limp behind with hands like king queen, like the offsuit variation of hands, just because they do not flop well multi-way. You want to thin the field. You want to get these other hands out of the way. The big blind folds ace-9 off. I think we could have called there with ace-9 off, getting a good price, 3K to win 16K. With what would have been the best hand currently.
Queen 4-3 on the flop here. Shabalnik well out in front.
Yeah, and this is
Finally, he's here.
Just get the C-bet and win these pots.
Once again, shout out to the chat, both on PokerGo and on YouTube. Thank you all so much for watching. Please make sure to
So what are you gonna
like the video if you're on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel, very much appreciated. Got over 3 hours left on day 2D. Tomorrow, day 3, Jeff Platt and Brent Hanks on the call. All day long, same recipe.
Yeah, can I get a...
I love the main event. Just got to point that out. If you love live poker and if you have time to come to Las Vegas, come back in November because NAPT Las Vegas is coming back. Buy-ins ranging from $300 all the way up to $50,000 at Resorts World. Scan the QR code on your screen and find out more. The PokerStars NAPT coming back to Las Vegas.
So do we have payouts announced?
We're showing it on the stream. We have the official announcement coming up in just a little bit.
Okay.
Payouts are known. We'll have it on the stream in just a few.
I knew they were going to do what they did.
We'll discuss it once it airs. As we see Sean Perry back to it here. Makes it 4,000 with King 8.
Jan Cash going to call. And Lim wakes up with a monster in the big blind. And very short stack. Only 8 bigs. Dream spot.
Punish them. Good luck.
And Sean Perry priced in here. He has to call 8K more to win 30K. But he's in a fold. And this is he's going to leave Jankaj the work.
I have a worthy hand.
All right, so Lim with a good chance to double up. Queens versus Ace-7. Let's see if the patience gets rewarded.
And look, King 8 offsuit on the button's a fine hand to raise with. It's probably one of the bottom of the range hands, but it's fine, chat.
Somehow I just got a feeling you have great hands, and I fold on the ground. But I can't say what I fold yet.
All right, here comes the flop. Queen, Jack 10. Set for Lim. Jankaj looking for a king and a king only, or running diamonds. 6 of hearts on the turn. River card is the 8 of spades, and Lim finds himself a double up.
I got ace-9.
Half the starting stack now.
If you shove, I have to call. If I open, you shove, I have to call.
And Zhang.
The funniest thing, last hand, like last round, big blind, I got ace-9 too.
Zhang commenting like the butterfly effect.
Right.
Had I raised under the gun, I would have had to call your shove, and I would have just knocked you out there.
It saved me then.
Interesting, huh?
Yeah. Must be a field player. You were right. You felt that I was strong, and I was.
So, Tristan, with how slow the levels are in the main event, does it afford you enough time at these tables to start thinking about balancing the way that you play because you want to give
You good?
off
You
certain
want me to
things,
fold for
or
you?
is the sample size so small that you're better off coming up with individual
worry,
strategies
I'm
against your opponents?
Can you repeat
I'll
that
do it
first
to
part
others, not
for
you.
me?
Like, do
So
you want to be
you're
balanced
always-
because you play with the same players for so long, basically in this structure? Normal tournaments, you know, the table gets broken every half an hour.
Okay, I got you. I don't think it matters that much because maybe you play
amazing
200 hands maximum in a 8-hour day, in a 10-hour day. So really, I would just play my normal strategy of this is going to be my range from under the gun. This is my range on the cutoff. And I wouldn't really deviate that much until I learn from my opponents, like, oh, this guy's really tight. He's never bluffing me. So maybe I'm going to raise more and not call 3 bets or something.
Right.
We do see Sean Perry here use one of these hands we mentioned, ace-jack offsuit. It's a great hand to have as your bluffing range when there's dead money out there, when you're in position. Shabalnik with a very tough spot. Suited aces are good, but the ace-7 suited, the ace-6 suited, they're kind of the danglers because they don't have added equity with straight draws. Like, you'd rather have the ace-deuce suited through ace-5 suited here, or like ace-9 suited, ace-10 suited because it's a little higher up in your range. So you could see for this price a call, you could see a fold, and you could even use a hand like this as a 4-bet bluff because you have a suited ace and a blocker to very strong hands. If you think Perry's the kind of player to get after it, you could click it back here to like 22,000. So all options on the table here for Shabalnik.
How much of a factor is that 4-bet decision in regards to how much Perry has behind?
That's for Chung. This you make a great point. If I'm Chung, I might just stuff it all in here because Perry
50K behind.
only
Give me a
has
chance to get some of my
40
money
big
back,
blinds
man.
total. So with
yeah.
hands like 10s and jacks and ace-king in particular at 40 big stack depth, those hands like to just rip it. Because if Perry ever folds here, you win 20K. If Perry calls here, you're likely to be flipping. More combos of hands that flip. But 10s is fine to call. Oh no, we have a raise announced. Yes, I love this.
All right, round 2.
And this is a big size saying, look,
you should
Perry,
ever
if you
see.
want to go, we go.
Perfect.
So he could have
You know, the only
chosen
thing bad
induction
is we don't have
size.
drinks.
Like, but if he makes
I
it
don't know unless we're gonna have a drink
22,000
and then
and
watch
Perry
them play,
calls,
you know.
you don't want to be up against queen king suited, ace jack suited, and let them see a flop. So that's why at 40 bigs you see
where did the drinks
10s
go?
and jacks and ace king just rip it in sometimes.
He went to Walmart and then buy drinks.
And now Perry has to ask himself, how strong can Chung's hand really be? He just called a raise, and now he's re-raising me. But Chung can have ace king, Chung can have 9s and 10s and jacks. So Perry's, yeah, gonna let this one go.
But you don't necessarily hate Perry's 3-bet.
No, I don't. I think Perry's using a good hand
He's got my number today.
as a quasi bluff, and if he gets called, he's dominating some stuff like queen jack suited, king jack suited, jack 10 suited, maybe some suited aces like we saw Shabalnik have. So I think that's a finely played hand by Mr. Perry, and he folded, you know, the second best hand.
So Perry stays alive here, but is down a ton from his previous high as we go back to the outer table. Riva Arthur still holding court. 450K in front of her, excuse me. Billy Camp, the chip leader at the table with 485.
Okay, big flop, 2 players. Ma's not gonna love this. Dominated.
Both players with an ace, and Arthur just comes along and makes the call. 7 of spades on the turn.
And look, Ma is very short stack. If I'm Arthur, I'm thinking of how we get all this money in. And any bet you make on the turn is going to give a 1-to-1 stack to pot ratio remaining on the river. Look at this, 23K back from Ma, 26K in the middle. Arthur goes check, check, and she's going to see she missed some value here. She has him pimped. Now I think Arthur should have thought about that a little bit longer. That was a very fast turn in river there. When your opponent checks the turn.
Hold on. Don't play ace-8. You bump into like ace-10 like that. And then you
when your
Good
opponent
fold,
checks the
good
turn.
fold.
Maybe they don't have all the ace queens, ace kings, so, but that's fine either way.
I do wonder, like, why did she check back so fast? What is she concerned with?
She's concerned with ace queen and ace king and ace jack, but I would say you have 466K. If you happen to be beat there and you lose another 12 big blinds, it's nothing out of your stack.
Right.
You can still get value from kings or queens or jacks. What if he just has a bluff catcher? What if he has a worst ace like we did see? So I think that's a spot where, you know, it's a little dicey because maybe they could have a better hand, but when you have such a big chip advantage and they check, I think you go for it. Okay, so let's see what we got here. We got a raise from Mr. David Williams with 2 6s under the gun. Cassell calls in middle position. Debs calls on the cutoff. And Ma with King Jack suited in the big blind is going to put most of his stack forward.
20K from Ma, 2K left behind. He's going to hope to just take it down right here. Otherwise, be up against a smaller pair. But we looked at Cassell with the ace-jack. Could have him dominated, but it seems unlikely that Cassell is just going to be happy to call this off.
Look, when you're in the big blind and you shove all in here for 20K, it's very unlikely to get through all these players. Under the gun plus 2 calls. I think ace-jack has to call here. It's just too short, and this guy, Ma, in the big blind could just have too many hands that you beat or flip against. And sure, there is a chance you're dominated here at times, but for the price, again, pot odds, pot odds. I will scream pot odds until I'm banned from YouTube chat. Like, pot odds are a real thing here. Your opponent could have 2 9s, 2 10s, any pair under your ace or jack. And we see an all-in shove from Cassell. He wants to run it.
I like that. Cassell isolating Ma and ensuring that he's going to be all in. Wow. Ace-jack versus king-jack.
David Williams upset, but you had 2 6s.
No way David Williams would ever see or go to showdown there.
More bucket hats and bracelets at this table, says Tigers 10. You gotta love the bucket hat.
Screwed.
Thank you, sorry.
A pair.
Yeah.
6s.
Yeah.
Queen jack, ace jack, king jack, queen jack. I got 6s. Give it to me all day, baby.
The gambler coming out of Mr. Williams talking about how he wishes he could just risk it all here.
King in the window here for Ma.
Very unfortunate for Mr. Cassell, but 2 more cards to come. Hearts, straight draws, and the future working.
Bad fold.
Terrible
Bad fold.
fold.
Terrible.
6 on the turn. David Williams shattered.
What am I doing? What am I doing?
David Williams wishing he played worse.
Or better.
River's the 4 of spades.
Right guy called
And
you. Right guy folded.
Ma finds the double up. Why is David Williams worried about this? He would never be in there with 6s, right? There's no scenario where you can profitably get 6s in there.
It's very tough, Remco. It's
Because
a third of his stack.
You have 3 players behind you left to act.
Well, it's kind of like a pot odds equation again. Like, David has the best range out of all those players, and when he doesn't get 3-bet, you know, maybe his players behind don't have all that stuff, good stuff. But yeah, David's pretty down in his range, so it's a fine fold by David. He shouldn't be too bad about it.
That's
Yeah, if you know.
yeah. If I get in there,
Yeah, there's no way I'm folding that. If you got it, I'm out.
All right, you better get moving. Go to playpokergo.com for a fun and free online poker game. Deal yourself in at playpokergo.com. Available on web, iOS, and Android. Play the free rolls every hour on the half hour, just like us in the booth for some little bit of side action just for fun as we go back to table 1. And Sean Perry finds himself all in on the river. What happened in this hand? Tristan, what do we got?
I mean, we got
You
Sean
don't want to send me
Perry
home. I
winning
was telling you I'm trying to go home,
with
bro.
6 high.
The heat is coming on. I just try to give them all my chips. I'm trying to go home. It's too hot here. He doesn't call me, though. I told him to call.
Well, he's not lying. He must be
Me?
steaming.
6-4
Find
off.
some air conditioning.
running first, so next time we can have a Warren Pounding on the screen.
I'm sweating on this table, man. I'm dying. I tried to tell him, man, I was going home, but
All right, so maybe we have Perry blow up incoming. We saw him just play 6-4 offsuit. Here he's playing 5-4 offsuit. And again, like I
can't
said,
say I'm trying to go home. Dude, you don't feel how hot it is?
when you start playing these kind of holdings that are just so bad,
I tried to give him a gift, and I was just like, I couldn't do it.
the deck is usually going to come against you. Someone behind is going to pick up hands. And here we don't really see too many good hands being dealt, but we do see the Queen-Jack offsuit take a flop from the button.
Wasn't the blow up the part where he got
You trying to go home too or no?
In there?
You know, yeah, it's kind of a
just me.
blow up, but he did have 2 pair. So I give him a little kind of lenience.
Main table. Are you kidding me?
But I mean,
I
this
saw it checking to you.
kind of aggression might work. Excuse me.
Well, I'm all for aggression, and if Aaron Zhang is not doing
really
it,
doesn't want to go
then
home.
maybe Sean Perry can get creative here. Artemis with the Queen-Jack high.
Check. Check.
Nice.
Somehow, Sean Perry's
Rip the
just
river.
playing the board. Aces and 7s with a 10 kicker, so he must bluff, really, if I'm him. I mean, I don't, that's what I would do. I like a big bet here. And that's what we see. Perfect.
Overbet 15,000 into 11.
Now, I was going to say, let's see if he
I don't
shows
have much
it.
either.
Quick toss there from Artemis.
I mean, he's selling, he's advertising really well right now, Mr. Rempel.
I don't want to, though. I want to go home.
He continues the shtick.
I keep bluffing my chips away, and they don't call now.
That's your fans?
It's hot. I'm dying.
That's your fans?
Is that my fans? I guess so.
Look, when I
Trying to go
guess
get
when
bet
you
some
have
sports.
so much money, what do you care about torching off 10K in the main event and just sacrificing your lottery ticket on the way to win a huge payout at first place for the final table?
Well, it's funny the way you put that, but I think the main event, more than anything, the fun of being in it should be enough, right? You should just enjoy your time in the tournament, no matter how rich you are. You know, we've seen David Einhorn, probably worth a couple of billion, you know, peacefully grinding his way to a deep run many years ago. It's just about the experience for most people. And I guess if you're too hot, you just punt it off.
You know, you're steaming. I'm steaming. I'm sizzling.
Right.
I'm out of here. You know, everyone's got their own reason to do what they do.
You would give like an arm to be back in there.
I would give a pinky. An arm is too much. I had my chance and I got eliminated, so I gracefully bow out because this is a freeze out, and nobody should have 2 entries. But we do see Zhang pounce Mr. Aggression, and again, these are the hands that like to be aggressive. This is maybe, you know, maybe it doesn't always do this because these are early positions, but this is going to be great timing from Zhang as Zhang Cash folds the ace-9. But yeah, don't get me wrong, I would love to be in this tournament. You could tell me I'm playing for another 4 hours of day 2 with the chance to advance with 40 big blinds. I would be so grateful. But that's just me as a person and my personality. You know, everyone in this life of being a human, we're all different, and some people just don't care.
Wow,
Yeah, I don't know.
Very philosophical. I like that.
Yeah, I guess.
I like that, bringing some psychology to the table here. If you're catching us for the first time, 10 p.m. in Las Vegas, we got probably about 3 hours of poker left here today. No breaks, no interruptions. I do think we're going to get another table change in about an hour. Trying to rotate through a little bit. And tomorrow, Donnie, we got Necrano and Helmuth back in the mix. A bunch of other big names that bagged chips on day 3. I almost want to say that day 3, one of the most interesting days, because they're still dropping like flies, but we are solidifying some stacks that will ultimately see make deep runs.
Yeah, I mean, tomorrow's the day. Onward towards the money bubble. We'll probably get very, very close to it. I'm not exactly sure it'll break, even though the percentage of the field that's been left each day has been less than previous years. So it does seem like we're moving a little bit faster, but that can obviously change sort of any hour. It can just start to slow down again. So I think we'll get pretty close to the money bubble by the end of day 3, and then we'll come back on day 4 and burst that thing.
A few big names here as we watch Mills decide on the ace-6. A few notables that bagged big stacks last night include Chad Power, James Obst, Bin Wang, Big Hooney on almost 500K. That's also going to be a force tomorrow on day 3. Scrolling down the list to call a few more notables. See Farzad Banyadi, old school. John Party on 380. Hendrik Hecklin on 380. Those are players you do not want to face.
Infrared.
Hunter asks how much of a delay is there. We're on a pretty
45 minutes at this point.
Okay,
I'd pay 10,000.
We are watching it live with you guys, but yeah, it's 45-minute delay. So we do see here.
Oh wow! Look at this, Mills.
Oh my God! This is going to be 3 ways.
Mills jams over the top for 24K. Conneru for 44, and Shavelnik with the snap call. 2 players at risk, and Shavelnik with the ace-king well out in front.
So they both do it for TV?
This is a great spot here. You pick up a premium on the cutoff. You get the small blind to jam a worse ace. The big blind, kind of aware of the situation, thinking, look, maybe the small blind just going to pounce here. The big blind jamming in 30 bigs themselves with ace-jack, and ace-king suited happily.
I don't want to say it. It's
catching it.
Putting it in here for 115K in chips. 2 starting stacks in the middle.
At least 3, 4, 5.
I told him my feelings on it.
Appreciate everyone in chat. We see you guys W-chat on PokerGo, W-chat and YouTube chat. Please hit the like button. We're at 5.7K. We got thousands and tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of people watching around the globe. Please support the channel.
All right, showdown coming here. Shavelnik looking to send 2 players to the exit, and it comes 9-7-3. Ace-king out in front here.
8-5-4.
Mills down to 1-6 or running straight cards. Conneru looking for one of the remaining jacks. 3 pairs the board now.
Have you ever seen a 3-way chop?
3-way chop. Okay. I hate it, but it's possible. We don't want no chops.
Both players that are all in looking for their side card, 6 or a jack.
River card is the 7.
3-way chop. And this is why you see some ace-x in shoving ranges, because it can always chop with the ace-king when the board double pairs.
The 3-way chop, I've never seen that before.
Ace-king of hearts is sick. Look at that face right there from Shavelnik.
Kind of a bad beef.
Shavelnik.
I mean, even 6 coming is okay.
I know.
Right,
Shout out, by the way, to our co-commentator Kevin Gerhardt, often alongside of us when we have mixed games going on.
I think I'm the only one trying to go home. That's why that happened.
360,000 to day 3.
After they turn over the ace-6,
Michael Mizraki bagged basically the same stack yesterday that he did on day 1, 330K.
Something?
I mean, did you keep any or
Calvin
no?
Anderson, Leo Marquez,
You gave me back
Frank, Jason Mercer, Eric Lindgren, Greg Raymer. Okay, I'm gonna stop right there. Lots of big names tomorrow on day 3.
That's why you're professional, huh?
Lots of notables in the mix.
That was a TV moment right there.
Only would have been better with a 6.
That's why every time after you deal the flop, you stop for 50 seconds. You are looking for the 3. After you find a 3, you deal the 3, then another 30 seconds for the 7.
Raise 3,000.
Lim kind of showing, even on a 20 big blind stack, you can have raises. I love to see suited aces in the range here for Lim.
And Chung finds queens. It's been his level so far here on the main stage.
Okay, the idea here is when you have these really short stack sub 20 big blinds opening, you can 3-bet them pretty small. So we see a bigger 3-bet raise here. That's okay too. Just trying to get the money in.
I made a good fold.
Ace king.
Even better.
No.
And that's fine from Lim there. That's
You
still
know,
a good strategy, even though we see
like, if
him
you really
lose
have
2
ace
big
king scan,
blinds.
what you gotta do?
All right, time to head on over to the
kinda
main stage
serious.
for an announcement. The final tally is in. We know how many
It's gonna be
players
very
entered.
fun.
We know
3K
how
and
many
you play
players
sure you raise
will
to
get
13K
paid
and you have
and
ace
what's up
king.
top for the winner.
You don't supposed to fold,
Let's go
but
over
we
and
have
find
really
out
per se, you know?
what all these players are playing for as we have
And
the
you're like, oh, I'll
prize
play
pool
GTO at that
of the
point there.
2025.
All right, players in the main event, your prize pool has been posted. This year, the 2025 WSOP main event, we have 9,735 entries, generating a prize pool of $92,579,580. We're going to pay $1,461. That min cash is going to be $15,000 from 1,461 places up. Once you reach that final table, 9th place will be $1 million. So that entire final table will walk away this year as millionaires. That first place prize will take home $10 million and that WSOP main event bracelet. Once again, guys, 1,461 payouts. Min cash at $15,000. Final table is all getting $1 million. First place, $10 million. Good luck, everyone. Enjoy.
Shout out to Andy, longtime staff member of the WSOP, was once upon a time a dealer, now running the show with his incredible team. So there you have it. 1,400 places paid, give or take a few, and then we have millionaires at the final table and 10 million up top. The third largest main event in history. 10 million up top. Donnie, how do we like those payouts?
Look
I
good
think
to
I
me.
saw this before.
No? Too steep? Not steep enough?
When I'm looking at the final table, we see an all-in and a call here, an all-in and a re-all-in. Let's talk about the payouts in a second, right? From the Poker Pro perspective.
Oh, boy.
Please, let's go down this lane.
There's no lane to go down.
There is a lane to go down.
No,
my
there's
friend.
not.
This actually looks, I think they look fantastic.
Yeah, it looks clean, quote unquote, but when you go through all the payouts, anyway, I got a little bone to pick.
Ace-6, ace-jack again?
Just need one of your fours, Rob.
All right, we got fours versus king, queen. Excuse me,
win a
ace,
flip.
queen. Coin flip situation. Mills at risk again against Conneru. This time, no third wheel. So these guys are going to fight it out head to head.
If you can do this board chop, it's gonna be crazy.
Here's the flop. Ace, king, 5. Conneru takes the lead right away. Backdoor wheel or a 4 for Mills, or else his main event will be done. 5 pairs. So
Close.
now
So
4 and a
close.
4
So
only.
close.
River card is the 7 of diamonds.
luck,
That
guys.
is it. Mills
Game
eliminated. Conneru will take this one down. And as we go down the payouts a little bit further, which I always find interesting, 10th and 11th, they got 750, 12 and 13, 560. Then we go down to 450, 360. I think that
Why do you
it
say
is
that?
nice and gradual in that sort of tier.
Okay.
And I also like the fact that you can just say, final 9, 1 million.
Okay, of course you do. That's fine. But here's where my problem lies.
Here, though.
First place, 10 million.
this?
Second place, 6 million. So we have a $4 million heads up, and that's mostly becoming because we want 10 million to be first,
Yes.
and that's the captivating number, right?
Yes.
We knew WSOP was going to put 10 million to first. Well, I knew that was going to happen no matter how many people they have, because they don't want to shy away from
They're gonna forget.
8 figures up top. But what I have a problem, it goes 10 million, 6 million, 4 million, 3 million, 2.4 million, 1.9 million, 1.5 million, 1.25 million, 1 million. So by getting everyone to get at least $1 million, we have these huge pay jumps from first to second and then second to third. Where if this was a more balanced pay structure, the money would be divided a bit more evenly.
I couldn't disagree more. I think that, and I'm one who usually has, you know, a bone to pick on a variety of things as it pertains to the WSOP. I think this is great. I think this is perfect. Obviously, when Jamie Gould won, I think it was 12 million to 6 million.
But where are you coming from with that opinion? Like, where does that come? How is it great? It's great for the guy who wins first.
Yeah.
What about all the?
It's the dream. It's the main event dream.
It's the dream. It is the dream.
$10 million. Let's go.
And let's see. We do see a set here, currently beating 2 pair. As this hand plays out, while I'm about to go crazy on Remco real quick, so let's just embrace a poker hand. Neither player's gonna put any money in here as straights and flushes come. But here's my point. Sure, it's great. The dream is to turn $10,000 into 10 million. I agree. That's a freaking fantastic dream. But what about spreading money throughout the poker economy? What about that? That creates more money in circulation for more people to play more events. And that's really what we need to think about when it comes from the poker playing community. It's great if you're the WSOP and you can say, hey, we're giving 10 million to the winner. But this is people, this is customers and poker players that come and we put up the money. The WSOP isn't adding any money to this. There's no sponsors. They're taking money out of the prize pool that the players put up. So if you want to have these massive payouts, then add something to it. Add something to it. Why don't you get Jack, Beef, Jinx, Lurky, whatever, to add money? Why don't we get Copag to add money? Excuse me, I'm being on a little tangent right now.
I disagree.
It's great.
I disagree
it's
so
great,
much.
but I'm just saying, you could make multiple people $2 million winners, $3 million winners. When you have the last 2 players playing for $4 million and third place is getting $4 million, like those are sick pay jumps. The pay jump from 9th to 8th is only 250,000. The pay jump to 8th to 7th is only 250,000. So that's the same pay jump from 9 to 8 to 8 to 7. You have no incentive to try to get 9th, 8th, or 7. I'm too passionate. Remco's telling me to calm down. I'm crashing out. Yeah, I'm crashing out. This is a product of my dad's genes inside of me. I get very passionate. But
no, I just think it's wrong. I think that 90 people get 100K. There's tons of people making big money, and I think that when you get to that point on the big stage, that's also what millions of people will watch across the entire globe. And I think that if you smooth it out a little bit more, some people getting an extra 20K further down the pay jumps, payouts, I don't think is going to make that much of a difference. I think that
I'm talking about final table payouts.
I honestly think it doesn't matter. I think it's completely irrelevant.
How do you have to play to win? If you make 9th place, there's no difference in getting 9th to 7th. It's 500K. 9th to 6th is only 900K. All the money is in 1st, 2nd, or 3rd, which is what we're seeing, typically in the poker space. But this payout in general is just awarding, the most money to the top. All right, I digress. Thank you, chat, for bearing with me on my spiel there. But if we took all the money that's up for play, 30 million in the final 9, and we split it a little more evenly, the payouts would look something like 6 million to first, 4.5 million to second, 3.5 million to third, fourth gets 3 million. We could divvy it up a little bit more appropriately in terms of percentages. That's kind of my point.
Sounds like you wanted this to be a Survivor tournament.
I don't. I love the fact that there's so much money to be won.
Donnie, everyone doubles their money, we all go home.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, look.
I disagree.
You don't get to play. You don't get to play for millions of dollars that regularly. You never get to play for 10 million. So this is where the World Series of Poker main event is a complete anomaly. But all I'm saying is, to make more people more money that spreads in the economy, we need more consistent payouts. That's it.
Yeah, so a Survivor.
Not a Survivor. We got 30 million to divvy up, and you want the top 3 places to have 20 million of it? I mean, fine, okay.
I just think that this entire tournament is an anomaly. Therefore, give me the anomaly of payouts. I also think that actually these are the best payouts I think I've ever seen for the WSOP main event.
So
normally we have a lot of gripes, but this
is,
I think this is very, very good.
So before we get back to the action fully, I just want to point out that over the years, what I've had a gripe with at the WSOP payouts is that the gap between the final 18 and the final 9 and those jumps in between were ridiculous. And now that has been smoothed out much better with jumps that are meaningful but still not too crazy. And I think once it's the final table, that's like the big lottery, the big show. I think that's the way they have it set up is great. I love it.
It's okay, you're doing good.
I just think this is really good the way it looks.
Better than last two.
If anything,
yes, seriously.
to go to your point, Tristan, to make the case for what you're trying to say, instead of smoothing out the final table, I would just take a couple million off the final table and give more money to the bottom rung.
You could do that too.
But what I'm saying is that instead of smoothing it out.
Defense. Oh my God, snap.
Anyway, Perry, 3.5K with 9s. Zhang in the big blind with ace-8. Zhang has been
me and my best friend
conservative on the feature table here.
All right, seems to climb your best friend.
You're taking it easy on me?
Falls 3,500.
Can you send me home or no?
No.
Middle set here for Sean Perry. He's going to basically have a hammer lock on this hand, although Zhang with backdoor diamonds and a backdoor straight draw. Look, don't get me wrong, guys. The WSOP is amazing. Like, there's no other tournament you're turning 10K into this much money. So I know I'm bitching a little bit.
You don't want to send me home?
But
I can't.
A little bit?
A little bit. A little bit.
A little bit.
You know, but when you have that much money to spread or to,
I'm trying to go home,
give
they won't
out,
let me.
you could spread
Listen,
it
my
like a
face
little
was
bit
too
more.
pretty.
Like
We'll go down to
Remco's
half.
talking
We'll go
about.
down to half to
And
field.
the pay jumps at the final table are kind of insane.
Yeah, it's an insane tournament.
I
It's
know
the main
it's an
event.
insane tournament, but in a strategy game, you've changed the way
It's okay, you don't need to wait for him.
to play a final table.
You don't need to wait for him.
Yeah, I understand, but that's
He has
part
to
of
pay.
what makes this such an
Yeah.
incredible spectacle.
Understood.
That's why. So I like it. Now, a couple years ago, when they decided to make first place 12,100,000 just to best 2006, even though it's no longer 2006, like that was wild. Okay, so now bringing it back down to more. Listen, it's not going to be normal, and I personally don't believe that it should be normal.
It's not a normal tournament.
Exactly. Exactly. That's the
okay,
point we're
Tristan,
making.
if this tournament happened once a month, I would be with you. This is a once a year experience, right? We sort of quote unquote put this out there to the universe through whatever, all the social media clips and all the videos. Part of this is the insanity of it. That's part of the sell. That's part of what makes this so special. And I think that there's also, you can cross a line and take it too far. 06 main event payouts. Those are atrocious, the 06 main event payouts. But they are completely different from these payouts. I think that this is fine. Also, I'm also totally fine with being wrong. Maybe you're right, but I think the way they look now is good.
Yeah, look.
And of course, let us know in the chat what you guys think.
Put a poll in the chat. We have over 1,000 votes.
Look,
is the main event payout good? 62% saying yes.
Look, I'm just another idiot. Opinions are like assholes. Everyone got one. I'm just another asshole with an opinion, right?
We're all idiots. But
Yeah.
it's fine.
So I'll take a breath, everybody. But when 11th and 10th are making 750, and the pay jump to 11th and 9th is 250. And then it's another 250. We have 11th to 7th. The pay jump is just 250, 250, 250. And then it's 400. And then it's 500. And then it's 600K. And then it's $1 million. And then it's 2 million. And then it's 4 million. Like, yeah, it's just a little out there. But again,
the whole thing is out there.
I understand, but does this
literally
set,
this whole
let
tournament
me ask
is
you a
out
question
there?
then. Does this set a bad precedence for other poker tournaments that want to entice people to come play, and then all of a sudden we're giving 25 or 30% of the prize pool to just first place or top 3 instead of spreading it out towards the 100 and the 15%.
Listen,
of
if
the
another
field.
tournament in the world ever comes close to being the WSOP main event, go do whatever you want, okay? But no tournament will ever come close to this tournament. It's never going to happen. So I'm fine with this being an anomaly. I also think that personally, having a $10 million first place prize attached to what is poker's Super Bowl is ultimately better than evening out the money, because that's what sucks people in.
Okay, well, let me ask this. With all the money that this creates from the players, could we ever get the WSOP or other sponsors to add money instead of the players having to support that money to make it 10 million, could we ever get an extra million from a company or a sponsor or somebody to add something to spice this up? Since it is such a great event, since it is the pinnacle of poker, could there be some addition from an outside source aside from the players adding their own money? What about that?
I mean, maybe it would need to take would need to take poker getting big enough that sponsors would get into it in a similar fashion that they get into golf. But poker's not on the scale of golf yet, so I don't think that that's going to happen.
I think
okay, because that's an interesting comparison, right? Golf gets a lot of sponsors, and these guys are making millions of dollars. And granted, I understand, you know, the payouts in golf are top-heavy too. But I don't, you know. So yeah, it's just an interesting thing to talk about. The industry needs a mix of operators and players to come together and come up with the best case scenarios, the best options here. Because if we just let the operators decide, the players will get screwed. And I'm just going to say that flat out. As a poker player in this industry for over 20 years, the players are always going to get screwed, and we are the customers. You know, we are the customers. We create these prize pools. So if we don't hold the operators to having good rakes, to having good structures, and to having fair payouts and treating players good, then it hurts the overall industry, and it hurts the product.
To say that I don't have a real hand,
well,
I
we're
don't
just going to
bluff.
have to agree to disagree.
How can I get showdown? You tell me. You give me good hand this one, I can show you to give the showdown. All right.
And thank you guys. I know I'm a little out there, but there's not also a time and a platform where you get to talk about this stuff on such a big stage.
Ace Jack plus.
And Lim all in again with nines. Gets it done. No showdown.
I got Ace Jack plus. So you
all right, back to the action here. The chat's loving it. Everybody is agreeing to disagree.
Ace Jack plus.
Good bit of talk.
Yeah, thanks guys. I'm done now. I'll get back to being a nobody. I'll fade to black.
Nice. 30 minutes later, we're gonna move back to our home.
But it's good to have these conversations, I think, because they don't take place that often.
Well, I want to win 10 million.
Pick a good one? Please do.
Let me win my 10 million.
Someone will win 10 million, and it will be phenomenal, and it will be unbelievable. And they'll also win a $500,000 bracelet that Chris Angel hid in his briefcase or something. So that is an added bonus that is outside of the scope of prize money from the players.
Did he bring the bracelet back? Have we gotten the word on whether or not the bracelet has come back? I know yesterday they showed or was it yesterday or 2 days ago? They showed the bracelet box. It had no bracelet because Chris Angel took it away. Chung in a spot here. Finds 2 10s. Perry open. Perry's been opening a very wide range of hands. Zhang 3-bet. Oh, and Kim finds ace king.
And he flats.
Yeah, the 10s got out of the way. And Kim didn't really think long at all before flatting. Perry also folds.
Ooh, an out flopped here for ace king. And out of position. And now you are a little scared here because you have a cold call of a 3-bet from the blinds. But I still think you probably want to bet ace jack. But it goes check, check. And Kim with the ace of spades in his hand. I don't know if that's going to be any consideration on doing some stuff. And we are going to do some stuff here.
12,500.
Well, bet 12,500.
And Zhang has been quiet all level, which surprises me a little bit, but given this current situation, would you just want to keep Kim betting?
Yeah, You don't do anything but call if you check the flop. There's no real raising here. He does have a strong range. And I know some people in chat are talking about Chung folding 10s in the small blind. It was a raise and a re-raise, so kind of hard to navigate in those spots. Chung was kind of deep enough if he wanted to have some flat calls there. You know, those would exist from maybe 10s and jacks and ace-queen suited and stuff, but we do see a raise here, so kind of a delayed value raise here with the best of it from Zhang.
Now, what are we getting value from here? Check raising with ace-jack?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess
he's just raising.
Yeah, he.
Oh, sorry, he's not check raising.
I guess when you check the flop and you get a safe turn card, you can still beat ace-queen. You still beat ace-king. I don't really understand the idea as much here because you are up against a tighter range. You could be up against 2 queens. You could be up against a slow play like
you can't let me
aces
shoot
or
them too.
kings.
If you jam, I might fold. So
And
you're
there we
really gonna
have
see
it.
my cards. But it's a feature table, so you can always, you know. So you just
All right,
want
let's
to see
head
my
on over
cards,
to
or you
Jeff
want
Platt
red?
with Liv Boeree out in the field.
She's coming off a 4th place finish at the Super Main at WSOP Paradise. It's Liv Boeree here for the WSOP Main. If you could stand up for me for a quick sec. Is this your first tournament since then?
I've technically played one little one for about 2 hours in January.
We'll say first tournament. since
Basically.
then. You've had a little bit of time. How do you reflect on a score like that?
I mean, it's still not sunk in.
Yeah.
Does it ever?
I don't know. You tell me.
It's weird. I mean, I'm ready for the next one.
Okay.
The hunger is never satiated. You know, there's always more glory to chase.
And there's always more to talk to you about, but for now, I'm just going to send you back to the action. You guys are a feature table, so you'll see plenty of them to come. Liv Boeree, Santhosh, Jonathan Jaffe, and company. Guys.
All right, thanks, Jeff. So we're going to get Liv Boeree in here for the final level of the night. She, of course, cashed for $2.8 million in the Paradise main event on the Bahamas. Mustafa Kanit's third for 3.6. Marcelo Aziz, 4.6 million for second, and Jinan Zhu winning that thing for $6 million.
You're welcome.
I like hearing from Liv Boeree that she can really have that humble moment that it still hasn't sunk in, even though she's had a $1.6 million score before.
Right.
You know, like it's still winning that amount of money means something.
It's one of the most fun I've had covering a tournament when Liv won EPT San Remo back in 2010. She was basically a game show contestant who got into poker, and she was, you know, trying to make it work in the poker world, but not necessarily, you know, considered a top poker professional. But it was like a Cinderella run in that huge EPT where she won $1.6 million, by the way. 1,240 players, a 5K Euro main event. She beat Jakob Karlsson heads up at the time, one of the top online crushers. And yeah, that sort of lifted her into a new stratosphere when it comes to poker. And there were many years between that score and her Paradise score, but it's awesome to see her still
You just won
in
a
the
shirt
hunt, and
for it,
now
right? You don't have any
taking on the feature table.
Back in your hotel room?
After the upcoming
Why
table
not?
switch.
Why are you coming to Vegas then?
I had the wrong mindset.
Yeah, you got to be optimistic.
To make for the final table, you have to be on strong. Right. You gotta get a shirt for that.
I mean, even if you make the final like 5 tables,
Yeah,
I think.
I'll get one sent out here tomorrow.
Next thing you know, it's like 20 patches in there.
Yeah, right?
Just like different ones, you know.
If they paid me.
I'll wear any.
I'll take one.
We see players talking sponsorships. I'll wear any patch. So yeah, let's get more money into the poker world. If there's any businesses out there. There was a Wild Wild West back in 2008.
It was like, I guess 7, 8, 9 was like the peak of that, I think.
Yeah. Oh man, you could pay $5K a day just to wear a patch or a hat. Yeah.
Oh, funniest story about that. There was a Dutch player I was covering back in 09. And he got moved to the feature table, like the secondary feature table. I think it was like Helmy's table or something. And the Full Tilt Poker representative came up to him and said, "Hey, do you want to wear a Full Tilt Poker hat for $5,000?" And he goes, "I don't wear hats." And he just didn't want to wear.
I don't want to
anything.
wear a hat for any kind of money.
Yeah, it was. I thought to me as a 21-year-old at the time, my head exploded. I was like, you get half your buy-in back on day one just to wear a hat for a few hours.
Yeah.
Should have just put it on the table. Like on the rail, right? You know? What's the difference?
True. But you know, you guys are businessmen. You guys are intelligent. You know, there was too much money flying around back then. People didn't care.
There was actually a horde of, you know, representatives of all these online sites running around to lock down these feature table players as fast as possible.
I remember
during that era.
Yeah. Where David Williams is going to get some good value here on the turn from a pair of threes. And he's going to love to see this showdown here.
Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, they were just handing out money to people, especially even if you went deep.
Is there 5 of diamonds with that 3? What
I think you were even getting more money the deeper you went, right? And then at the final table, had you won the event with a patch on.
But that was a specific full tilt promotion.
Right, it was a full tilt promotion. I think there might have been some other promotions from some other sites at that point too.
All right, back to the main table here. Lim with pocket kings, Perry with 4 deuce offsuit. Okay, why not?
Yeah, I mean, Lim has been one of the tightest players at this table. You know, so tight that you could even say, what's Perry doing here with deuce 4 offsuit in the big blind to defend? You know, Lim raised in second position. The small blind Conaroo called. Perry came along with the deuce 4. Perry bet 3K on the flop, and Lim called. Now Perry's betting 7K, and Lim has sprung the trap. He comes to raise now, and Perry lets it go. The heat just getting to him like a dog in Florida humidity. And great hand there from Lim. Got the max value from 4 high.
No, there are times on boards like 7-6-3, 7-6-X that the big blind will want to lead. But I don't think that it's monotone.
It's not monotone.
Throws
right.
it off. So if it's like 7-6-3 rainbow, you know, you can have some leads there from the big blind because in theory you're going to connect a little bit more than somebody who's raising from an earlier position. But if it's monotone, you know, your opponent just needs really the ace, the king, even the queen of hearts, you know, jack of hearts. They're going to be able to play in position pretty correctly against you.
You know, Shauna asked earlier in the chat, Tristan, what do you think your best tips are for playing the main event, or what are the mistakes you see people make the most? And I think playing too loose is probably the biggest mistake you could make. And we're kind of seeing that from Mr. Perry. And we've seen him get in a lot of trouble so far because of that.
Well, he did say he wanted to go home.
I understand. But, you know,
I think that was after he lost to the 10.
But I kind of believe it.
Yeah, maybe he's being very honest here.
But maybe it's more like I would rather go home or have 400K, like one or the other.
I understand, but deuce 4, 10-8 offsuit under the gun, you know, there's a time and a place. So Conaroo here, gonna rejam ace-10 offsuit.
Fucking nice.
And Archimus with king-jack basically flipping
oh my
here
goodness,
for his last
he plays
23K.
so good.
Ace-10, best of it right now.
Since you calling the cards, why don't you just call the king? You just want a jack? That's all you want? Why don't you call the king? But jack will help him to make the straight.
Queen 6 deuce, king jack still looking for a king or a jack.
Spade, you sure?
Spade's no good here. 5 on the turn. No help.
If you stand up right now, you're gonna hit a river.
Zhang telling him about the tricks.
You stand up right now, you hit the river.
King on the river.
Did not need to stand up.
It would have been funnier if he actually had stood up.
So that way.
That's a composed cat right there.
Nice find there on the river.
You should just stand up, then the Mexican river come, you know what I mean?
He said he didn't have to.
It's good for TV.
Yeah, that was better for TVs. I agree with Zhang there.
Then that's a sign of weakness.
Oh.
All right, we are approaching the final level of the night, but let me just remind you that playpokergo.com is still there for you to have some fun for free. Excuse me. Available on web, iOS, and Android. We got a free roll every hour on the half hour. Much more on there as well. Cash tournaments. Sit and goes as we look at Chris Fitch. I see Anthony Spinella in the background. Always just scanning those tables to see who else is peacefully grinding in the main event.
Third time. I'll be back.
Tomorrow, Jeff Platt and Brent Hanks on the call all day long.
When you come back, we'll switch to different table.
The first day
We
during
are
which
not
all
to
players are playing at the same
another 2
time.
hours.
Oh, baby. This is spicy. We just doubled up with King Jack by shoving before. Now we're shoving 30+ big blinds from second position with this hand. We get a better hand to fold because there's so many hands behind us. We're probably going to see
Since
King
I
Queen
fold
suited
already,
hit the
so I
muck
don't give
too.
I kind of love this. I mean, I know this is not probably what you're supposed to do, but the man just doubled with King Jack, and he finds it again. You guys like, let's go. Okay, we're in there.
Yeah, when we talk about risk versus reward, this is way too risky. We see 2 hands that dominate his folded.
It's just too much.
But maybe this works, and it's gonna work. It's just too much. Too
You're
better
too good,
hands
we're too
fold.
scared.
Maybe he's gonna
They
show
don't
it
even
again.
think about it.
All right, good luck to you all.
And he does.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, Dylan.
Back-to-back mojo pays off here for Archimas.
Every time I go all in, you know what I'm gonna have.
King Jack.
How we doing, gentlemen? That's it, right?
You know what?
Is that really your lucky hand?
I'm doing good without you.
Uh-oh. Someone found you some cards?
Not really, but better than
Played
yours.
this one really good.
What? What do you say?
You played this one really good.
You play this one really good. He said you play this one really good.
Why, you had ace jack?
No, he played ace 10.
You had ace jack?
Yeah.
Good luck, gentlemen.
You can't give your ace jack to him.
You played it perfect.
And look, this is just, again, another kind of thing you see in the main
You
event.
won, that's all that matters.
That guy might just play solid all day, then all of a sudden, I'm all in with King Jack. Oh, I doubled up 30 bigs, I'm all in again. You just have so many people that come do some unorthodox things you wouldn't expect.
How many hours?
Nice.
Kim gonna try his luck with the King Jack offsuit now. And Sean Perry finding another hand to run a bluff with. He does have an ace in his hand, so that is one thing that's helpful.
And despite being shorter on stack, on chips, Sean Perry continues to just play his aggressive style, which is, I mean, commendable, I guess, but he is continuing to increase
you say this one is legit.
the risk of getting eliminated. Kim comes along, makes the call with King Jack, and Conneru now getting a nice price with 9-7 of diamonds. They're going to have 3-way action. 31K in the middle. Perry basically a pot-sized bet left here.
Yeah, I mean, this is not what you want when you're 3-betting 2 people with ace-4 off. You don't want them both to call.
9-8-8 on the flop. Conneru top pair.
And Conneru might just have ideas when he flops 2 pair here. Saw him just lose that hand with ace-10 versus King-Jack on the river.
The real one.
He's going to take the betting lead.
Comes in for 8,000.
It's nice when he works out.
How bad does Sean Perry want to be here right now?
Worked for me, definitely.
The side, the fold.
I want to do snap fold, but I did a couple seconds of stalling for camera.
Ever since after my stack, the pocket Lucy, remember? That flash on the river? I was sort of losing cheaper.
Yeah, it's an unlucky spot for you.
So are we gonna stay or?
And you trap him up well.
Just wondering.
Yeah, I don't know.
Happens. Yeah.
If we're staying, I think I'm surrendering chips.
I think only C7 want to stay. Do you agree?
Yeah, sure.
I want to leave. It's hot.
Oh yeah, right. Need a sunscreen here.
Donnie, our co-workers Tim and Brent are still peacefully grinding out there.
How they doing?
Brent said he was up to 85, down to 40, up to 85, down to 40, and now sitting on 60. And I think Tim, coming into the break, was at 115,000. So.
And I have a message from Tim.
Oh, do you now?
Just cracked Mikita Badziakowski's aces.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
wow.
So I don't have an update after that, but that's the text I have.
I need the chip count though. How much is he up to? Tim Duckworth, commish, BGT.
All right, maybe some good luck here for Perry as he raises on the hijack with King 10 offsuit, and he finds himself in a dominating position over the King 9 from the big blind. Safe turn card. And Perry's probably pretty comfortable to just go for value over 3 streets here from what he's seen from Archimas so far.
That is 7,000.
Don't even wait to put the money in, huh?
And Archimas again with a quick call. 4 on the river.
I expect Perry maybe to go for.
Right.
Oh, he is just going to put it in. Okay.
Sean Perry all in for 23,000.
And does this guy
Enough
look
for you
like
to
he
call.
came here to full top pair?
I don't think so. I also think that. Oh yeah, call made. Full double up for Sean Perry.
And just nip from Archimas. I do not blame him whatsoever there. I mean, Sean Perry has
Unlucky,
been
buddy,
advertising how much he wants to go home. He's sweating from the brow,
I swear I
from
really
the
want to go
lip.
home with this heat, bro.
He really is hot. But I mean, you get more hot when you play bad at the poker
I really
table.
think you're gonna
And
come
when you
back.
went from
Seriously.
150K to 60K, that might also make you hot. But maybe he'll cool down now after he doubles up.
Got 144K for Tim Duckworth.
Wow.
Wow, you might as well put him at the final table. He's going to hold on to those chips. Life and death, right? How did he get it in bad? What did he double up with?
Here we go to Wilkasoof. And just for the safety of our viewers, we've decided to mute the audio. I think that everybody will appreciate that. There we go. Wilkasoof getting the silent treatment. No one gets to hear what he has to say. We've listened to him way too much. We do want to point out that he's in the main event. Little inside joke there from a production team. I respect it. I appreciate it. I do enjoy this more now that I can't hear him. Wilkasoof. Everybody can imagine what he said. It's always the same.
9 high, like a boss. I also got a message from Tim that says, should I be playing 3-bet pots with 10-6 of clubs? Which I don't know if that's the hand that he means that he busted the aces, or sorry, cracked the aces of Mikita, but it seems like it because, you know.
Look at this. We got a raise from Ma to 3,000. Winchell all in for 46K. Arthur with 4s, giving it some thought. She, meanwhile, has continued to chip up. Tristan, are you shocked that she's even thinking here with pocket 4s after a raise and a shove?
I mean, yeah. We got a 3K raise in middle position. Small blind rips it. It's a lot of chips.
There. Yeah, pair.
But you know, people
Really
like to
good-
think.
Well, not really good.
Really good pair. That's going right in.
Yeah.
Oh, my, really good.
There's no equity for me there. That's it's like what? 9,000. I know, but there's no. That's the thing. Secret.
Arthur and Camp.
I won't tell. Somewhere around there.
You know, it's awesome to see more women playing poker. I've really seen
You had 7?
an increase.
Oh my God! Give me your card.
What, 7s was the cutoff? You were.
Arthur kind of saying, give me sevens. There's not
I mean,
really a
if
big
she's-
difference.
If she's tanking with fours,
I
she
had
might need
threes.
sixes. I mean, she might be ready to go with sixes.
She says she's kidding. There's really not a big difference in terms of how those equities play out
better
between
than
sevens and fours. Like, I would assume that maybe like nines through fours probably are all
What were
played
you
the same
doing
way.
all in there?
But the bigger
Flop
issue
would
in
have
that
been
last
eight,
hand
seven, ace.
was there was a raise
And
and
then
then a
you have
re-raise.
ace king.
You got to worry
has
about that opener
sevens,
there
and
as
then
well. But yeah, just shout out to all the female poker players.
I would have
As we see
tripled
Debs
up.
here in the big blind with two kings, this is a welcome sight on around 20 big blinds.
14. Raised to 14,000.
And we do see a 3-bet. Love it.
Yeah.
And what? Maj just quickly gonna call 11K more with Queen 8 suited after he's got some chips himself. This is, again, unorthodox, a very weak holding when you're up against someone who's gonna have a very strong holding. Debs is one, probably never bluffing here. And the hands that Debs wants to do this with probably are like kings and aces only.
And David Williams finds this to be the right price, A7 suited.
If it goes all the way to the river.
So I'm sure Debs is just going to shove any good flop for him.
Right?
Queen 10,
This
3,
is
1
already
diamonds.
40, 50,
Ma,
that's it.
Ma hitting a queen.
GGS.
Yeah, look, if you call with a Queen 8, this is the flop you want, but you're not going to love to see two kings here.
All right, so Debs in a terrific spot to double up to 87,000. Those are meaningful chips
Nice.
if he holds up here.
21.5.
Good luck.
All right, an 8 and an 8 only as the two other queens have been folded. Backdoor clubs available, but David Williams also folded two diamonds. Excuse me, backdoor diamonds available as David Williams also folded diamonds, so that also unlikely. An 8 and an 8 only.
A queen or an 8.
Oh, excuse me, a queen or an 8.
But
the
oh,
queens are
there's two
dead.
queens. Okay, my bad.
Yeah. 4 of spades on the river, and Debs will get a full double up plus a little bit.
Pays off.
I wish I could see the dead cards when I'm playing and know, like, oh, the equity's not real. Oh,
Yeah,
I
that's
just
not
have to
allowed.
fade the 3 8s, not the other two queens. 6%, no problem. Yeah, that, for chat's kind of saying stuff. Yeah, that's a little out of line of a hand there. Queen 8 suited is pretty far down there. If that was like a Queen Jack suited or Queen King suited, I think it makes a little more sense. But you know, Ma paid the price there.
Yeah, you got tired of you racing.
Hand on the jack.
Oh, we got another all in. Archimus at risk here. Conneru with ace king of hearts versus king 5 on jack 5 4 10.
Oh wow.
So many outs here, but
Seems
the king
fair.
5 out in front.
It's not fair.
Yeah, we saw a raise from Conneru under the gun, middle position call. Archimas calls on the button,
That's
the
not
blinds
fair
call.
already.
Conneru bets 8K, Archimas calls with 2K back. And now he stands up.
You've always been losing to him, though, right?
I can't beat it.
So I want you to win because then you're going to give me the chips of his chips.
This is wild.
It's like a circle, and he keeps taking mine. We're playing musical chairs over here.
Don't listen to him.
I didn't expect them to be actually ahead.
Now you should stand up and pretend to grab your back, everything.
He's also trying to go
Then
home
you
like
win.
me.
Why are you calling that?
Who's calling what?
He was called that on the flop.
All right, river card.
Oh my God.
The 4
It
of
works,
spades.
just like I told you.
Dude, we're playing musical chairs. Now it's my turn to take
Now
your chips
sit
again.
down.
King 5 holds up. And
Now
this
sit
table, you
down.
notice, the first hour they were very quiet. They've gotten a little bit.
I take your
I saw you
chips.
got
He takes
nothing.
my
Like,
chips.
when you go in,
Super
you're going
chat
to pull the
chips.
cards. Why?
Oh, I didn't see his call that.
Yeah, I think Sean
Oh, I saw you
Perry's
don't want to call
antics,
extra
along
2K.
with Zhang, getting a little in the mix
No,
now.
I saw you join there. You don't want to call it 2K. That's why.
These guys are getting a little comfortable under the cameras and the bright lights.
All right. So after this hand, you know, you can't beat him. He can't beat you, and then we all can't beat C7. You know what I mean? Just find the right guy to play with. Yeah, and then you can't beat me too. So.
Yeah. Circle of life.
Hey, buddy, ask the guy. You play poker? The guy who I signed the poker card.
Must have 9 lives.
Raise to 2,000.
You want
to play for me? I'm kind of over it.
All right, I know.
I don't think that's allowed, Sean Perry, but.
Come, sweat my hand. Come tell me what to do.
Raise to 9,000.
I think he's going to fold his hand.
Best hand we've seen him have, more or less. Connery with 2 4s, Perry with ace queen suited.
I'm gonna dust away the money anyways and keep it all.
What's your name?
Jessica, no, she's already too rich. Look at her.
No way.
Name is Chris.
So they just call you Ginger?
Connery here with the raise of 2 4s. Perry 3 bets. There's Ralph Perry.
Now I know why I don't have cards.
Sean's dad.
Yo, you ready for the circle of life?
You know the reason?
What is that?
He gives you chips, I give him chips.
I don't use Ginger.
Anybody know if we're done playing here?
What the heck? Your name is Ginger?
It's typically cold in the casino, Sebastian, but
Seriously,
when you're playing under these lights, these are very bright
75
lights.
to start the hand.
So that's kind of why these players are feeling it a little bit.
I was staying.
We are staying?
I told him like 3 minutes ago.
Are you trying to count how many chips of mine you're going to take again? He's licking his lips over
We're
there.
going to stay for 2 more
Are we
hours.
going back in that room now?
We're going to stay for 2 more hours.
I don't know.
Yes.
Okay.
So I get to
All right, everybody go
Fold
break.
made by Connery, and
Everybody
Perry
go
takes
break.
that one
Break,
with his
break.
ace queen of spades.
One more hand, guys.
No, they want to go break.
One more hand, guys.
It's going to pee, come on.
Or you can go. You should have hold it. You should have asked me to hold it.
I finally beat you in a pot.
All tournament dealers in the main event. If you start a shuffle, beat that hand. Set your players on a 20-minute break.
Thank you, guys. One last hand.
20-minute break, all players in the main event.
So you guys hear the tournament director making an announcement there that the players are going on a break. They are going on a 20-minute break, but because we are on a delay and the power of technology, we're going to zip right through that break.
Raise to 35.
I'm going after you again,
It's
buddy.
not going to last 20 minutes for us, so
That's why I don't eat ginger.
don't worry about that.
I borrowed the tag from a woman who works in the cash
5 players, I move 5.
That's a joke. And it stuck.
Most of them shouldn't be here. They're just lucky.
Yo, you can't just let me steal the blinds. I'm trying to steal last hand when everyone's not. Come on, bro. I raised any 2 here, bro. Just let me steal. Just let me steal. You don't let me steal now or no?
Perry not lying. He really wants to steal. He's got 4 high here. And Connery with top pair, he's just going to come out with a lead.
Yeah, Perry opened under the gun 3,500. Connery called. Now Connery's leading.
Not gonna work this time, man.
Uh-oh, Ray's coming.
Wow.
10K.
It's not working this time. I said just let me steal the blinds, bro. That's all I cared about.
Perry's being honest, but Connery with top pair here after leading, I don't think he has any ideas of letting this go. But Perry enabling the speech play as we see it.
Yeah, and this is where it gets tricky when you do lead with a hand like this. Because now you have the best of it, but you're allowing your opponent to kind of blow you off of this one.
All I
when
wanted
you
to do
could've
was steal
just
the
gone
blinds. That's
check
it.
call mode.
Well, show me your hand.
No way, and we're just going to see top pair
Bro, what are you
fold.
doing, dude? Look. I got the 4.
And Connery's going to see that he got parried.
Bro, I told you, all I want to do is steal the blinds, dude.
All right, we have to go on a quick little break. We are out of time to cut. So 6 minutes of highlights before the final level of the night.
What's happening?
2 more hours to play, and we got
That's not up to me. You can ask the production guys.
Liv Boeree coming to the main feature table as stacks
Another
are
2
getting
hours?
bagged up.
Sounds like that way.
There's no way, bro.
You can talk
We're playing another 2 hours here.
All right, so 2 more hours of play to come here, but not before. I remind you of the Rags to Riches promo. Win a 5K poker package by going to trueclassictees.com/TCPokerGo. We'll draw a random winner to come play an event at the PokerGo studio in Las Vegas at the end of this year. So once again, trueclassictees.com/TCPokerGo. All right, 6 minutes of highlights, then 2 more hours of play to cap things off here. Thanks for watching. We'll be right back.
Place in this year's 50K PPC, $108,000 going the way of Chris Vitch. Place $142,700, so $21,200.
Yeah,
right around there is what they're sweating here. So
I'm
the
not
pay
mad
jumps
at it.
are starting to get up there, huh?
I'm not mad at it. 20,
No,
20
heck,
grand.
Heck no, heck no. Every pay jump is a good thing.
Andrew waking up with the goods here on the button. King, king. Johnson with a defendable Jack 8 of diamonds in the big blind.
This is one of those spots where when you're the chip leader on the button, you're just like, oh, they're never going to
believe me.
They're just never going to believe me.
I get to open 100% of hands here. Now, here we are with 2 kings. Can we hold and get some value?
Johnson does come along.
Wow.
King, 9, 7, 2 diamonds. A loaded flop here between Johnson and Ye.
We're going to see 3 bets on this flop. Andrew's going to bet. Johnson's going to raise his straight flush draw. And Andrew's going to re-raise his 3 kings. And
Well, if we see another straight flush, I mean, we might as well just wrap it up for the night, okay?
Well, it was the 10 of spades. I mean, 10s is lurking there somewhere. Wow.
Johnson comes with a check
Just a
call.
Okay. We should have equity with everything.
3 of diamonds right away. Johnson makes his flush. Doesn't have it locked up yet, of course. Ye with top set can improve to a full house or also quads.
On this table, so you
Ye
can't
does
really-
not have the
can't
king
really
of diamonds in his
flash
hand.
the microphone on.
We're hot
It's not the
mic.
same,
It's a
yeah.
hot mic.
Yeah.
Another bet here from Andrew Ye.
Now this is where Johnson's going to spring the trap. This is where we hear the word raise.
And there it is. Check raise to 320. Again, we are playing limit hold'em here. So can't just pile all the money in. But still, this one's going to get nice and big.
Yeah, almost 1.2 million in the pot now that Andrew has called.
Big river card
23%.
here.
Pair the board, dealer.
Deuce of clubs. That's going to leave Johnson with the best hand with his flush. Value bet incoming.
Yeah, and Andrew has to pay off here. He beats all sets. Just don't raise, because when you raise, you get 3-bet. Yeah, he's just very quickly calling.
So sick. Kings? Yeah. 3 kings?
Yeah.
Flush. Wow. I raised the flush to get. Okay.
You heard Andrew Ye say so sick. Johnson quickly asked him if he had 3 kings, and Andrew said yes.
And Johnson goes, if I raise the flop, I get an extra bet. Yeah, that's exactly what would have happened.
And a lot of times you do see players with their big draws and limit hold'em just really drive that 32,700. So that's where we're at right now in terms of the payouts. Of course, everyone has their eyes set on the $1.3 million first place prize that awaits the winner
80? Raised to 80.
in this year's 50K PPC.
E-Dog on the button with just a min raise. Ye folding the small blind. We don't know what E-Dog's hole cards are yet, but probably expect there to be an ace in there. Very long discussion during the commentary last night. Joao, right? Joao.
Yeah, see, on an EPT once, actually it was EP Solana. I remember it very vividly.
Yeah, just roughly.
I introduced myself to Joao. He said, "You're not saying my name correctly." I said, "Okay, how do I say it?" He told me, and then I repeated it. He said, "It's still not correct." I mean, we probably did that exchange 7 times in that moment. And I was like, at the end of it, I was like, listen, man, I'm just a dumb American, okay? I
Yeah.
can't do this, okay?
Your name is Joe.
I'm sorry. You're just going to have to be Zhao, and that's as close as I can get it. My mouth does not work like that. So I do apologize, but that's as good as it's going to get.
As we see, E-Dog did have an ace in his hand. Flops an ace. Does have blockers to the straight, blockers to the flush. Joao turns the nuts with the 8-9. We're going to see a bet here. Just have to pick out the sizing. Maybe 140, 150. dog still top pair. Blockers to both ends of the straight and the nut flush draw. Don't think he can fold just yet.
Welcome back for one final level of day 2D action. My name is Remco Rinkema, Donnie Peters alongside me in the booth. Tristan Wade with us for expert analysis. I promise you, no more payout talk. We'll take that offline, or maybe I'll take Tristan to an alley somewhere.
The WSOP's holding me hostage, guys. Some save me.
Jokes aside, Jonathan Jaffe at the feature table with Liv Boeree and Santhosh Suvarna. What a lineup we have on this table here. Santhosh, of course, the #1 poker star from India, and I don't say that lightly. To all our Indian viewers, Santhosh is in the mix, which is great to see. Jonathan Jaffe, arguably one of the toughest players in the room, of course, used to be known as the Dolphin trainer. And Liv Boeree, icon from the UK. Doesn't play a whole lot anymore, but when she does, she makes it count. The other table is staying as much as Sean Perry wants to go home. He's still on the hunt, 88K, looking pretty comfortable actually. Aaron Zhang has been much tighter than when we last saw him on a feature table a couple of years back, but I guess he's learned from his past mistakes. For all those that are still watching, all 15,000 of you, thank you so much for being with us on YouTube. Also still live on PokerGO. This is day 2D. And please like the video, subscribe to the channel.
I want to surrender. I have a nice watch on, and I'm here sitting in heat, paying 10,000.
It's really, really hard. I'm not kidding.
I made over $1 million betting in sports the last 2 weeks, and I'm just like suffering, bro. I'm trying to give the chips away.
Do you think Sean Perry has ever faced adversity in his life, Donnie?
No, I mean, I don't know. Maybe. I mean,
tell them we want the service, the drink service.
Well, we got Jonathan Jaffe coming
too
at Liv Boeree's table.
Oh yeah, I just introduced him.
You did.
Yeah.
I missed that.
He said
sorry,
formerly known as the Dolphin trainer.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. I was deep in notes, trying to behave.
Oh man, thanks everyone for tuning in. Let us know where you're watching from. It's a late night here in Vegas, 11 p.m. Way past my usual bedtime.
Yeah.
What's your bedtime?
It's up because of
usually?
light.
Whenever the poker's done.
That's exactly the right answer. So early.
Early in the morning.
I can manage. I can hold my own. 1 a.m., 2 a.m. If I can get to bed earlier, you know, I will.
Liv Boeree on feature table 2.
Now I got a question. For how hot they say this table is, why does everyone still have their hoodie and jacket on? You know, that's what I'm curious about.
Maybe worried about the pit stains on the t-shirts?
I can talk to that because I will always play covered up in a jacket or a long sleeve shirt. It doesn't matter how hot it is.
What? Really?
I feel more comfortable with like that type of clothing on me.
Do you bring a weighted blanket too?
No.
Do you have like a binky, a safety binky?
Yeah.
Pacifier?
It's
I mean,
coming.
it's just how it is sometimes.
Okay.
I will say that it is 2025. We need to figure out how to make lights that aren't just radiating heat on you.
Oh.
Like this one right
This
in
is
front
not a
of
hot
us.
light.
This is that. I feel it.
I do that.
But either way, I'm okay. Luckily, I'm in a t-shirt.
Maybe some land stuff.
Ross, the TV director in the chat says, aren't these LEDs? Why do they keep complaining about the heat?
LEDs produce minimal heat.
Yes, you're right.
Deuce 5 on the flop here. We're back to the action. Conneru with 7s. Yankaj with Queen 10.
Right.
Now, if you're
just like
Conneru
come with
here,
Corona every
paired
time.
board, you're obviously going to bet. When you have these kind of hand classes, like the overpair, but vulnerable overpair, you can have larger
would have
sizes.
trips.
Now, this is going to work either way, but just the concept here is 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s,
I'll move the
10s.
button.
Even jacks can go maybe
Man,
half
that's
pot.
a nice button.
Maybe something in that region instead of the
Every time I
normal
go stream
quarter,
and every
third
time
pot,
they finish
because there's
stream,
going to be
I
an
take the
overcard
button
that
home.
comes really often.
You take it home? You're gonna save enough to buy a watch?
That's your right. That's your watch. No.
Water, please.
Can we get
2 of them?
2 cranberry juice? 1 for me, 1 for him. And 2 sparkling water.
Listen, buddy, the cranberry juice isn't lucky. Stay away.
2 sparkling water? Like Perrier or something? Doesn't matter. Just
Sparkling
just-
water is
yeah,
where it's at.
Whatever you have.
But honestly, under this heat, man, just anything that's drinkable, like water that's cold.
Oh,
a few
both
of them.
order like 2 orders, one for me, one for him. So two.
You know, the one good thing I like about
3 waters, please.
some of the
I'm dying over
casinos
here.
and some
Thank
of the
you so
environments to play poker in, even though players complain about it being too cold, I'd much rather it be cold
Can I get a walk,
and then you
please?
can layer up
Yep.
rather
You
than
don't
the
wanna walk, though.
alternative
You
of
can't
it
win
being
chips with a walk.
hot.
I want to. Trust me, I want
Because
to.
it's nearly
he's talking to him.
impossible to cool down when it's super hot. And a
You
little
could be like
heat
Pascal
here.
Lafrancois and just take your shirt off.
Defense.
A little heat here on
Defense.
the button with 2 jacks. 4th best starting hand of pairs.
Fuck, I'm sweating. What the heck?
And we could have seen Lim call there with 6-7 suited in the small blind, but he opts to fold. And Zhang is definitely going to call here, defend his big blind. Thanks everyone for rocking with us. We see 6K likes on YouTube, finally. Numbers are climbing now that we're back from break. I got Remco Renkema, Donnie Peters over my shoulder.
We got to keep you in check.
No, I'm good
we're,
now.
we're just here to make sure you don't go off the rails.
No, that's done. Listen, this
That's
hand.
done. Call.
This hand.
I call the bluff.
No, listen, I got to be a player advocate, okay?
Yes, this hand.
This hand right here is going to be fireworks.
Yes. Also, the stacks. Keep an eye on the stacks. Yankaj has a lot to play with here. And Zhang, even though Zhang's been tight, much tighter than before, 13% VPIP. They've played 2 full hours, which that's very low for him. I wonder if Yankaj has the memory of Zhang being a ultra super blaster and how this check raise will be perceived.
First of all, I love raising here. I love raising here because you don't get to raise here that much. You basically get to raise here when you have a 9, and then you get to raise here with some bluffs or some 3X that wants to deny equity from just overcards that have whiffed. So that's the concept here. Is like maybe some of your bluffs would be like Jack 10 or Queen 10 or like, you know, King 3 or 3-4 of spades just to deny equity from like the Ace 5 or the Ace 10. So when you have a 9 here, you really want to check raise and play aggressively. And when you have jacks, there's nothing else to do but call because you're losing to a 9, but you're beating all the 3X and you're beating all the bluffs.
Now, if the board continues to run out low and uncoordinated, as we are now seeing the deuce of hearts, are you sort of handcuffed to this hand if you're Yankaj?
Absolutely. Absolutely. The only way you aren't is if you can eliminate all bluffs or all weaker holdings from Zhang's range, and he only has 9X. Now, historically speaking, I hate the check. I hate the check. Why do we check? Now, yeah, maybe in a universe where your opponent has a hand like they have, they'll bet. But when he doesn't bet, you have now just missed an opportunity to build this pot and get more value. So I hate that check. The most he's going to win now is another 25 or 30,000 potentially. Now, maybe we see an overbet to 50K or whatever. But look, there's a card that's scary for the jacks. A queen comes on the river. So I think once you raise the flop, you got to keep betting the turn. And jacks just would have to call again. Now, the one thing Zhang has going for him is his hand's very disguised. We wouldn't expect him to check 3 9s on the turn. But again, I think he missed a chance to build a real big pot here.
Yeah, ultimately, when you have a hand like Zhang and you check raise, you just want to check raise and then try and get the money in. Like,
yeah.
for pretty much as big as the pot you could make it. So just that's check raise, bet, you know?
To Donnie's point, you get the money against 10s, jacks, queens, kings, aces, and then what if your opponent has a 9, a worse 9? You stack a worse 9. So we do see an overbet here. So I do really like this from Zhang because he's going for overbet, but I think he could have made 20, 30K on the turn, 20K on the turn, and then he would be in a situation to bet 40, 50K now, and maybe he makes 70K. But this looks like it's going to get paid. Although this feels really gross right here if you're Zhang Cash.
So we're going 55.5 on the river into 40,000.
Again, ask yourself, what bluffs play this way? And I did say some of the bluffs to raise with on the flop could come from like queen 10 or queen jack or something. Now we do see 2 jacks in Zhang Kai's hand. But Zhang has been pretty in line thus far, so nope, it's going to work out.
Wow, call gets made, and Zhang makes 55 additional thousand on the river. And Yankash down to 81,000. Zhang up to 350. Wow.
Hey, nice.
He's building again. Here we go.
Yeah, but Donnie, it's completely different from
it is.
3 years ago.
I honestly think he learned from it 3 years ago. I mean, he obviously made a deep run, made day 5. But it kind of just all came crumbling down out of nowhere. So maybe he's just taking more of a delicate approach to it, not just going too nuts. Also, it's, you know, good on him if he's able to recognize the image that he built a couple years ago.
And he has a big stack. He doesn't need to, you know, go bonkers. He's got a great, he's in great position to keep moving forward.
Moving over to our new secondary table. For those that are just tuning in, Liv Boeree, Jonathan Jaffe, Santhosh, Suvarna on the feature table. Santhosh, of course, with that massive high roller bracelet win at the World Series of Poker.
Yeah, last year, right? First place for over 5 million, almost 5.5 million last year. Unreal. He's got 19 million in tournament earnings.
I feel silly if I get
also
this wrong,
featured
but
on
are
High
they
Stakes
cherries?
Poker. You can catch that all on PokerGO.com. Santhosh has never backed down from a big pot.
So we are going to see a little blind on blind battle here. Ward with the min raise pre-flop. With the 6-3 offsuit, that's a little out of line, but we did flop the best hand, so it looks like we're going to go for value now.
At 7.
Jonathan Jaffe right there in the right corner of the screen, eyeing his opponents. We see King High gonna call maybe. You do beat 10x, you do beat Jack X if some of those are bluffing. And 2 pair now for Ward. He's gonna recheck his cards and make sure, holy did I really just make 2 pair? 20K. And now I think King High has a pretty easy fold. But it looks like we got a bluff incoming here, and this is a big bluff.
Wow. Oh, baby.
70.
Block is just going for it, making the 70,000.
This is crazy. Now, most of your bluffs want to come from your 10x, but he gets snap called.
Wow. Ward wins a monster with 6-3, rivering 2 pair. No doubt in his mind. He just snapped it off.
Yeah, look. There's always the what if they're bluffing. There's always that.
Wow.
That was a sick one.
It's funny. We see like, you know, 7 big blind pots that take 19 minutes. And then we see, how many blinds was that? 200 big blind pot in like under 3.
I could not explain to you what just happened. Okay.
Phenomenal. The main event, baby. Let's go.
That's Miles Ward right there. $8,000 in tournament winnings. Professional opera singer, quote unquote. So we doubt that's the truth.
Is that how
you? Is he the one that stands up and sings? That's been singing the whole tournament?
No, that can't be him. In the purple shirt right there?
There's a gentleman that's been like singing.
No, I saw that guy. He had an all-American outfit on the other day and a cowboy hat and stuff.
Yeah, but he's playing today. I know that.
I don't think that's him.
Well, I'm just saying. You read the bio sheet.
Brainstorm says, no offense to Tristan Wade, but you should have 5 million in earnings to commentate on this event as a player. Well, if I came first or second in the main event, I'd have 5 million, buddy. But I haven't been there yet.
Dang, you need 5 million in earnings?
I got 5 million in earnings from online and live, but I guess that doesn't count.
No, you're disqualified.
Okay. only over 2 million in earnings. One day I'll get there, though. I promise you, Rainstorm. I'm going to remember this comment, and give me another year or two, and then maybe I can come back in the booth.
Well, Tristan's leaving, guys. I hope you guys are happy.
Well, if I can't be here, what about you guys?
No, but I'm not.
I definitely can't be.
I've never claimed to know anything. I'm just here to make sure nobody gets fired.
Remco's the facilitator.
See, that's the thing that people misunderstand. I'm just most of the time playing dumb so that you guys can look smart.
Yeah. Thank you. We do appreciate it.
So what's the annual amount?
Live Boeree in the 1 seat, 73K.
Number for an annual.
And I mean, this has been so awesome. We had Lonnie Huey, formerly known as Lonnie Harwood.
People wanting to.
6 million poker earnings. Now we got Liv Boeree, another 6 million in tournament poker earnings. I mean, these are some of the best female poker players of all time.
Right.
Of all time in this space.
And, you know, speaking of the women in the event, Reva Arthur is still among the chip leaders.
Oh, man.
She was on our second
Set
table
you
for a
up
while
and
there.
everything.
No, you did. We'll see her again on day 3, I'm sure.
Call 2.
Check.
All right, Jaffe, we see him play a limp strategy from the small blind. He's out of position. We're probably going to see him limp a lot, and we do see probably bets on these board textures. The ace-high board textures favor the small blind limp. And here the big blind does have a gut shot, so we're going to see a float. And this is a spot where Jaffe might just keep betting. He blocks like the 2 pairs of ace-3, 3-9. But nope, he just ends up taking his equity. Now when it goes check, check, he likely has the best hand. And now he knows he has the best hand probably, unless his opponent does have a flush draw. So we probably just see Jaffe bet here because he can get called by an ace, he can get called by a 9, he can get called by a king. And if he gets raised, then he can maybe just fold bottom 2 pair.
At 20.
And look at the sizing, 2x the pot. And if you want to make sense of that, you're going to have to head over to the GTO lab. I'd like to be, you know, a little interesting on that. You know, Donnie, if we talk about poker strategy, I don't know if 20K will get you called by an ace or a king there for some opponents. So that's kind of interesting to think about.
Yeah, I mean, I would trust Jaffe to come with the best approach. He's been playing with these guys all day. He's obviously one of the best minds in the game, so I would trust him. My only question would be, like, you have a guy who was quickly checking back. Like, he quickly called flop, quickly checked back turn. So to me, that seems like weakness. You know, again, obviously Jaffe's been, he's the one in the arena. He's the one playing. So I'll defer to him, yes. But if I want to play devil's advocate, that's what I would say.
No, that's a great point. I mean, Jonathan Jaffe, one of the best poker players on the planet. I know I've been throwing that around a bunch, but it's true.
Raise to 12.
Okay, so we got Santhosh raising 2 8s in second position, and he gets 3-bet by the hijack, 9-10 suited, and block here with 2 5s, going to hit the muck. And this is
Are
a
we allowed
spot.
to look at our phone when we step away from the table?
Santhosh mostly just calls with his good pairs here, tries to flop a set.
That's what I was going to ask. That's what I was going to ask.
Kovacic rocking one of the new accessories on the poker circuit. The breath strip.
The nose strip.
Oh, yeah.
The nose strip.
Remco's favorite.
Poker is a sport, guys.
I know, and he goes with kind of one I've never seen before, the clear version, when we show the camera back on him. As Santhosh debating what to do here. Typically in these spots when you get 3-bet, you're just checking most boards. And on these monotone boards, you usually start with a bet, although some parts of your range don't mind checking, like perhaps this 9-10 of clubs, but I think you'd rather just bet. Santhosh going to come with a little block bet, 6K into 30. This is a little interesting. I don't think you ever get better to fold. Your opponent could still have jacks and queens and kings to check the flop. They could have flopped the nuts, like king, queen of hearts, queen, jack of hearts. They could maybe have pocket aces or pocket tens. I think those probably just bet the flop, honestly.
18.
Raised to 18.
And this is interesting. An 18K raise.
Now, would an ace on this monotone flop almost always bet the flop?
No, I do think some, like maybe you have like ace king of clubs or whatever. You know, there is a lot of betting that comes on monotone boards, but I think, you know, maybe you mix some of that strategy. But Kovacek has found a way to get value here with aces and tens. And Santhosh is called with a worse hand, and this is just going to go check on the river if that happens. But does Santhosh have other ideas here to turn his eights into a bluff? And I can't imagine Kovacek wants to do anything but check now.
I said, have some respect.
He's never going to get an ace to fold. He can have the best hand on occasion. He's going to love this. Breathe right, buddy. You win.
Well done for Kovacic.
Well done, and welcome to the table.
And again, the most interesting part of that is the turn. I mean, we saw a very small 1/5 pot bet by Santhosh. And I don't know if Kovacek really recognized that, hey, maybe I got the best hand with a 10.
I mean, I think he correctly assessed the situation that Santhosh was blocking, probably wanted to set his own price to try and see a river there. And it worked. He got extra value out of it. So, I mean, well done by him.
Shout out to Incredible One in the chat on YouTube, our biggest fan from Bangladesh, a big Santhosh supporter. I wonder if our fans in India are awake to catch the action here. I can never keep track of all the time zones, but I'm just going to assume that it's 12-hour difference, so they must be in their late morning.
Do you always wear the strip, or is it the altitude? Do you always wear the strip, or is it Vegas to the altitude?
No, mostly I wear it always. Yeah. Here especially because I had some problems with sinuses.
Okay. Jonathan Jaffe asking me the hard-hitting questions that we all want to know. As Liv Boeree looks down at 2 jacks here.
I thought it was kind of cool, but
small blind
I really
out of
like
position.
it if I have a cold. If I have a stuffed up nose, then it's nice.
Yeah.
Sleeping with a stuffed up nose with that thing is very helpful.
And king queen suited with all these chips, gonna peel, play in position. And this is just a natural occurrence here for both of these hands.
I very seen at night.
36,000 in the middle here. You see 10-6-4.
Yeah, give it a shot.
I'd love to see either a check raise all in or a kind of like a sizable bet like half pot.
13.
13 fine here, but you know, you're kind of giving Ward a decent price. He's got 3 to a royal.
I trusted you up until the 70K. Now
13K to maybe peel a king, maybe peel a queen, maybe peel a heart, maybe peel a jack, and he just puts it all in.
Wow.
And Liv Boeree's not going anywhere with 2 jacks.
All right, Liv Boeree's tournament life on the line. Calls it off. 142 in the middle. Great spot for Boeree to double up, having a fade a king or a queen, running straight and running flush cards. So Ward does have some alternatives here.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the hand Liv wanted to see. She'd rather see like 2 9s, 2 8s
maybe
or something.
over a longer period.
Ace 10. But yeah, Liv Boeree now. Look at the fade, 70% to double up here and get a hold of some real chips. The final level of day 2. Turn card, 4 of clubs. That's a great card for Boeree. Eliminates all backdoor draws. Ward looking for a king or a queen. Boeree 1 card away from a contending type stack. It's the 3 of clubs, and wiping the sweat off the brow, Liv Boeree. Even with the fist bump.
3,000.
Yeah, that's a little gangster of a move. I don't actually mind it with the king-queen suited. Look, you could get ace-queen to fold. You could get ace-king to fold. You could get any other like ace-x bluffs to fold.
Yeah.
He just kind of ran into the top of her range there, but that was a little aggressive.
Thank you.
Love it. Just going for it, swinging for the fences.
But Liv Boeree, with her biggest score last year in the 2024 WSOP Paradise 25K main event. That's the one that goes on in the Bahamas in December and January.
Congratulations.
4th place Guess how much for fourth?
2.8 million.
2.8 million. Crazy.
So
Wow.
she actually qualifies to be in the booth.
Well, nice run.
Barely.
Thank you.
She's got 6 million in earnings.
Almost 7.
Wild.
She does have a physics degree from University of Manchester.
And what do you have?
I got a BS in psychology from a no-name school in Florida. Don't even worry about it.
I'm just messing with you.
I do have a BS though.
You went to the
Bachelor's of Science. Yeah, although the acronym BS stands for other things.
School of Hard Knocks, right?
University of Central Florida.
Okay.
God, don't fire me up again, guys. You want to poke the bear? You really want to poke me? It's 11:30. I'll get fired up again. Shout out to all my Golden Knights that are not in Vegas. You know, we got Golden Knights in Vegas. We got Golden Knights. That's what UCF is. We're Golden Knights too.
Right.
It was actually the biggest university in Florida, and I think maybe in the country at one time, in terms of amount of people. UCF Knights.
17,000.
Santhosh, 3-betting from the big blind here. Ace Queen suited. Takes it. Thank you, Julia. Appreciate that. I know, Blackjack Ashley. UCF isn't a nothing school. No, UCF is a great school. Orlando's a great city. I'm born and raised Floridian. Shout out to all my Florida 561 West Palm Beach, Boynton Beach. I'm from Boynton, baby.
This is the most American thing you've done all stream. It sounded very Florida too.
Yeah, well, it is. I'm a Florida man at heart.
Oh, that Florida man, Tristan Wade. You have way too many teeth to be a Florida man.
Some of them are fake though.
Skateboarding accident?
Elbow to the mouth playing basketball.
Really?
Yeah, this one's
they just
fake
came
tooth
clean. They
right
came
here.
clean out. Or?
I actually had braces. I was supposed to get braces off in 3 days.
Yeah.
And yeah, ripped right out.
Oh.
Front tooth right out.
That is brutal.
Florida is just different, says David D. You're right. We got Jacksonville. We got Sarasota, Bradenton. Yeah, come on. What's up, all my Florida people? I know we're out here. I know what's out. From Key West up to the Panhandle.
Are you running for office?
I might have to give DeSantis a run for his money.
Aye.
Boynton Beach is nice, yeah. Yasmin says, I'm a UCF student. Let's go. Come on. Shout out to all our college graduates and college students out there. Give us some chat. Give us where you went to college or where you'd like to go to college or where you're at right now.
Not to play the European card because I do that a lot anyway. America really is the only country where people are proud of going to a school which is literally putting them into crippling death for the rest of their life. And all they can do is talk about it and wear T-shirts with their mascot on it.
I agree. That is ridiculous. And I'm not one of those people typically. So me being so proud of my college achievements is rare. But yeah. I like to think that, I'm just happy to be from planet Earth and we're all humans. Let me not get philosophical again, but, Look, we got so many. Southern University, Otago University in New Zealand. Houston, Texas in the chat. USF, Rodrigo, go Bulls. Okay. Remco with the Euro analysis, they say.
Of course. That's what I'm here to balance you guys out. like if it was up to you guys, we'd have a soundboard and it'd be a screeching eagle button that you guys would press every time.
We need a soundboard.
Meanwhile,
Screeching eagle.
45,000 in the middle on the river. Yankosh and Zhang head to head here.
Look, Zhang's got blockers to the nuts. Blocks 4-5. Obviously not going to win here as played when he bets the turn. And the ace is a great card to keep bluffing. And I think he's got that idea in his mind. And all in would really do the trick.
That's enough to put him all in. And Yankosh, you'll see it by the sort of head movement there, disgusted by the predicament that he finds himself in. And Zhang, Donnie, Zhang just so calm for 2 straight hours, and all of a sudden, he's turning on the jets.
Yeah, and listen, he's also abusing a recent situation between these two where Jankaj called with the jacks and was wrong. So he's, you know, Zhang's probably thinking, listen, this guy's might just think I have it again. So he can fold better, of course, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, unlike what you were advertising for him about, he's just a blaster, he's gonna go crazy. I'm pulling up his thumbnails on YouTube and look at all these hands. He actually, the first big pot he played, he had it.
Right.
And so he built up a little credibility, kind of staying out of the way. And now maybe we see him coming into form. And you know, if we talk about nines, that's kind of an impossible call to make if you have two nines.
Shout out to Siraj Ponti in the chat saying, I used to take Tristan's money in a 25-cent, 50-cent game.
That is a lie. I'm going to tell you that right now. I never was playing 25 cent, 50 cent. No offense, but yeah, I would remember you. I did start in home games and stuff.
Maybe it was a home game hero.
What was the name again?
Siraj or Sarah J, whatever. Siraji Ponti.
I don't think so.
Repressed memories. Zhang here going to 4,000 with Queen 10. Shabalnik makes the call. We see Ace 9 hit the muck. Zhang really sort of changing gears. Like, it's interesting to see that for an entire level, did not see him make any sort of move, and now in the final level of the night, he's going for it.
Yeah, well, look, you know, you got to kind of pick and choose. And he didn't really have a lot of spots. He was getting kind of bad hands. And now, yeah, like you said, final night of the night, final level of the night. He's got 200 big blinds.
Right.
He's getting dealt some hands.
Shout out Lock James, becoming part of our High Rollers on YouTube. All the High Roller members on YouTube get access to our full main event coverage starting on day 4. We're going to go PokerGO exclusively and for our YouTube High Rollers.
So I kind of would have liked Zhang to just bet the flop, because I think without a diamond, it's harder to maneuver in these situations. Whereas if you just bet, he probably just gets sixes with no diamond to fold. But I don't think you can fold when you check. Like, this is so much easier of a hand if you have Queen 10 with a diamond. You just get to check call comfortably. You can make a flush and all that. But he is going to continue, of course. But I just think it would have performed better as a semi-bluff.
Jack pairs on the turn.
And Shabalnik now, middle of range. What do I tell everybody? You bet when you have top of range, and you bet when you have bluffs. Middle of range, you want to pot control and check. Could sixes be good here? They could be. Do we need to turn this into a bluff? We don't. We beat a 5. We beat unpaired hands. So we should just check here and get to the river. Now, you could bet small if you think you could get called by like Queen King from a diamond, Ace 10 with a diamond. But that opens you up to getting pushed off your hand.
Check.
Action goes check, check. Deuce completes the board. Does Zhang have any pathway here? Leading, check raising, does anything make sense, or is it a pure give up?
When you can't win, Remco, a good rule of thumb is to bet.
That's good.
You know?
That's good science.
Yeah, that's just game theory right there. If you can't win, you want to bet. This is bottom of range now for Zhang. He has queen high. He's never going to win here, but he is just going to give up. And now Shabalnik should just check as well.
Let's go check, check. Shabalnik with sixes is going to take this one down.
And so maybe a little just letting off the gas, this is when you drive, guys, you need to learn how to coast. You don't need to stop, you don't need to go, you need to coast.
Right.
So Zhang might have just showed us how to coast.
Right.
Hey, you know what? I just won a few pots. I won a big one, I bluff one.
King 8.
I'm just going to check call here
Even 9.
and not even bluff. I'm way tighter than you guys think.
Perceived image definitely important in a tournament like this. How do people see you? I think it's important to be aware of that.
That's everything, for sure.
Hold. Hold.
Shabbleneck now, 2 Cowboys, yeehaw.
Raise the 4,000.
Red Pill says, Tristan is a member of the Palm Beach Kennel Club, Table 18 Hall of Fame, world famous 510 300 max game. I did play that quite a bit. What an insane game that is. As Sean Perry picks up ace queen suited.
The way Sean Perry plays 3-4 offsuit makes me think that the ace queen suited might be part of some fireworks.
You love to get 3-bet here by Sean Perry if you're Shabbleneck. And your only thing to do here with Kim squeezed in between is to 4-bet. It's all about just what size you want to choose. I think somewhere from 30 to 35,000 is really good here. You don't mind if Perry wants to peel one off even though you're out of position because you're going to have such a low stack to pot ratio if he does call 30 to 35K. But the idea is to try to get all the money in right now pre-flop. And if that happens and you're Sean Perry, you might feel the pressure of the lights, the heat, the pores of your skin bubbling from sweat. And maybe you just go all in with ace queen suited. Maybe this is the spot you've been waiting on. Let's see.
Raise to 24,000.
24 here from Shavelnik. Does this size set up Perry for a shove?
Two things, Remco. This sets it up more for a call because you got to ask yourself, how often is this guy bluffing? And Sean Perry says the same thing. He kind of knows. But his hand's too good, the price is too good. 12K to now win 57K. He's going to call here. I think if you make it 30 to 35K, you incentivize a bigger pot so Perry can shove and try to win. But now you give him such a good
dealer told me I
pot.
should give you action.
You give him such a good
She
price.
said she's going to pick me on this flop.
And now look at the SPR. There's
Isn't that
57
right?
in the middle.
She's
Perry has
picking me
73K. I think this is a little of a misstep with a small size, but it's still going to work out.
So 9, 7, 5, 1 club. Shavelnik with kings in command here.
And now you could say you could check this flop because you never have connection to this board. You never have 7s, you never have 9s, you never have 5s. But you obviously have jacks and queens and kings and aces. So some of that stuff does want to bet.
Do we ever get like super tricky just because it is Sean Perry and check and hope that he makes a silly move?
Yeah, you totally could. Yeah, but your idea there is just to probably just check raise all in. Like you're not really trying to mess around with this much money already in the middle. But we see him take a small bet approach, trying to entice Perry, like you said. And Perry has enough equity to peel one here. It's a small bet. He can turn an ace, he can turn a club. Now, he might not be able to realize all that equity because he's probably going to be forced all in on any turn card. That's not an ace, I would imagine. Remco, we got a good shout out here for you.
I don't want to pat myself on the back, but I appreciate the love. Thank you. That's actually a really good deep cut memory. The Negrano deep run in the main event. 2015, live tweeting, which got me into a lot of trouble.
So shout out to Shavelneck here. He's found a way to kind of squeeze the maximum out of Perry potentially with a small 4-bet and a small bet on the flop, and now there's really nothing else to do but all in. We could see maybe another small bet, but I think at this point it might be a little greedy. He's got 2/3 the pot size bet left. Just put them all in. Oh my God. Excuse me, guys. I know nothing. I guess Shavelneck just said, look, this board's so safe for me at this point. Sean Perry could just have dust the way I've seen him playing with all these wacky hands. I'm going to try to entice him to bluff it all off here.
Check.
10 on the river.
Okay, okay. And now, guys. Now. Right, Donnie? Nothing but an all-in at this point.
I'm surprised by the entire way that this hand is played out.
You can't expect your opponent to wager and risk their tournament life at this stage right now as this hand is played out. You have to set the price, and that price should be all in. I'm all in. And I give Shavelneck good credit. I mean, he has been kind of a slower pace player at this table, but I give him credit for really thinking through his decisions, and he played this hand really well. And here's a bit of, and kudos to Perry too, right? Perry could have got a little lost in the sauce here. He's been playing all these other crap hands, looking down ace-queen suited. You know, some other players might have gone broke at some point here. He found a way to get to the river, realize all his equity. He didn't make a hand, and I see he should just fold now.
Fold.
Perry survives with 57,000 chips. Tristan just to twist the knife a little bit, just for jokes. Someone applied the 1982 main event payouts to the 2025
together, okay?
prize pool.
Yeah.
Place 1,461 through 10th. All get 7,100.
Okay.
And then 9th gets 1.8 million.
Okay.
Little bubble action.
Yeah.
And then first is 31 million.
Yeah.
Second is 18 million. Third is 9 million.
Okay.
So, you know, this will make headlines.
You know what? They weren't taking any rake back in 1982 too. So if they want to do that, I'm all for it.
Oh, he's coming.
Oh, this is so funny.
Oh, that's why.
Donnie,
that would be sick, though. That would be, you know, I kind of like that better, honestly. Screw the min cash for 15. You lose money if you min cash. First place wins 32 million. I much prefer that. Please forward that to Jack.
You telling me or him?
Both of you.
Donnie, how many people?
Telling race.
How many people, Donnie, do you think would sign up? How many people, Donnie, do you think would sign up for a 10K winner-take-all tournament? You add it to the WSOP calendar. There's a bracelet on the line. Winner-take-all. Structure is TBD.
300?
That'd be kind of sick. Perry raising with queen-6 off for some reason. Lim for 33,000 moves all in with jacks. I think Perry saving Zhang here.
All right, but look, Perry just, all right, my friend. It's a cutoff. It's okay, but these are hands that you don't play. You just never play these hands, and this is why you're just gonna run into hands behind you.
Well, I think he's saving Zhang a ton of chips here.
Yeah, Zhang maybe would lose some money there, but Lim is the kind of player on 20 bigs who's just not gonna have bluffs from the small blind.
All right, back to Jeff. He found Carl de Vries.
Chatting with Carl DeVries from the great state of Montana. Your first time in the main. We talked about mentally saving up for this. What is that process like?
It's just watching you guys, watching the, yeah. And you try to digest what you see. Of course, there's books out there, but I mean, you got to get in and you got to play and you got to get your butt beat a little bit. And, it's just soaking it all in.
So you got in, you're playing. What's it like?
Oh, it's great. I love it. I mean, I ended up at 8 pros, but what can I say? And I'm a recreational at best. But yeah, it's fun. It's very enjoyable.
You got to show us the shirt that you're rocking. If you could, we got a checklist here, okay? We do. So let's hold it up to that camera. Ryan, if you can see this. So we have buy into main event. You got that. You nailed that part. Yep. Get into the money maybe tomorrow night, the next day?
It'd be late tomorrow afternoon, I believe.
Oh, wow.
Maybe tomorrow night.
Make the final table.
Right.
And then oldest player to win main event. You aren't that old. You would be the oldest?
I would be. What's his name? Johnny Moss was 66.
Johnny was 66.
And he played against like 8 people.
Okay.
But
well, let me send you back to the action so you can be on track to become the oldest person to win the main. Carl DeVries, thank you for the time, guys.
Let's go, Carl. I'm on Team Carl. And also rocking the Dutch heritage. De Vries, as we would say in the Netherlands. He made it De Vries. He also put both of the words together, but I'm all in for Carl. Let's go. Oldest winner of the main.
I thought that was John Dutton.
John Dutton, wow. Shout out Yellowstone. By the way, 1883 is by far the best show of that entire sort of universe.
Oh my God, guys. Look.
Kings and Queen 9, and Archimus is all in again.
No, you really need to
Kim
grab
raised,
the back first.
Perry 3-bet to
grab the back
10K,
first.
Archimus called 8K,
Pick up the back.
Kim jammed,
It's
and
gonna
then
work.
Archimus
It's gonna
just
work.
said, look, I'm committed, I'm calling it with
Trust me.
Queen 9 suited in
First thing,
bad
pick
shape
up the
here.
back. Trust me one time.
And shout out to
Last
Carl
time works,
in the
right?
interview because he
Right.
said it
Pick
best.
up the back,
You got to show up
then
here, you got to play,
stay here.
you got to get that experience. That's what the main event
See
is
the flop.
about.
Zhang with some sweat advice for
I'll tell you what to
Archimus.
do, okay? See the flop.
Tournament life on the line versus Kings. Things not looking too hot. All right, here come the first 3. It's ace,
All right,
jack,
now
8.
There's
you
life.
pretend you're leaving.
There is life. And you have
Walk
2
slowly,
undercards.
Slowly.
Zhang says, pretend you're leaving. All
ten
Yeah,
does
I know a 10.
All the
Pretend
tricks in
to
the book.
leaving.
I flopped 2 pair.
Walk slowly this way. Slowly. Trust me. Last time it works.
Aaron Zhang, an expert in runouts.
Oh
and there's
my goodness.
another spade.
No, really walk a little bit. Move to here. Right here.
He's
Right,
listening
right.
to him. Aaron Zhang,
Pretend you're leaving, okay?
pretend you're leaving. Let's go.
Right here.
Archimus looking for a
Walk
spade or a
little
10.
bit, little bit.
And what's Kim looking like?
Trust
He
me,
must
man.
be
Do it.
sweating bullets right now.
Little bit.
There he is. He's
Then somehow
smiling.
you come back.
He's a good sport.
If this
Walk,
works,
walk.
they're going to be friends forever. It's a
Oh.
9 on the river.
Good
luck, everybody.
Zhang did his best. So did Archimus.
Sorry,
He will
man.
not make
She
the
did
money.
it, not me.
And Kim will take this one
Come on,
down.
move. Nice hand.
Sorry, did small blind this hand?
Yeah, I think that's just a little bit of an impatience there. But GG. As we see Kim move up to 50 big
That was
blinds.
funny.
For those tuning in for the first time, almost midnight in Las
Okay,
Vegas.
exactly.
We're still coming at you live from
Boy,
the
I'll see
Horseshoe
why.
on the
Yeah.
Las Vegas Strip. 8 hours of
I
uninterrupted
just want him
coverage.
to walk over there, then somehow after the river, you just run back, sit down, you know what I mean?
You know, and it helps when you have 400K. You can have laughs and jokes at
Oh,
the
yeah.
expense of other people who are all in.
He's a nice guy. To me. And to him.
And I
Very
mean,
nice.
Sean Perry's just ready to torch it.
drink
He's
the
been
same
ready to
thing I
torch it for
order
3
every
hours.
He's been trying for a while.
He has been, but he has a good hand
Very
here.
nice.
I'm surprised you we're shoveling on him like with the ace-10 there.
And Shavelnik,
Share stack, please.
all about business. All about
See how much
business.
are like 42,000.
And with as wide as Perry's been, you could see some all-ins here. Even though
much are you solid
technically this wouldn't be a thing.
I bought in today.
But yeah, he
Oh, you
does
bought
just
today.
call. Okay, so I like that better. But
Why
it,
did you
it
buy it
almost
today?
verges on a spot
was
where
busy
for
this
20
morning. He was
bigs you
busy
just
this
stuff it
morning
in
before
Perry's
you.
face. But I do like a
I'm
call
just asking,
better.
why did he buy in today?
Oh, I had some family stuff.
Jack, 3 deuce.
I also bought in today. The
Shavelnik
latest you can
finding
buy
a
in.
pair, but so does Perry.
Bet 3,000.
Great flop for Perry. He's going to get action here. And he's got his opponent drawing to 2 outs.
I don't like late buy-ins.
Yeah.
Always level 1, first minute sit down. Never be late.
I think the day 2 buy-ins are, yeah, it's not great.
Okay.
Also,
I mean,
also
maybe
it's like
maybe this
There
one
were
only
4
for the
day
man
2s, says
'cause
El.
the
No, there were
structure
4
is
day
too
1s,
good, you know.
2 day 2s.
Yeah, but then
But you
there was
always
day
want
2
to build a stack
ABC
with some,
and day
you know,
2 D
I think
because
for the main event you should come
day
here.
1 D is usually the biggest
I mean,
flight.
my point is, if you think you play better than others, why don't you want to play as long as you can with them?
Yeah.
And they're
Perry
gonna make
with the
mistakes
double barrel
and
here with the best of
time
it.
might go wrong, they're gonna
Shavelnik with
make
the ace of
mistakes,
hearts,
and,
that might get
day
him in
one
a
they
little bit
have
of trouble.
super deep stack.
But I think
when they make mistake, they're gonna make.
you could
huge
probably
like
just
huge
fold
mistakes.
here.
Like day 2,
You're
when they
losing
have
to a
only
jack,
like
you're
40
losing to a
bigs, 50
queen.
bigs.
Double
Their
barrels like
open
king
range,
10,
everything's
ace
gonna
10,
be
ace
very,
king, maybe
you know,
9, 10, have a lot of equity. But you know, this is Sean Perry.
what
He
I
has
think.
been mixing it
Day
up,
one
so
is
we are
good.
going to keep him honest and see a river.
That river is the king of spades.
And if you luckily build a stack on day 1,
And
then
maybe we
day
just see
2
check, check.
against the
mean,
day 2 buyer, like you have an advantage, right?
I don't know if Perry's ever
It's
going to
like
get
you
called by
have 2 or
worse
3
now.
lives and they won't have 1.
But you know, maybe if your opponent has a worse
All in.
jack or something, he does jam.
Perry goes for it here.
It's getting hot in here again.
Probably thinking there's not much queen X, king X that
Trying to
plays
go
their
home.
hand like this, check calling flop.
That's why every time you go in, I didn't say good luck to you.
Yeah, I would argue that.
Because you know I want to go home.
I'm just saying that's
Yeah,
what Perry's
I know,
thinking. you
I know.
Probably also some of, listen, I don't care. Maybe I go home. But I mean, I think he's kind of been somewhat genuine in the fact that he doesn't necessarily care to bust.
Yeah. Like, you really have to get called here by a worse jack
How much is it?
and really be comfortable that your opponent doesn't have a queen or a king. Now, you can maybe rule out
You
queen
sending me home
jack
this time?
and king jack from your opponent's range because they
I want
probably
to.
check raise queen jack or king
I
jack
kind
on
of
the
want
flop.
you to be honest.
Cool, we're on the same page.
What's up?
Cool, we're on the same page.
Shavelnik admitting he
You want me to
wants
go home?
Bust Perry. But if he's got a 3 considering to make this call, then it's a great value bet with ace jack. Like, I would expect a 3 or a deuce to hit the muck a lot on the turn. And I'm going to tell you, Donnie, the one thing you don't want to do is call and be wrong here and double this guy up. That's going to tilt you even more.
I kind of hate having the ace of hearts in my hand too, because you know Perry could have ace X of hearts that can double barrel, especially the ace 4, ace 5 of hearts. So I kind of don't like having that as part of my combo.
Good bluff is a better hand.
And here he goes. You bluff with a better hand. Now this isn't bluffing with
bluff
a better hand.
Possible.
But yeah, what if Perry has a hand like 2 4s or 2 5s or 2 6s where he thinks he needs to get his opponent to fold a jack?
What do you think, chat? You think he's calling or you think he's folding?
Yeah, one
Let us
for
know.
call, 1 for call, 2 for fold. 1 if you think Shavelnik's calling, 2 if you think he's folding. I mean, we have seen him play very wide ranges, but we haven't seen him just dust it, honestly. He hasn't been all in or risking his term in life with nothing yet. We've seen him be kind of controlled.
Give me a second.
Okay, we're verging on the time of maybe someone about to call the clock. Yep, we do see some.
Compared
Leonard
with the
says call
clock,
the
he
clock.
needs like a quarter. He needs a quarter. Flip the quarter. Flip the coin.
Bunch of ones, bunch of twos, clock.
He makes
and
the
he
call.
does call.
And Perry's going to score the double up here.
And we're going to have to see. And Perry's antics get him paid by a 3 there.
That's crazy.
It was 25 even?
Yeah.
We are in the poker twilight zone.
And we're going over to the secondary table. Yancey all in for 26,000 over a raise from Bergfors. Bergfors makes the call with ace king, and we got a classic flip here. Ace 10 5 on the flop. That's not looking good for Yancey. He's going to need a 6. He cannot catch running clubs because the ace of clubs belongs to Bergfors.
And Yancey does have 2 main event cashes in 2021 and 2023.
9 of diamonds on the turn. All right, backpack is going on for Yancey, pulling out all the stops. He's standing, he's got the backpack on. Let's see if he starts walking away. 4 of diamonds on the end is not going to do it. We lose Yancey here on day 2 of the WSOP main event. Bergfors collecting that pot, nearing 400,000 in chips.
Shout out to him.
Yeah, he is the chip leader at this feature table. We are in the last level of the night here on day 2 of the WSOP main event. Blinds are 1K, 2K with the 2K big blind ante.
Seat 3 and 4 were your originals.
So Alex Bergfors, aka the White Lion.
The White Lion. You know what we need? We need on these bio sheets, we need them to have a spot where they fill out the reason or the origin or whatever for their nickname.
Personal told us to make up additional information about him so he can laugh later.
Okay.
The White Lion earned his nickname because he used to drink White Claws all night. No, I'm just kidding. All right, we do have Kovacic.
Does he list his profession there?
Small business owner.
See, I honestly think he leads like Sasquatch adventures. I mean, he's wearing a Sasquatch shirt, so you know maybe he's out there and his small business is that he takes people on
to find the Sasquatch.
Sasquatch hunts.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You know, he's out there in the wilderness. He's trying to find Sasquatch.
Yeah, he did get a business admin degree from Northern Kentucky University, which seems factual.
That sounds like somebody that would go looking for Sasquatches.
Yeah, absolutely. Good call, Donnie.
So we got the dolphin trainer to his right. We got a Sasquatch hunter in Bergfors. I mean, it's just.
And maybe he's looking for the ever elusive White Lion
You
when
never
he's
know,
out looking
man.
for the Sasquatch. As we see Kovacic with the best hand, Liv Boeree flat calls in position with ace queen. And she's going to go ahead and start betting. And the idea here is maybe she has the best hand, 1. And 2, maybe she gets some equity to fold like weak pairs. But let's see what her intention is now as she picks up a gut shot. And another overcard to 2 10s arrives. Check. So is Liv going to feel like she's in the middle part of her range to want to check and get the showdown, or is she going to use this blocker-esque of a hand, we block king queen, we block ace king, as a bluff? She doesn't have a spade. I think that would give her a better green light, but she is going to go double barrel, and I really do like this.
That's 13.
Now Kovacic, on the other hand, kind of far up in his range as well. He could have a king here. He maybe has like an ace-jack type hand. But absent of those 2 hands, this is his next best. But he hits a muck, and that's, ladies and gentlemen, Liv Boeree at her finest.
Thank you.
Taking a look at Josh Arye here out in the field. So we also want to tell you guys about GTO Wizard. If you want to beat the best and crush the rest, head on over to GTO Wizard. We got a special URL for you guys to check out, gtowizard.com/PokerGo. You go there and you can get free access to all the features that GTO Wizard has to offer for 24 hours plus through that URL. you can also save 10% off your first purchase. So that is gtowizard.com/PokerGo, home to the best solver on the market.
I'm coming after my friend. He's always giving me chips all the time.
Harry's.
You?
Raising it up here.
I'm calling.
Hey, look, once
Promise.
Sean Perry doubles
Please.
up, you know
One time.
that he's going to be more active.
Blind call. Don't worry about it. I got you.
Yeah, I blind call.
Blind call for the TV.
Folder on a Conaroo. He does have a hand that can qualify to call.
I
an
think he
ace.
should.
Oh, no.
Don't do it. I'm too lucky. Bro, listen. I'm the hottest like you could ever imagine right now. I can't lose anything. I'm more so talking about my sports betting. Looks like he's got an all-in hand.
So how many men you played? How many times?
My third time.
Third times? How was the last two? Cash?
No cash.
You played so good, why no cash?
It was
Lucky.
you were like 80% all-in, 20% call, but you decided to go call,
Last
right?
two times played so bad, or include this one?
Conaroo defends out of the big blind. Comes king
Only
high,
ace king
king
to
8-5, rainbow.
Ace king. If I folded ace king, it would have been
It would have been
good main event.
totally different.
It would have been a
And
best main
Conaroo
event.
has done this before.
What are you doing, bro?
Leading into
It's
Sean
not that
Perry.
hard for ace king to him. I mean, I've been serious.
I'll let you take this
I
one.
would have folded non-feature table.
Yeah.
And the best hand's going to win there.
Oh my goodness.
And he showed it.
Your home game players like watching you, and after you pull ace king, you won't get invited
Turned over
anymore.
the ace-6 off there.
Oh my
Perry to
goodness.
see it.
Nice hand, sir.
Santhosh is on table 2, gamer FBI.
It's a time to
When
punish
he
him.
has left for the break, he's left me with nothing.
Nah, me?
Yeah, the last hand.
See the PokerGo chat lighting up. We got the YouTube chat.
I didn't see that in hand,
16,000
but I'll
people
tell you,
watching
it's
right
not the first
now.
time, and it won't be the last
Appreciate
time.
everyone. Please like and subscribe to the PokerGo channel.
Yeah, let's get this thing up to 7,000
But then I
likes. I see
balanced it. I go all
6,200,
with
so I
third
need
pair knowing I have
800
the
of you
best hand.
guys to hit that thumbs up right below the video. Let's try and climb this up.
Yeah.
We are on the final level here on day 2.
It's okay. It's okay.
We have a first place prize in the 2025 WSOP main event announced as $10 million. The top 1,461
Queen Jack,
places
like
will be
Deuce Ray, that
paid
one?
a minimum of $15,000. Everyone at the
You
final
like that?
table is going to get $1 million. This is the 3rd largest WSOP main event of all time.
That's insane. It's insane.
I'm trying to say something like.
Buddy, why did you look? I was going to
In a
say we
week,
could go all in without looking,
right?
but you
In a
looked.
week,
Yeah.
we are going
Wait,
to
let me
see
look.
people play for $10 million,
Okay.
8 figures. No other poker tournament do you see
Okay,
these
turbo
kind of
poker.
numbers.
Let's go, buddy.
5
Come on,
seconds.
quick.
You only have
Unless
5
it's a $1
seconds to
million
$5 seconds, Zach.
buy-in.
Turbo poker?
All right,
And you
turbo
get
poker? Okay,
enough players
I'll
to
count.
play.
Turbo poker.
Turbo
5,
Poker announced 744.
3, 2, 1. Go ahead and dead.
All right, guys, come on. We only picked up 100 likes there. Come on,
Man,
hit
you
the like
beat me
button
again.
for us. Let's
Turbo,
go.
I'm quick. Nice hand.
Nice hand.
Fives, nice.
Fives are shown.
Donnie, what about your ever so famous?
Well, I have another question. I don't want to do that.
Okay.
My other question is, what is the chip stack that you guys think is going to be the chip leader at the end of today? Give me the amount. Drop it in the chat. Give me the
56
amount
minutes.
of the stack size for the chip leader entering day 3 of the WSOP main event.
Hand down there.
Do you have any idea what the chip leader currently holds?
No, I just
Okay.
know that on the first day 2, yesterday, I think it was 967 or something like that.
Oh my God, are you serious?
Yeah, it's wild.
Cam Rockham, I see your comment. I'm trying to be good.
Yeah, we're going to be good. And plus, Tristan's drinking, so
So and then
No.
day 4, day 3,
Relax. If I'm drinking, I'm about to be fired up. I see a lot of people saying over $1 million, and I agree with that. I think over $1 million, this flight, day 1D and day 2D is typically a bigger field, and you
All right,
usually see
turbo
bigger
poker again,
stacks
boys?
and bigger fields.
on the first day 2, it was Alexei Kravchuk bagging up 937,500, almost 200,000 higher than anyone else. Randall Lack was second, Nicholas Bond third, David Cabrera Polop was fourth. those three, 762, 724, and 704. So what do you guys think? Drop it in the chat for what you think the chip leader is going to bag entering day 3.
Let's look at this hand, though, Donnie. We got the nuts have been flopped by Mr. Kim here. And Sean Perry with top pair and a backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, this is a pretty meaty bet here from Kim. Kim was the pre-flop raiser, made it 5K. He got called in 2 spots by Perry and John Kaj. Flopping the straight.
Oh my God, this is a disaster turn for Sean Perry. He's going to lose more money, if not all of his chips here.
Sean, what?
And look, hold on, everybody.
This
pot
might
odds.
save Perry.
This saves Perry. This is pot odds, everybody.
How much is it?
So
You got
look,
me covered?
it's 70K to win 180K, right? Let me do quick math real quick. That's about 30% equity.
I can't believe he jammed here. I mean, he might lose Perry when you
Okay.
want to call from these hands.
You do want to call from these hands.
What do you got over there, bro?
It's a scary board, right? 2 flush draws, but here's the math behind it. 70K to win 180K. You need to have
Queen hearts.
about 39, 40% equity here. We
That'd
see
be a good
Perry
play, right?
only has 18% equity
No.
here.
Maybe.
But Perry thinks he might be up against King Queen of Hearts or King Jack of Hearts,
You know,
like
I
a
am
big
hot.
draw.
I am trying to go home, right? Is that why you shoved? Because you're like, you know what, this guy's trying to go home. Let me just.
But really,
Do him a
Kim is going to
favor?
have maybe 2 pairs here, like King 10.
Crazy.
Maybe some Ace Queen.
You know what I'm thinking about calling you? Because I can't lose in sports recently. I'm up over $1 million the last couple weeks. I'm just giving you a gift.
Okay, we're going to gamble.
And he calls. Look at that.
And Kim has a club blocker. Perry's going to hate seeing
It's a
this.
pretty big hand, man. I need a club.
7 clubs remain in the deck. Or we're going to see Sean Perry be eliminated here at the end of the night. This is, you know, really not a good risk-reward
feeling?
scenario, but Sean Perry is a gambler, Mr. Peters.
He is. We got 1 card to come here.
Yes,
Perry
you want a
needs a
club, right?
club. It is the 6 of hearts, so
GG, buddy.
Kim
Couldn't have
wins
lost
that
to a
one with
better
his
person.
flopped Broadway
I
straight,
finally
and
got
we
my wish
lose
too.
Sean
I gotta
Perry.
go take a cold shower.
Showers.
Thank you guys very much. Good luck, everyone.
Literally, showers.
All right, the Sean Perry experience ends right here. Bought in today, had a bit of fun.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
It was actually my birthday yesterday.
Oh, really?
Oh, awesome.
Then you deserve that.
Shout out here. Let me grab these notes because I stole them from Remco when he left the room here.
You could have lost.
Belated.
You were a big blind last hand or no? Yes. Almost a complete. Thank you.
Yeah.
And we got a new seat 8, so I don't even have the
So
right
that one
notes.
pre-flop pre-opening call.
Robert Kim from Boston, Massachusetts.
Help us out. Let's
Went
go.
to Tufts University, degree in economics. Married to Mina, 3 children. Samantha, Tamara, and Joshua. Cashed the main event last year, so going for back-to-back.
Of course.
We have developments at this table. Boeree from the big blind.
This was raised by Ward to 5K. Boeree defended from the big blind. Check on the flop. Boeree leads 6K on the turn. Ward raises to 16. That brings us to right here.
So Ward basically saying he's got a hand like pocket kings or pocket jacks typically when you see this, but no, he just got the ace deuce of hearts, which is gonna fade all the outs that Boeree had. And Ward seems like a real gangster mixing up in these streets with some of the hands we've seen so far.
He's been
He's
kind of
attacking
all over the
Boeree a
place.
little bit.
I didn't do
I'm
it.
so sorry.
That's okay.
Oh, and he bets out a turn. Look at that.
21 out of turn.
So if Boeree decides to check, the bet stays. If Boeree makes an action other than check, Ward can take his money back.
And she's just gonna open fold,
And then a bet.
knowing that his bet would stand.
Yep.
She missed. She was just trying to, you know, there were some implied odds there for Boeree to just try to improve and make her hand.
He said, "Wow, baby, do I suck?"
Should have said that like that.
He said he was no good. He said he sucks. I think he made a bad play and admitted it to everyone.
Oh, wow. Randall Emmett took off the boxing attire, but I'm sure there's still people in here that would like to fight this guy.
Like Fofty?
I mean.
Oh, my gosh.
I have a Twitter account. I see things. Emmett's still in the hunt, though.
But yeah, why not give more, you know, viewership to these kind of people? Yeah, all for it.
He's got a stack. Like, this is like 180.
I'd say he's over 200K
over 200,
there.
yeah,
Yeah,
you're right.
Exposure.
He's laughing.
I had it.
Show us one.
I had it. I can't show you one.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, and he's got Doug Polk at his table. We can see.
You're in the mood. We got a great thing
YouTube
going.
superstar.
Pop that.
I thought you were raising the block.
Poker legend, of course.
That was the only choice I had.
Poker Hall of Famer
The
in
Lodge.
the future, if you ask me. For
Yeah, of course.
both his level of play, but also the way he brings the game to a wide audience.
Yeah, he has put so much time and energy into giving poker more exposure and exposing himself, of course, too, but giving more exposure to poker. Kudos to him. I mean, his YouTube videos, he's probably one of the biggest YouTubers out there when it comes to hot takes and building poker in Texas, too. Good for him.
That's only for one reason.
What's that reason?
Because you haven't started your YouTube channel yet.
Oh, no. That's all him.
Imagine how many views your video would get about the payouts.
None. None.
I think the Tristan Wade YouTube journey has some validity.
Not happening.
Shout out Doug Polk. I hope we get to see him on day 3.
And look at who we got here in the small blind. Buhavov. And help me out there, Remco. But he's got 700. That's a pile of chips there. 700K. Holy crap.
You're not kidding.
He's just come here and doubled the biggest stack nearly.
Buhayov? That's a name and a half. Just arrived on the feature table. Stanislav with ace king makes it 4,000.
Thank you, Ian. I got some people in the chat. They said they subbed to my channel. Payouts Podcast. Tristan's Payouts Podcast.
And every week you do an episode analyzing a different tournament's payout structure.
Yeah, rake and tournament payout structures. I mean, that's kind of up my alley. I used to do that for the WPT. I was a director of poker operations for WPT Deep Stacks for about 4 or 5 years. So I do have some experience working with casino operators. I do come from a place of experience, even though I might just sound like a schmuck. And I feel like Sean Perry right now. I'm hot as hell. I don't know if
So
it's just
fired up.
being put under the fire or what, you know, but I mean, we do see people, cheers. We do see
beer level. Cheers.
beer level, they say. We do see people kind of unwinding the energy. You know, this has been, these days are tumultuous. Like, did I say that right? Very draining and taxing on your mind and your body. You're sitting down for 10 hours. You're thinking through so many little decisions. There's a lot of pressure on you to do well and to perform well. So at this stage of the tournament, as you see Bergfos kind of stretch in his chair, this is like the stretch. You need to stay locked in, and you need to make sure you don't make a mistake at this point in the night.
Action on Boeree here with ace-jack. And I've learned from Tristan that you're only supposed to 3-bet with ace
There's
jack.
the 14.
And we do see that happen. I was gonna say the two spots you can call from with ace jack offsuit happen to be the cutoff and the button most regularly, but we do see Liv go with a 3-bet here. So following my advice, of course she listens.
How much you said?
14,000 total.
14,000 from Boeree. Action back on the no strip guy.
And so the idea here, if you're Kovacek, is like Kovacek's range starts with like these kind of hands, the offsuit broadways, the weak suited aces. So the idea for Liv is when you 3-bet someone, you hope to shed the offsuit broadways and maybe some of the weakest suited aces, but you know they're going to continue with all their pairs, their better suited aces, their better suited broadways, and then 4-bet you with really good hands and maybe a couple bluffs.
All right, Lim, after all his rides on the roller coaster, now all in again, this time with Jack 8 versus King 8. Zhang about to send him to the rail. Looking for a jack and a jack only.
And Lim played very tight, but picks up some chop outs.
5 on the turn. Lim looking for a jack to double up. River is the queen of clubs, and that'll do it. Lim eliminated by Zhang, who is up to 387.
But I moved here.
Thank you, sir. Dead button.
Magic Mohit says, I would so want to be on one of those tables in the next 3 or 4 years. That would be phenomenal to see you out here. I mean, look, there's roughly 10,000 people that had the opportunity to play this event, the most special poker tournament on the planet. And we're going to see this field dwindle down, and we're going to see someone play for $10 million. We're going to see a heads-up match for $4 million.
I haven't seen an ace. It's
in a week.
Queen's Day.
Can't
My
wait.
biggest player today is Pocket Nines.
I got the live stream going.
Oh, King 9.
Pocket Nines.
Teddy moving
My
around.
biggest
Yeah,
pair
my,
today.
my son is waking up.
He's ready for dad to come home.
Yeah, he is. He heard beer level, and he was like, oh, let me get in on that.
Zhang folds around to him in the small blind.
Do me a favor, my friend.
You know, both these players have a lot of chips. Almost, let's say, 100 big blinds effective. It's 90. There's multiple strategies you could incorporate here. We do see Zhang come with a raise.
Raise to 55.
Zhang. Thank you, Brando.
But I moved.
And that is a very tight fold. You would not typically see king highs
sure.
fold in position in the big blind. But again, not everyone is experienced and knowledgeable on those kind of strategies because those are the widest positions to play, small blind versus big blind.
So now only 5 of us. Only 5 of us.
Appreciate everyone for rocking with us late into the night. It's well past midnight over here in Las Vegas. So we appreciate it.
Yeah, and you know, that's the insane part about this main event journey. These players from here on out will play or will be inside this building for a minimum of 12 hours a day, every day, until they reach the final table. So the stamina required and the way to balance, you know, getting your rest, eating your meals, making sure you sort of stay at a decent energy level is so wild because this is only day 2. Because you go day 2, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 6 full days in a row before they have 1 day off before the final table. Kastelich with the queens. 3 bets at 15K, and Kim makes the call with 7s.
Yeah, he takes the seat of Sean Perry. He comes with 300,000, and he picks up queens right at start. 3 bets Kim. Kim calls naturally with 2 7s, trying to set mine, trying to crack big hands. And Kastelich now deciding if he wants to bet or check. He ends up with a check. Are you guys streaming tomorrow, says Wesley.
Yes, we are.
He must not know. Every
I know,
day.
Every day. Go to PokerGo.com/schedule to see what the streams are going to be like coming up. But yeah, tomorrow, 5 p.m. Pacific time, same run time as today. We go from 5 till 1, roughly. Only difference is Jeff Platt and Brent Hanks on the call. And then starting on day 4, we're going to have wall-to-wall coverage from the first to the last hand.
Sick. When it matters the most, when all the players are in the money. And we see here Castelli get to the river as checked, and now he goes for value. I really like this a lot. Even though there's 3 diamonds, even though there's an ace, and beautifully, he gets paid off by a worse pair. 2 queens played to perfection. Kim shows 7s. Just wanted to keep him honest. Well played by the 1 seed here. Christy says, Donnie, we need a Hanks update.
I got nothing.
They're radio silent, Christy.
I'll text Brent and see what's going on with him. Quick reminder here, as we look at Sean Winter out in the field. The PokerStars NABT is coming back to Las Vegas, November 2025. Your time to raise your game at Resorts World. Buy-ins ranging from 300 to 25K. A little bit of something for everyone. Scan the QR code on your screen. Shout out Theo Tran over there as well at the table. Theo Tran has looked like he's 25 for 20 years. Still looking young and spry. Sean Winter, not the type of player you want to be seated with in the main event as we go back to our feature table. Final level of the night. Let us know if you've been with us all day. I know there's got to be some of you.
Yeah, who's been here the longest? I need to know. Rick says, man, this music is an annoying earworm. I told you. You know, I got a guy. We can up the music. Remco.
We got the rights?
Yeah, I got the rights. We create the music. I got you.
Oh, you want to be?
Yeah, I want to be the music producer.
The live band?
No, we have. I'm telling you,
the live
I have
band.
the guy who will make the music, whatever music we want. My friend's Void Striker. Shout out, Burkai, Grammy award-winning producer out of LA. He's worked with some of the biggest artists. Lana
Sounds
Del
like
Rey.
it's expensive.
No. It's my buddy. We got it. Free. We'll do some tracks for free. Honest to God, he can whip up something in literally seconds. I swear, he's a genius. I swear to God.
We got action here.
I swear to you, I'm connected. I know some people.
I feel like in a different life, Tristan would have been a door-to-door salesman.
What do you think I do? How do you think I make money to play poker?
I promise you.
Selling mattresses to people.
Yeah, this cutlery set is indestructible. It's going to last your whole life. You'll pass it on.
You know, this is kind of the poking Tim Adams would always give me. He feels the same way about me. When I was trying to get him to join, some of my past poker endeavors like Deep Stacks. I was like, come on, join. You know, he's like, oh, he's trying to pitch me on something, Tristan. No, but I really do. I'm dead ass. Just tell me what you guys want, and we'll make it happen.
I love it. Wasn't Timothy Adams involved in some like seat cushion type deal?
No deal, but
the human something.
You interviewed him for it.
The human.
I think he used it and he really liked it, and it really helped his poker playing experience. So he became like an advocate for it.
Right.
He was like an ass advocate.
I thought it was his company for a while.
No, not at all.
Zhang, by the way, with ducks, just sneaks one through again, and we're really seeing Zhang in this final level of the night, making some things happen.
I mean, what a name for a product. The
I was
human
going to say
tool.
thank you when you didn't.
That's what it is.
Yeah, you did an interview with this.
It's probably ranking really high on Google.
In 2015.
Thank you.
Lots of human tools in the
The Juice says, Tristan, how about getting Scott Storch to create some beats? Man, that would be expensive.
But you wouldn't be able to be.
But no, I got a guy just as good, I promise.
You would be. Right.
Man, I could just, we need Scott Storch in here playing his keyboard with a cigarette in his, with some glasses
Scott
on.
Storch wouldn't come in here for
He
less
might.
than $1
Yo,
million.
Scott
What are you
Storch, if you're
talking about?
listening,
Yeah,
Scott
right.
Storch, if you're listening, I'll give you some free poker lessons. We'll set you up right here, and we just need a sick-ass PokerGo intro with some hi-hats, some horns.
Little PokerStars spotlight here. Lift Boeree making it happen on day 2. Late entry into the tournament. Rocking the cowboy hat.
Former EPT San Remo.
What that event was so cool.
That was one of the best.
They played the final table in this really cool theater. As, by the way, Boeree with the hand here makes it 5K, and Buhayov, who came to the table with 700,000, has since given away 70K, is 3-betting her with King-Jack offsuit.
Yeah, it looks like he gave it to Santhosh, because he went from 90 to 165. But look, don't mess with Liv Boeree, okay? Don't mess with Liv Boeree. And he's about to see why when she sticks this 4-bet in his face. Now, she is playing 60+ big blinds deep. It's not an auto 4-bet. These hands increase in value a little bit when you get shallower stacked, but it's such a good hand that you could either kind of trap and call pre-flop or obviously put in another bet here. She will be out of position, so I want to see something like 45K or 50K. But let's see what she wants to do. There also is 24,000 in the middle.
Well, she's going to turn up the heat a little bit.
And 45K right on the nose. Let's go. And what did I say? Don't mess with Liv Boeree.
Yeah, but I do like that approach from Buhayov with the King-Jack. I think you can go fold or you can go 3-bet if you want to get aggressive. I don't like, because she's early, I don't like flatting there with so many people behind you. King-Jack off doesn't really play that good post.
Yeah.
So if you want to like leverage some of the blocker properties that it has, obviously, I mean, not obviously, I would assume Buhayov is an aggressive player because he's got over 600K. So he's probably getting after it a bit. So I like that right there.
Yeah, and he was getting after a bit in those positions. To have King-Jack offsuit in your 3-betting range is getting after it. But you said it, like, it has good blockers. But Kim here, besting the flop of Zhang. And this was a raise for Conneru, a 3-bet from Zhang, and a flat call from Kim in the small blind. And he just leads for full pot here. And look, this is someone who's been very face up with the strength of his hands. And when he's bet big, he's got it. You know, he just busted Sean Perry.
Look, Zhang inquiring about what he has behind.
And didn't we see this similar sort of thing earlier where it was, I think Perry might have raised, somebody 3-bet, and Kim called with like a very strong hand.
Ace King.
Big Ace King. It was Ace
and
King
Zhang
earlier.
Had Ace Jack.
Yeah, and it came Jack high.
Yes.
Yes, I remember that now.
But this is a different setup. He leads. In the other scenario, we saw a check, and then a small bet and Zhang raise. But Zhang probably pretty comfortable with top pair here. You don't really fold in these spots if your opponent could be bluffing. But look at Kim. Is this a man that's bluffing here? Cold calls a 3-bet out of position, just leads for pot. He's kind of telling us he's got what he's got.
And this is one of the ever interesting things about this tournament is that you don't see a lot of players often flat hands like Ace King here in these spots. So, but in the main event, you know, there's so many players from so many different walks of life. They bring so many different styles, and it's on you to figure it out. And this is a very tough test right now. And look at that. He does figure it out.
That is amazing.
That's incredible.
But that's what you got to do in this event. That's exactly what you got to do. It's the end of the night. We're winding down. This guy called a 3-bet. He's betting full pot. I'm just going to fold. Is he ever doing this as a bluff? I'm just going to find out later anyways. That is a miraculous fold there.
Yep.
That is
very
awesome.
Exploitative there from Aaron
We
Zhang.
could argue that's an awful bet from Kim because if he just checks, he could check raise and maybe get some money. You know.
Well, if you're betting there and you're Kim, and you're getting hands like King Jack, which are top pair to fold, then yes, it is likely a bad bet.
Yes.
You know, like that's exactly why it's a bad bet.
But that's so. This is okay for everyone who asks me. Do you want to play GTO? Do you want to play balanced? Do you want to play exploitable? That's 100% exploitable right there. That's
representable.
How you got to play against every individual opponent. Kim's just never bluffing. He has really strong hands here. He might even bet a set of 10s into me for a full pot.
Yep.
He's committed. We just saw him shove for 150% the pot with the nuts. You have to recognize that stuff in your opponents and adjust. And that is an unbelievable adjustment by Zhang.
Dylan says Zhang has final table vibe. I agree with that. I think he.
Sauce Boss says easy fold. Why the hype? Come on, man. That guy top pair in position. That's a crazy fold.
Mizu saying Zhang has improved this game. I mean, 100% different style compared to 3 years ago.
And Shovelneck, monster of a flop here.
Just a set.
You better go check yourself.
So you could do some checking back here, but you mostly just bet your range on these board types, but you could have some check backs. Your check backs come from aces and 10s, pocket aces and pocket 10s in particular. But we'll probably just see a small bet here.
Small bet and Conneru with the quick fold.
So big, no?
Andrew Ship says Zhang should have raised to see where he was at. Well, the problem with raising there is that he bet 40K into 40K, and he only had 100K back. So he was basically saying, look, I'm not messing around.
Frying all day.
I'm committed.
Before you
and I'm committed.
to cool off somewhere else first. I want to.
So hot. Steamy here. Now it's okay. Nice hand. That was very tough for me.
Whoops.
I think that's my biggest laydown today.
Yeah.
I'd say so.
Mine was the very first hand I sat down.
I think I'm only for that hand to you with that bet on the flop.
And there you go. There you have it. Only to Kim would he fold that hand because he just knows Kim is not messing around.
Crazy.
That sort of
crazy
way of talking to your opponent, even though
definitely I'm
there's
gonna go
no
back
meaning
on
behind it, obviously
100%.
harmless.
I wish I made a good laydown.
But it's so out of line, in a way.
It's so out of line.
It is so out of line to say that. Like, you know, you can think of a variety of reasons why that's the case, but it's just, to me, I don't know, I get a little bit of like a cringe vibe from that, you know? Just, like, why? Why do you have to say that?
Well, guys, I'm taking off.
You got a big day
right
tomorrow.
now?
See ya.
Message me if you need anything, man. Good luck.
I need about 300,000 chips.
You don't need anything. You just need to stay in the tournament.
Right,
That's it. As long as you're in, bro.
Donnie, did you print a chart? Which hands to show?
A chart?
Yeah, to show?
Yeah, it told me that a straight beats a flush, right?
Yeah.
That's right?
Someone in the chat.
Oh, that was, yeah.
Someone in the chat earlier said, Donnie, if you get ace king tomorrow, do you go all in?
Help me and,
Depends on the action.
There you go. There you go.
You better not fold ace king tomorrow.
If there's 17 bets in front of me, maybe I put it in the bin, but likely not. Okay, guys, come on. I got 19 bigs. We got to make something happen.
No,
just stay in, my friend. Just stay in.
Donnie Peters is heading out. He's going to be playing the main event tomorrow, day 3.
Donnie is still in Dylan. He's got 20 big blinds heading into day 3.
And
He's
I
going to be
believe
nearing the money.
I believe Tim Duckworth is also still in. And whether or not he bags or not, I will be questioning him about his day on the podcast tonight.
Oh.
So I can't wait to see how he approached the day.
You're going to destroy him in how he played those hands. Who's at your table tomorrow, do you know?
So I only had 2 people at my table already. I'll tell you in 1 second.
We're watching a hand, by the way, here with
Brian Hartner and somebody named Native.
Native?
Native _.
Like a screen name type, or like an online name?
That's it. And then I'm going to probably get, 6 other people from today. So
you'll get Aaron Zhang and
All right, so look, we do have a blind on blind battle here. These are very interesting. Sorry to cut you boys off. As Donnie takes off his headset and he leaves. And Conneru just check folds. Seems fine, but I would say in a GTO world, we want to check call there. We beat bluffs. We have ace 10 high. It's only 2 big blinds. Let's see a turn, maybe see a river, but okay, all good.
All right, still a little bit of poker left to be played, and if you want to play some poker yourself, you can do so right now over at playpokergo.com. It's a fun and free online poker site available on web, iOS, and Android. Play for free from anywhere. Sign up right now. There's a free roll at the bottom of every hour. can also play various other types of games. And we see Ryan DePaulo still sitting in there, one of the faces I recognized in that ocean of players.
Scott in the YouTube chat asking, so does ABCD all group up tomorrow? And that is exactly right, my friend. All the players from day 1 through day A through day D come together on day 3.
Yeah, tomorrow we will play down to the money. We won't play into the money, but what they usually do on day 3 is that they stop once the bubble bursts. That way, everyone who comes back for day 4 is already in the money, and then they can do the payouts on day 4.
You know what, Remco? I think we're going to be in the money faster tomorrow.
Oh, it's been going faster than expected?
Look, if this app is right, it says there's 2,137 players remaining tonight.
Tonight?
Is that just tonight?
It's
Or
just
is
tonight.
that okay? So that's not the combined.
I think
of
that's
both?
just tonight. Yeah.
Because if that's the case, we're kind of close to the money.
But yeah, I think that the last couple of years it's always been the same recipe, but obviously it has a lot to do with the flow of the tournament and
Yeah,
some other variables.
typically in a 60K starting stack tournament, when you have 10,000 players, you're going to reach the money around the 8K big blind level, which tomorrow we're going to be 3K, 4K, 5K, 6K, last level 8K. So I think you're
5
about
levels.
on par. That will probably be very close to the money. Or if not make the money, it could come in the 10K level.
So
But
one of the reasons why they usually stop play once they reach the money on day 3 is because in order to facilitate the ungodly amount of people that get paid, so you reach the final 1,400 that all get paid, then within one orbit, you're going to lose 400 players, and you need runners to hand them their payout slips, and you need the cage set up to process everyone. They have to have all their IDs with them and everything. So in a way, it's a logistical nightmare if you do that at midnight.
It was a logistical nightmare. Now we have the WSOP Plus app.
Oh, look at that.
Which handles all that so easily.
So, but like, you would still need a payout slip? Or
You don't need a
it
payout
goes
slip
into the
anymore.
thing?
It goes into your app. You bring your app to the cage and you
Okay,
go get paid.
fair enough, fair enough.
So yes, it is logistics nightmare, but the WSOP has done an amazing job partnering with GG Poker to add in this mix of technology that handles payouts, registration, updates, all kinds of things in a much easier format. So I do think that it will be easier, but yeah, it might take till day 4, or we play to the money, tomorrow night.
Yeah, no, but you made a good point. That makes it easier for sure. Suvarna, by the way, check calling with 8-3 suited. And
Ooh! And look, that was a great check call by Suvarna because he's got equity, right? He's got a pair of 3s, he's got a backdoor flush draw, so he could hit an 8 or a 3 or heart. Now, you might want to have some ideas of leading the turn when you hit a 3, but he just checks, and now we absolutely have to go for value. So it looks like we're going to have maybe about 3,400 players coming back for day 3, it seems. So about a third of the field, and half of those players won't make the money. So yeah, it will probably be close to making the money tomorrow.
Suvarna here leading for 27,000, looking to get value from this pair of jacks.
I love it. The bluffs that he has here are going to be, let's see, we have maybe a bluff incoming from 2 jacks. I don't know, maybe he's just counting out the damage if he calls. But I love this bet from Santhosh because he's going to have missed flush draws, but he could also bet a queen or a 3 in this fashion, or even 4-5. He has 4-5 in his range. He check calls the flop, turn goes check, check. So block with just a bluff catcher, and he's going to see Santhosh is not bluffing.
3 3s.
And great play, great pickup. We're over 100 bigs right now for Santhosh.
Yeah, very well done there.
And can we just talk about Santhosh for one more minute?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, he's won millions of dollars on the Triton Poker Tournament, right? He got 3rd in the 125K high roller. He got 4th in the 100K high roller. He won the 250K, the biggest tournament the WSOP is offering right now, the super high roller, last year for $5.4 million. He won a World Series of Poker Europe 50K Diamond High Roller. He's like the high roller of all high rollers. #1 on India money list. Entrepreneur, investor, high stakes regular, likes chess, soccer, poker. Beast. High stakes beast. He'll be bagging up a pile.
Also played $1 million pot on high stakes poker versus Rick Solomon. Santhosh.
And right behind him in tournament earnings is this guy, you might have heard of him, Jonathan Jaffe. Almost 16 million in tournament earnings from my home area, South Florida. Used to play basketball with this guy. Great poker player. He's got the King 7 suited. He raises up. Let's go. And his hobby's StarCraft. Oh my God. We would have been best friends if I met him, when we were younger. I love StarCraft.
That's a throwback.
Definitely a throwback.
I used to play Command and Conquer, Red Alert.
Yup.
And I used to play Age of Empires.
Sick, nice.
I never played StarCraft.
Oh, StarCraft was like one of the first strategy games that I was loving on the PC. Okay, so let's see how one of the world's best, Jonathan Jaffe, navigates. He just checks back on this flop. And Stanislav from the big blind is going to make the best hand. He's got both players drawing dead to a chop. And let's see how Jonathan Jaffe navigates this. Now, granted, he has all the ace-kings and ace-queens in his range, but he's kind of bottom of range with King 7 suited, so he's not going to mess around. He knows that he doesn't have any 3x in his range, really. And the big blind is the one that has the most 3x. So with a pair of aces here, you could just comfortably bet and never expect to get raised here with a pair of aces. And you hope, maybe kings calls, maybe queens calls, maybe a 9 calls, maybe a 5 calls, a 4 calls, whatever. Tristan sounds like an LA Fitness Star League. Fitness League All-Star. Man, back in the day, on the basketball court, I was all right, Remco. I was all right. I had good teammates, let's just say that.
Stanislav here, betting 11,000 with his ace Jaffe, giving it some thought. And look at this, he just makes the call.
What?
With
This
king
is
high.
this is some out of this next level stuff. He's just expecting someone to just be bluffing here with just so many wide range spots like a 6. I don't really understand that a whole lot, I'm gonna be honest. But obviously Jonathan Jaffe is an unreal poker talent. But I just don't know, checking to the river. Our opponent has all the 2 pairs, they have all the straights, they have ace-x a lot. I don't really get that call with King 7 of clubs, I'm gonna be honest.
Mike in the chat says, bro, we're talking video games and watching poker. Does it get any better?
It doesn't.
Well, let's hear it. What video games did you guys at home used to play? By the way, another one. Did you ever play Carmageddon?
No.
Oh, really?
Carmageddon?
You've never played
No. Did you drive a car around until you exploded or something?
Well, Carmageddon was like one of the first sort of gory video games where you could drive around and mow over people.
Oh, it was the original GTA.
Yeah, but like different. It was kind of like a crummy version of Need for Speed, but it was like it was basically a racing game in a city full of people.
Look, we got Doom, Age of Empires, Diablo 2. Yeah, Diablo, what a great game. Age of Mythology. Real chats, Heroes of Might and Magic. Oh my God, I used to love that game. Wow, Tyler. Oh my God. We're some nerds now. Battletoads. Oh my God, what? Carmageddon 64.
Look,
okay.
Look at these graphics.
Oh my God. Okay, maybe I did play this. Of course I played that game. Of course.
And then you have the little guy in the top left corner.
Contra, oh my God, what a beast. I was on Sega, I was on Genesis, I was on Nintendo.
We got a hand here, by the way.
Twisted Metal, of course.
A7-8, all diamonds. Buhayov with 5s does have a diamond. Kovacic with queens, black queens.
Earthworm Jim Classic.
Bet 4.
Of course, Jimabo said that. All right, look, you hate this with queens, but for 4K, the price is right. Bob Barker style, baby. So we're gonna call here and float, I expect. And look, you could just fold, but I think really in a balanced world, you just flick in 2 big blinds. It's just 2 big blinds. Mario Kart Cosmo says, obviously a classic.
0 sugar, 0 calories.
Duke Nukem.
Duke Nukem, yep. Wolfenstein.
Wolfenstein?
Yep, the best.
That was so scary.
GoldenEye 64.
Yep.
I mean, I'm hiding in the building. I'm coming out with the oddball. You're screwed.
So yours or did that
Skate or Die, classic. GoldenEye, of course.
I used to play. Oh wait, we got Zhang and Chung, 65K in the middle. Chung betting 40,000 on the river here. Zhang with ace 8.
Maybe jacks, right? Maybe jacks.
Oh, let's go here.
And look, he loses to a lot of stuff. There's flushes, there's full houses, there's straights. So discipline lay down.
What he's saying?
Yeah, 007 GoldenEye, exactly. Twisted Metal was a classic.
You know what I probably played the most? Diablo.
Yeah.
And
you had to play that game a lot.
Oh my God, Diablo. Yeah, exactly.
Because you couldn't.
It was only
couldn't level up.
It was
if
only
you didn't
fun
play
if
it a
you.
lot.
That
yeah.
one I don't really care.
All the items you'd get and everything.
I mean, it's okay
And
to
then
throw
when
it.
I-
Odd job,
We
yeah,
playing at
odd
the same
job. Sorry,
table
not
earlier?
oddball.
That one is
Were we
different.
playing the same table earlier today?
You know, 3-bet pre, you hit top pair and the rainbow and someone dunk, you just full top pair. I don't do that.
Zhang showing off that he's not to be messed with all too easily, and also at the same time willing and able to make some folds, not getting too sticky.
Bubble Bobble? Oh my God, I love that game. Do you ever play Bubble Bobble?
No.
Nintendo game, unbelievable. Zelda, of course.
Mortal Kombat.
Of course. Tetris, obviously classic.
Tekken.
Tekken. I was in the arcades playing Mortal Kombat with a book of all the finishing moves.
Oh,
I was
wow.
crushing kids. Mortal Kombat 3, 4. Like, I would never lose in the arcade.
Oh man.
My mom would just drop me off.
Nice-
I'd be in there
nice
for
guy.
hours.
Yeah.
Were you a soccer guy growing up?
All sports, yeah.
FIFA.
Soccer.
FIFA
So you
was
haven't
huge.
checked your hands.
FIFA 98, FIFA 99.
Yeah.
Those are my.
Although this morning I
NBA
went to,
Jam.
You know what the
Street,
pulled up the
NBA
app, it
Street.
said
I don't know if you ever
Horseshoe for
played
sure.
that.
So I showed
You know
up
what the
at the
crazy
Horseshoe
thing is
here,
about
I'm waiting
our
outside
generation?
A few minutes before, and
We
there was a big
thought
crowd.
that
I
the
don't know if this
graphics we
happened
had
to
for
you.
the video games
So
were
no
like
one's doing it,
next
so I figured,
level.
well,
Oh,
and when
yeah.
you and when you
this
go back
taken.
now on YouTube and you
Already
watch
started.
videos of old video games,
Then
you're
they
like,
must be
did
holding
we
it,
used to
right?
play
Then
this?
I
Yeah.
saw
Like
pause on it.
Tomb Raider.
Then I
You know,
walk in the room.
she barely looked like a human. Like it was a few boxes on a you know.
Now you can't even tell
Whatever
when you
color
see
I
some of
had
these
wasn't
first-person
there.
shooter games or something.
Yeah.
It's
no,
like,
that's
wait,
in, you know,
that's a video
Paris.
game?
So I had to
Blitz,
run to
Madden, of
Paris,
course,
those
those are
other guys running.
classics.
Thought that's kinda-
Track and Field, Steve, that's
should give it a
another
decent
Unreal game. I used to
opportunity to-
love that.
I mean, it's
Ufano,
like-
by the
like
way,
5 minutes,
to
you know.
sort of check in on the
And I
action
ran, it
here.
was still
Oh, yeah, sorry,
3 minutes
poker.
late,
Poker.
3 or 4 minutes, maybe like 2 hands, but I was actually jogging.
Makes a 4K,
Got
takes
some
it down.
exercise, but I tried to
All right,
get
back to
exercise
video
other
games.
places.
Dune.
It showed me
Frog.
last night. I swear I said Horseshoe.
Oh, outer table action. Doug pulled Brent Limit. Looks like Doug made it 15,000.
Yep, Doug free betting from the big blind here. Emmett under the gun 6, it looks like.
Little vodka soda.
They're drinking a little bit. Doug trying to talk them into something.
I can't just call, so I absolutely cannot. What do you want me to do?
Well, you probably can't call after that comment.
Okay, all right. I need 1 minute. I really need it.
All right, we're just going to see a fold here. I've seen shenanigans at the table. I know what happens here. This is just a fold. So back to video games. Duck Hunt, of course.
Well, let's see if this table talk will lead to anything. I'm sure Doug has some one-liners prepared for us.
I want the record to show. A call right now would be amazing.
That would be the only. How would you calibrate that? Whatever I do.
Do it, Emmett.
All right, go.
Run it to the end zone, like the most famous Emmett. Emmett Smith.
Emmett Smith who once did the shuffle up and deal.
Yeah, he was out here. He had a little shine.
He said, shuffle up and play.
What is,
That was pretty funny.
does Emmett have a real hand? Is he really about to put Doug Polk all in here?
30 seconds. Sorry. 30
So the hesitation in the body language signals that there's no way to continue here.
Look, calling here is definitely a thing. If you have a decent hand, you can call here, but there are some hands you don't want to call here with. I would say you probably don't want to call here with ace king. You probably don't want to call here with 2 jacks or 2 tens. Kings, you want to get the money in. Aces, you could trap. Ace queen suited you could call. Ace king off you could call. I mean ace queen off you could call. You could call with other pairs. But I knew it. I knew it. I told you guys. I knew this.
All right, tournament dealers in the main event. If you started the shuffle, complete that
And Doug shows a bluff.
3 more hands.
I think that was 7-5 suited there.
3 more hands. At the completion of your 3 hands, please put your cards away and ask for bags and pins. 3 more hands. Ask for bags and pins.
Star Fox, of course.
My read was just to put it all fucking in. God dang it.
Emmett, we wish you would have pulled the trigger, my friend.
So fucking annoyed.
I know.
3 hands left in the night.
Right away.
You're going to get one very soon.
I need it.
Back to table B. Liv and Will Jaffe letting the people at home know how things are going. Here's our main feature, Davey and Zhang involved in a hand.
Okay, Zhang makes the best of it. He's in position. He bet the flop, got called, turns a pair. The flush also comes. This is a spot where you are going to get called on the flop by a lot of hands like we see, an ace high. So we could see a pair of 5s go for a small bet, but you don't want to get check raised here. So we probably see a mix between a small bet and a check from the strategy of the in-position player here. And wait, hold on, excuse me. This was a little bit different of an action. Zhang raised, he got 3-bet by Davey in the small blind. Davey bet the flop, Zhang floated with 5-6 of clubs and ends up making the best hand. I would have loved to see Davey put a lot of pressure here with the ace of hearts. I would have much rather seen Davey bet the turn so he could continue to bet the river. But now Zhang improves to 5s and 6s, but Davey with the nut flush.
Davey also a newish player at the table. Not much history between these two.
Yeah, I would have loved to seen Davey bet the turn again, because 9-deuce-deuce really good for your range when you 3-bet from the small blind, and he has a bluffing type of hand, an 8-7 offsuit. But whatever, we get to the river, there's 4 to a flush, and now Zhang just beats bluffs. I don't know if a lot of bluffs play this way, but he's gonna flick in a call. He's gonna see the bad news.
So Davey with his ace, tremendous value, one of the last hands of the night.
9 bigs. He lost 9 bigs there. Not
still,
a lot. But yeah, it's nice. It's a good pickup.
But Zhang coming off, making 2 good folds, now decides he's got to follow through and look him up.
So 3 hands left for these guys probably. I don't think that hand was included in the announcement.
All right, so we have Jeff Platt about to roam the aisles here of the Horseshoe to give us some late night updates from the players still in the field. One of my favorite moments of the day when Jeff just lets us know what is happening here. There's a few hands left on the day. Jeff, what do you got for us? Any big stacks? Any notables still doing well?
All right, bags have been called at this table, which if we had any more time for another level at a feature table, it would certainly be this one with Randall Emmett and Doug Polk. You saw Doug get some chips in pre-Randall folding, and Doug showed him the 7-5 suited. Ryan, let's move this way as we kind of walk you through the field. This is where the WSOP app really comes in handy, because then I can know where everybody is. Like, it tells me that Jerry Wong is over there in seat number 9. Quite the stack for Wong, and a good day 2 for him. As we move forward, 2,163 players are left, 9,735 entries, creating a prize pool of over $90 million. That first place prize will indeed be $10 million, something that might have caused a bit of an argument with you guys in the booth. That's just what I'm hearing from, well, just about everybody said that you guys yelled at each other for 20 or 25 minutes. We keep it moving. We walk down. WSOP former online player of the year in seat 1, Krista Gifford Pollock. She crushes me online day after day after day, but I wish her the best at the World Series of Poker main event. We continue to move through. I see a former full tilt pro, Nenad Medic, in seat number 4. He's in the building. It's good to see these blasts from the past. Everybody, you can't quit poker you can't not play the World Series of Poker main event. Let's keep it moving. We're almost done. We've been at this table before. You remember Carl DeVries from the great state of Montana. He is still in the mix in seat number 9. This shows you how cool this tournament is. Chris Vitch even plays. I don't even think he knows the rules to No Limit Texas Hold'em, but he's in there for this one. The mixed game specialist, they're teaching him, and he's doing all right. He's hanging in there. You just got to survive at the World Series of Poker main event. We keep it moving. We move down this way as we've kind of ended our journey. Now, 1,461 players will make the money. Could they make the money tomorrow night? Will it be early on day 4? We'll see. Let's end with this. There's Pads. He's running for the hills. He's gone. We're about to leave as well. Pads, chips in the bag. Day 2 of the World Series of Poker main event. I see Jason Somerville is still in. I see Poker Face Ash is still in. So at this point, let me send it back to you guys in the booth.
All right, thank you so much, Jeff. Thanks for all the updates today. And if you want to hear more from Jeff, he'll be in the booth all day tomorrow alongside Brand Hanks. Should be an incredible sweat tomorrow.
I think the button was wrong.
As we
sort
of hurl ourselves towards the money.
On my 2000.
Topper pick starting stack was 60K. So you see some players with 10x starting stack. That's unbelievable.
No, I am quite sure.
Nikki says, "Where's the Paulo?"
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, because whenever you said that,
Polk in there still
I was
yelling
going to
at
say,
her.
well,
Polk's still
technically
in
it's
there.
her, but I bit my tongue. So.
You know?
Yeah, I thought you meant me because I was the last one to
What
get
are the
both
names of the
blinds.
current casters? Great commentary. Thank you, Devin Arnold. My name is Tristan Wade. I am here with Remco Renkema. We were joined by Donnie Peters earlier, but we've been here all day since 5 p.m. We're nearing the end of the night. Just happy to be here. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. Unbelievable stream. W's in the chat. Thanks, everyone in the chat, for joining us. We got another 10 minutes or so. Night's winding down. There's 3 hands left or so. We do see some players bagging up. Appreciate everyone for joining us. Thank you so much, guys, for the support and the time and the love. So we see block raise, and we see one of the poker killers, Jonathan Jaffe, right there from 954 South Florida, call with ace-8 suited in position. W's in the chat, W's in the chat. Much love, chat, much love. Goes check, check on this flop. Block's gonna pick up some equity. Drawing to Broadway straight, he needs a jack. He's gonna check, and I think Jaffe now is gonna bet. When you check the flop with these kind of holdings, you can start betting now.
10,000?
That's 2/3 pot, 10,000. And look, the other thing about when the night's about to end, people don't battle. People don't battle. Are we gonna see King, Queen do anything here? But I said, lots of people are just so relieved to get this far. They just want to put their chips in the bag and go home, eat some dinner, grab a drink, hit the pillow. Joseph, we'll work on that, Joseph. I'll talk to my producers and see if we can get the audio levels right. I know sometimes we're kind of loud in the booth.
It's our fault.
Yeah.
Quick little side note here, by the way. What I said earlier was incorrect about tomorrow's starting time. We are doing the full day tomorrow. So from hand 1, we'll be in the air. So look for us at 3 p.m. Pacific time until 1 a.m. So you better cancel all your plans for tomorrow. Jeff and Brent with full day of action. And please keep an eye out on the socials, PokerGO on Twitter, also on pokergo.com/schedule for any updates. I know that it was posted earlier saying 5 p.m. on there, but that is not correct. We are showing the full day, start to finish, as Ufano is contemplating an ace jack.
All right. Oh, yeah.
Jeff and Brent on the call. That is correct.
Yeah, I got you.
Tournament players, we need your first.
Okay, so we do see a raise and a 3-bet.
Once you have finished your bagging process, we ask that you please exit the tournament area.
And this is a tough spot if you're Ufano.
Players, please be patient.
You might just want to bag it up, but he's in a call.
This is a big bagging.
Sorry.
And in position player Davey, but these guys both have the same hand. Davey with the advantage, though. He's in position, and he's going to bet any flop more or less. Now, this is maybe one flop.
Oh, congrats.
That we see a check back.
You know, the bubble might actually hit late tomorrow. The attrition rate's really fast.
And more breaking news.
Breaking news.
Jared Blesnik is joining Jeff and Brent tomorrow. So we get the full Bles experience.
So
Jeff and
plus
Brent.
1300.
I believe Natalie Bodie out on the floor.
It's going to be a great show.
Like that, what a step up from us. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Get us out of here. Get the real team
We're
in
just,
here.
we're just getting owned right
We're
now.
just placeholders.
Yeah, it'd be nice for us.
Okay, so Davey is just going to come with a small C-bet with range.
I mean, like 500
and
more
Ufano has
money,
really
that's it.
nothing to do but call here.
I mean, it's always like day 4.
You beat pocket tens, you beat bluffs, you beat ace queen now. You don't love not having a spade in your hand, and you don't love how your stack is dwindling, right? There's 49K back, there's 44K in the middle, but obviously nothing else to be done here with second pair. 3 of clubs on the turn. Again, I expect this pot to be checked.
It's weird how they do that because the
Davey might not
Yeah, the total is the combined.
be in the same atmosphere I'm in.
Right.
Davey might just say, look, I think I got the best hand. I don't think you got crap. I'm just going to jam all in because you got a pot-sized bet left. And that's going to be a really tough spot for Ufano. But if this goes check-check, I think both players just have a sigh of relief and they chop this pot up before the night's over. But no, we're looking at chips. And this is the beauty of the main event. Not everyone thinks like I do. And Ufano is in the blender. You beat bluffs. You lose to ace-king. You lose to pocket queens. You lose to pocket aces. Obviously, you lose to the one combo of pocket jacks, which would be the jack of hearts and the jack of clubs. And here's the other problem. You're not that deep. He bets 21K, you got 49K, so you almost just have to put your money in here. So let's see what happens. The idea is you just don't want to call here because there might be a spade, there might be a club, there might be some bad rivers. So it's like, at this point, you just put the money in if you think you're good. But he just elects to fold a chop, which would have been a chop. And Davey's aggression pays off here.
Tough, too, for Ufano, knowing that he's now going to likely take 49,000 to day
this
3.
was stuck in here, but they got rid of the blacks a long time ago.
Oh, you're going to forfeit that chip.
Wow.
That's how that works.
All right, we are wrapping things up. Again, keep an eye out on PokerGO on Twitter for the latest updates on tomorrow, but I can already guarantee you full day coverage wall-to-wall from hand number 1, Jeff Platt, Brent Hanks, and special guest Jared Blesnik for Donnie Peters, who's playing tomorrow, and Tristan Wade, my trusted co-commentator. My name is Rem Korinkama. It's been an honor and a pleasure calling the action for you on day 2D of the main event. Please, on your way out, like the video, subscribe to the channel, and make sure you don't miss a minute of action tomorrow. We'll be live as well on both PokerGO.com and on our YouTube channel. For now, want to wish you a good night or a good day, depending on where you're watching from, as we look at the Las Vegas Strip. So again, please join us again tomorrow. Thanks for watching. See you on day 3.